Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was the key to unlock crimson-haired devil with pervy Grayfia? Movie. A groan could be heard all around the small house as a young man in his 17 opened his eyes slightly and looked at his newest, but now crushed alarm clock, wondering just how many more alarms he had to buy before he would start to leave a dent on the table beside his desk. Last night he had stayed up late, but forgot to switch the timer so his alarm clock would not wake him up so early. Never a morning person, the clock itself just made it worse. Naruto Uzumaki sat up on his bed and grabbed the destroyed alarm clock before throwing it out of the window with just the right angle to make it fall right into the open garbage bin in front of his house. The young man ran his hand through his unruly golden blonde hair as his azure blue eyes blinked repeatedly to get used to the bright sunlight of the morning. "Well, happy 17th birthday to me," Naruto muttered as he looked at the small calendar on the wall. It was October 10th, the day that he was born. His birthday was something he had always enjoyed. It was the day that he allowed himself to do whatever the fuck that he wanted in whatever life that he had created for himself in his boring immortal life. There would be no work, no part-time job, it would be just him and his instant ramen while letting himself being lazy all day. Stretching his body, the blonde stood up and muttered the last part of his speech again, and headed into the shower room, not looking at the box carrying a pendant with the words N and S carved into it that he had, once again, spent the whole night looking at. After he had taken a shower, and dressed himself in a black shirt and matching color pants with orange stripes, Naruto headed out of the house for a walk around the street to enjoy the fresh air of the early morning, looking for breakfast. Even though he had just moved into town a week ago, his neighbors recognized the blonde and greeted him with the most friendly smiles anyone could muster, which he happily returned. Naruto almost let out a soft chuckle as he remembered how different it had been back then when he was still living in his village, the place where he originally came from. As he continued to walk while enjoying a loaf of bread, Naruto scratched his whiskers cheek and smiled at a group of high school girls that walked past him, giggling while telling each other how handsome and attractive he was, at the same time how exotically cute he looked with those whisker marks on his cheeks. However, his smile turned into a frown the moment he was behind them. Due to the circumstances of his life, Naruto had come to dislike unnecessary attention, as he had learnt that it would only bring him nothing but trouble afterwards. In a few years or decades, he would eventually have to move, and these young women, they would be just that, a group of people happened to walk past him. Arriving at another bakery for another bread, finding his previous one not quite enough to satisfy his hunger, Naruto pushed the door open and walked in, debating whether or not he should buy himself a piece of birthday cake as well. Despite having it repeated year after year after year, it wasn't like every day was his birthday, and Naruto himself had always wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. They all looked delicious. The blonde muttered to himself as he looked at all the cakes on the case, choosing what to buy. Before he could make his decision, however, Naruto saw a small girl from the corner of his eyes. She had short white hair that went past her shoulder, two long bangs at each side of her head and rather strange golden yellow eyes. She had a really cute face and a petty frame, wearing clothes similar to that of the group of girls he had met earlier that morning. The white-haired girl was standing on her toes, arm outstretched above her head as she tried to reach for the cake that had been put too high for someone of her height to get. Smiling a little, Naruto picked up his own, walked over to her, towering over the girl completely, and then took the piece of cake from the shelf. "Here you go, little miss," Naruto said with a nice guy grin and handed the cake over to the girl, who had a look of surprise on her face. "Thank you," she said quietly, almost emotionlessly, but Naruto could detect some gracefulness in her tone. With a smile, the blonde rubbed her head, suddenly feeling the need to do so before he turned around and walked away. "Well, see you later then." With that, he headed over to the shopkeeper to pay for his cake, not caring that the little girl was looking at him the whole time. Flashing a charming smile to the shopkeeper and made her blush furiously, Naruto headed out of the store and headed back to his home, couldn't help but see more and more high school students coming from the opposite way of him, talking and laughing at each other. He then looked over to the school that they were heading into, missing the life of a high school student a bit, one that he had replayed almost 1,000 times already. Maybe he could try it out later in 100 years? Since at the moment, he was having the life of a friendly neighbor and a ramen chef. As he stood in front of the school gate, with the name Kuo Academy above him, the immortal shinobi couldn't stop himself from letting a small, wow, escape his lips, as he marveled the size of Kuo Academy. Whoever built the place must either be insanely rich or just insane enough to build a 5-star hotel-like school like one for normal high school students. But nonetheless, Naruto liked it and decided he would stop here in the near future if he got bored or something like that. Then, he saw the group of students parted into 2 lines, forming 2 lines of admiration and adoration for the 4 students that were walking toward the school building, like what happened in that Korea drama he had watched a while back. Naruto instantly recognized one of them being the small white-haired girl he had met earlier that morning, while the ones walking with her were a boy and 2 girls. The boy looked like he was around his real age with blonde hair, but in a darker shade than him. He had an averagely build, but Naruto could tell that he had some lean muscles underneath. He wore the Kuo school uniform for boys, and his most noticeable feature was his incredibly handsome face like that of a prince, or a very handsome butler in those manga he liked to read from time to time. The boy was waving to the girls of the school, flashing them heart-melting smiles while the guys just threw curses at him mercilessly, causing Naruto to almost burst out in laughter. He knew, better than anyone could tell, how it felt like to be inferior to the handsome guy, so he understood well why they did that. The next one was a girl with long black hair that tied into a long ponytail by a large orange ribbon. What surprised him the most, however, was her insanely, ridiculously, abnormally, otherworldly attractive body. This girl was so sexy that she caused Naruto to unconsciously take out the special book he always carried with him in his back pocket along with a pen to write down the details of her extremely voluptuous features body. Naruto was very surprised that he could find a schoolgirl with a figure that put a supermodel to shame here, finding himself unable to take his eyes off her body. Naruto admitted that he was a pervert in more way than one, but he had always had a sharp eye for young women like her. Imagine what she would look like in a few more years. Also, doing this reminded Naruto of the reason the late Toad Sennin made the Icha Icha series and why he had decided to take over it. It was truly a gold mine and it had always been one of the top best-selling series of the world since the day it was published. After selling all of the first books, Naruto had decided to carry the man's legacy and continued the series with his own version of it. It was really hard as first considering the fact that he wasn't a super pervert, but literally nothing couldn't be done after a lot of sex with a number of beautiful women. Not to boast or anything like that, but the series had made him so rich that currently Naruto wouldn't have to worry for another 1,000 years or so, considering how successful the followed-up books were. Let's see, Naruto muttered and wrote down his notebook rapidly without taking his eyes off of the girl 5'6", 102-60 to 89, damn. G-Cup? She is a real deal. Naruto said, impressed. She has gentleness to her smile, but something tells me that she is into BDSM. Probably an S, no, she's an M, or maybe she's both. What an interesting girl. Naruto finished. That's all he needed to write down to create a masterpiece. Naruto turned his gaze to the last girl and nearly dropped his jaw to the ground in shock. He had thought the black-haired girl was beautiful before, but this one was on another league of her own. A young woman appeared to be in her late teens with light skin, blue-green eyes and a voluptuous figure. Her most distinctive feature was her long, crimson-red hair that reached down to her thighs, with a single piece of ahoge hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also had loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. Like the black-haired one, the young woman was wearing Kuo Academy Girls' School uniform, which made her buxom figure stood out even more than normal. The uniform consists of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with a black ribbon on her shirt collar worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset, a magenta skirt with white accents, and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks. All in all, she was a beauty. Naruto wouldn't admit it, but he had always had a thing for redheads like her. While this girl's hair color was crimson, Naruto couldn't help but feel somewhat attracted to her toward her. But what confused him the most was that Naruto was unable to write her down his notebook. He didn't even bother checking her out, while having the feeling that he had met her, or at least seen her somewhere before, a memories that he did not know about flash hazily in his mind, showing him the smile of a young woman with the same crimson-colored hair as hers, the same eyes. Naruto couldn't recall her face, but he could tell she was more mature and was even more beautiful. Naruto grabbed his face, and almost fell to his knees as he tried to remember, but finding his brain hurt badly from his own effort. Naruto knew he had amnesia, that there was a point in his life, a few years back, that he couldn't remember anything at all. It had taken him very little time to realize that almost 2 centuries worth of his memories had been erased from his mind. Why? Naruto never found out. Standing up and regaining his composure, Naruto put the notebook and the pen back into his pocket before walking away, not realizing that the crimson-haired girl had turned her head toward his direction and was looking at him. The girl frowned and soon found herself looking at him longer than she had intended to do. Naruto bit another mouthful of his croissant before continuing to write down his research onto the notebook on his lap. His azure eyes had been replaced by a pair of light purple ones, with the veins around his temples becoming more noticeable. He was currently spying on a couple that was 2 miles away from him, watching them as they passionately made love to each other. In most situations, Naruto would do the research himself, which could only mean himself spending some quality time with some voluptuous women whom he could easily seduce. But at the moment, he wasn't in the mood to do it, and chose the good old peeking method to have some time to think. He thought about the group of high school students he saw that morning. It was quite clear to him that they were not human. He didn't know what to call them, but they definitely didn't feel like humans, at the same time wondering why didn't bump into one of them any sooner. At first he thought they were some kind of alien species invading Earth, but he firmly believed that they weren't those ugly creatures with green skin that went to Earth and declared, "Take me to your leader," like the ones he had seen on TV. Naruto then remembered the crimson-haired girl who had confused him the most after he saw her. Who was she? That question had been lingering in his mind from the moment he had seen her, and yet he still had no idea. She reminded him of someone important, and yet he could not recall them. The more Naruto thought about it, the more frustrating it got. Her hair color was truly unique, and Naruto would definitely remember it if he had seen it somewhere before. Swallowing the last piece of his croissant, Naruto looked at his notebook and saw that it was already filled ideas that would have given the pervy sage a massive nosebleed, if such a thing was possible. Naruto then heard a helicopter heading his way, and as much as he wanted to pull a prank on the pilot, he decided now was not the time for that, and he really didn't want to freak anyone out. Deactivating his eyes, Naruto gently let himself fall from backward the top of the Eiffel Tower just before the light of the helicopter could catch him. The blonde closed his eyes as he enjoyed winds. Just before becoming nothing more but a splatter on the ground, Naruto snapped his eyes open and disappeared in a flash of yellow, leaving Paris silently and wordlessly. Rias Gremory frowned when she saw that mysterious young man walking past her school once again, this time pulling a cart behind him. He had been on her mind lately, after seeing him for the first time that day. Rias didn't know why, but she could have sworn that there was something familiar about him. Someone as handsome and as attractive as she was, even Rias had to admit it, with those whisker marks on his cheeks she would not forget that easily. Not only that, Kaneko had told her about the strange feeling coming from him when she bumped into the blonde earlier that day at the bakery near the school. While Rias felt absolutely nothing from him, which could only mean that what Kaneko had felt from him was natural energy, she couldn't help but find something a bit odd about the blonde. Rias turned to her black-haired queen and saw she was reading a familiar orange book while giggling perversely. She had no shame to admit that the book, which was porn at its finest, was really good. Both her and Akeno were big fans of the Icha Icha series, and both of them were really looking forward to the publish of the next volume by its current author. Getting back to her current business, Rias watched as the blonde set the cart he had been pulling down and began to wander near the school gate, taking out a small notebook and writing down something. Just as she began to wonder what he was writing, the infamous perverted trio of Kuo Academy ran across the schoolyard screaming in fear as the girls of the Kendo Club chased after them in anger, bakens in their hands. Rias nearly let out a soft giggle when she saw Issei Hyodo, the boy she had been keeping an eye on, being chased around, and still couldn't quite believe that he was the current best candidate for her peerage. Once the trio had disappeared and the blonde seemed to have gotten what he came for and left, Rias let out a sigh and decided to take a shower to clear her mind. Maybe the blonde was just that, a young man that happened to walk past Kuo Academy. But just before Rias could turn her head away, her eyes widened in shock when she saw the boy stop in his midstep and turn his head directly at her direction, bringing his hand up and waving it at her before he walked away again. Rias nearly jumped from the surprise and looked around to see if any student were waving back at him, but then realized that she was the only one. Rias, something wrong? Akeno looked up from her book and asked her best friend with her usual gentle smile. Nothing, Akeno, Nothing at all, Rias said slowly before standing up from her chair beside the window. Folding her arms under her large breasts, Rias let out a smile before making a mental note of getting to know him. Break, here's your ramen. Naruto grinned and put 3 bowls of ramen down on the table. Uzumaki-san, 2 more please. On it. Naruto shouted and quickly returned to his ramen stand and made 2 more bowls of ramen while humming a soft tune, recalling the teaching of Ayame Tuchi, his first sister figure. She and her father had been the first people to ever teach him to cook, and while it was unfortunate that it was their ramen, Naruto could not ask any more than that. Time flew, as his last customer paid for the meal and left. Naruto looked at the sky outside and saw that it was almost dark. Gathering the tables and chairs, Naruto put them on his cart before walking back to his stand to clean up, crouching down and starting to gather his things so he could head home when suddenly he heard light footsteps coming toward his ramen stand. Without looking up, the blonde said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Sorry, but I am closing." "Oh, and here I thought that I could finally try out the best ramen in town." A soft and melodic voice called out softly to him, making Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. He then peeked his head up from behind his stand and found himself looking at the very same crimson-haired girl that had been in his mind the past few days, standing with her arms folded underneath her large breasts and looking at him with a small smile on her beautiful face. "Well?" the girl asked with hope in her voice. "Well, I am sure the pot still has something left." Naruto answered the beautiful crimson-haired young woman as she let out a soft, melodic giggle into her hand when the blonde abruptly stood up and clumsily hit his head against the top of the shelf of his ramen stand. "Please, take a seat," Naruto said, gesturing his hand to the lone chair on the other side, allowing Rias to make herself comfortable while waiting patiently for the blonde to make her order. Ramen definitely wasn't one of her favorite food, because she knew how unhealthy it was. But after finding out that this young man owned a famous ramen stand despite the fact that he had only recently arrived in town, she couldn't stop herself from coming over to try it out, at the same time to get to know him more because beside that, she couldn't find out anything else about him, even his medical files, his education and even his family's information. It felt he just popped out from nowhere and began to wander around the town. When someone like that suddenly came into town, it would always mean trouble because some of them sometimes did not come in peace. However, after a few days of having Kiba, her knight, kept an eye on him for her, Rias had come to a conclusion that he meant no harm to her or the people in the town. So with that in mind, she had finally decided to approach him, coming to his ramen stand almost as soon as school had ended. "So," Rias began while resting her elbows on the table, striking a conversation with the blonde, "I have not seen you in town before. Are you new here?" "Yup." Naruto smiled as he poured the cooked noodles into a bowl. "One moved here around a week ago." "What about you, miss? What brings a lady like you to my humble ramen stand?" "Just wanted to try something new, I guess," Rias said, making Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You know, there's quite a number of ramen stands and diners around here, but everyone has only been talking about you only. So I want to see if they are as good as they said. Well, I guess there's no better way but try it out yourself, is there?" Naruto chuckled before putting a steaming bowl of ramen down to the table in front of Rias. He was lucky that he hadn't put out the fire yet and there were still enough materials to make one for her. "Itadakimasu," Rias declared and took a pair of chopsticks and spoon from Naruto before she started to eat, slowly putting the food into her mouth and taste it carefully. She had eaten ramen a few times before with her friends, but this ramen had a really unique taste to it, and was on a level of its own. "Wow, it is very delicious," Rias said happily after swallowing the noodles, making Naruto grin. "Thanks, that's an Uzumaki special. I'm Naruto by the way, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto introduced himself as he sat down the chair on his side of the stand. "Rias Gremory, nice to meet you." Rias lowered her head and then continued to eat her meal, making extra sure that she would not talk with foods in her mouth. "Nice name, it has a nice ring to it." Naruto repeated her name, feeling a familiar taste rolling on his tongue. "I like it. Are you a foreigner?" he asked. "Kinda, I moved here to live a Japanese school life." Rias smiled, finding it rather funny that a ramen chef would have Naruto, Fishcake, for his last name, but decided to not speak openly about it to him. "So Naruto-san, I have seen you wandering around Kuo Academy lately. May I ask why?" Rias asked, sounding as normal as she could. She didn't want him to feel suspicious about her. Maybe it's just because I found a lot of attractive girls there. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. The reason Naruto had come to Kuo Academy nearly every day was because he had learned about the infamous pervert trio of the school, who he felt that could give him a bunch of materials and ideas for his next book. Oh, am I one of them? Rias couldn't help but ask, a playful smile on her face. For sure, Rias-chan, for sure. Naruto grinned and gave her a thumb up. This seems to be a personal question, but I really want to know, Naruto-san. How old are you? Rias looked at him expectantly. You seem to be of the same age as I am, but why are you a ramen chef? Don't you go to school? Well, I am 17, but I quit school a while ago. Naruto answered with a small chuckle, causing Rias to widen her eyes in surprise. After my parents passed away, and don't worry about it, I lived on the streets for around 2 or 3 months before I was adopted by the leader of my village. I got accepted to a school with the help of him, but after everything was said and done, I decided to start traveling around like my old teacher, to find a place that I can belong to, and so, here I am in silence. Rias listened to Naruto's short summary of his life story and saw a tired look in his bright blue eyes, which seemed to dull for a second. She had never seen those tired eyes from someone as young as he was, making her wonder what had happened to him during his journey that had caused him to have that look. What about you, Rias-chan? What's your story? Naruto's eyes suddenly changed and the youthfulness appeared inside them again as he turned back to look at her directly. What do you mean? She was completely caught off guard by his question and really didn't know what to say. You know, it's kind of hard to hide it when you always look out of that window with a faraway look. Naruto told her with a small smile, making Rias widen her eyes a bit in surprise. So he knew she had been watching him. I don't want to push and you don't need to tell me if you don't want to, but I have been told that I am a better listener than a storyteller, so why don't you tell me your life story, Rias-chan? Plus, don't you think it is kind of unfair when I have told you mine but nothing about you but your name? Why yeah, it's only fair, I guess. Rias let out a small sigh and for the next 15 minutes, Rias told Naruto about the story of her life, carefully leaving out the supernatural parts but at the same time wondering how easy it was for her to pour her heart out to him. She didn't know why she just told a boy she had just met almost everything about her life like that. Just by talking to him, she felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders, allowing her to be at ease for the first time in a very long time. Break for the next few days, Rias had become Naruto's most frequent customer, sometimes coming just to have a chat with him. But it didn't take any more than 2 of her meals for Naruto to realize that Rias wasn't a fan of ramen, but he didn't complain because he had come to enjoy her company, which also increased his customers by a huge number because apparently, she was the most popular girl in town. It also didn't take it long for him to realize that her life might have been more complicated than he could ever imagine. He had given helpful advices to other people before and they always found them very useful, but with Rias, Naruto didn't know his words would be of any use to her. Today was his day off, and Naruto found himself sitting down behind on a bench in the park and biting the end his pencil as he tried to think about some new ideas for the next book of Icha Icha Paradise. The deadline was near, but he hadn't come up anything new or interesting yet. Rias had been a distraction towards this job of him lately, causing him to become slack off with his life work. Naruto then closed the notebook and looked at the watch on his wrist, realizing that it was time for him to go home. Maybe tonight he could go out and do some personal research with some attractive women. That thought alone made Naruto giggle perversely. Wait, bad Naruto, stop yourself. Mentally slapping himself, Naruto left the park and headed home, deciding to walk there instead of the other method. The blonde traveled for a full minute before the feeling of purity inside a person's heart hit him, causing Naruto's eyes to widen as he then turned his head to the side to locate the source, just in time for a white veil to fly into his face. Pulling the piece of cloth off of his face, Naruto then saw a girl running towards him while holding a large suitcase in her arms with her legs shaking a little due to the weight of it. She was a girl around 15 to 16 years of age with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair flowed all the way down her back, with split bangs over her forehead and a single strand sticking out from the top, sloping backwards. Her attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung around her hip, and brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She also wore a silver cross necklace around her neck. My veil. The girl cried out in Italian and stopped right in front of him, panting hard. Here you go, sister. Naruto smiled and said to her in perfect Italian, gently putting it back on her head and making her blush a little. It was really strange for Naruto to find an Italian nun in Japan like this, and not only that, the blonde girl was really cute and her face was very innocent as well. It had been a long time since he last felt a heart as pure as hers. Next time watch out for the wind, okay? Thank you very much. She smiled innocently, making Naruto smile at the cuteness of her face, and then adjusted the veil on her head. The wind blew a little, making her dress to flip up slightly. Naruto let out a small chuckle at the irony of the situation and his speech. Yup, she should definitely watch out for the wind. So, are you traveling? Naruto asked the girl with a frown on his face. No, I've been appointed to the church in this city, but I got lost on my way. She scratched the back of her head while sticking out her tongue cutely. You must be a resident of this town. It's a pleasure to meet you. She bowed her head to him while smiling softly. I have been in trouble since I got here. I can't speak Japanese that well. I was lost and other people couldn't understand what I was saying. I am so glad that I'm able to meet you. She held her hands together in front of her chest and looked really depressed. I think I might know where the church is. Naruto folded his arms across his chest, trying to remember any churches that were located in town, but he couldn't think of any aside from the old, abandoned one that he came across the first day he was here. There was something fishy about it, he could tell, but decided that it was not his business. Why you do? Thank you. This is all thanks to God. She smiled at Naruto with tears flowing from her eyes. But then both blondes turned their head to the park next to them when she heard a whimper and frowned slightly when they saw a boy sitting on the ground, crying, while holding his bleeding knee. Hey! Almost with no hesitation, the nun ran over to his side, kneeled down beside him, making Naruto's eyes follow her small figure with curiosity. Are you okay? Boys shouldn't cry with a minor injury like this. She patted the boy's head gently. It was obvious that the small boy could understand what she was saying, but she had such a kind expression on her face that he stopped crying and looked at her. The sister put her hand where the boy was injured, and then Naruto froze in shock when he saw a green orb of light forming in the sister's hands before she placed it on the boy's injured knee. In a blink of an eye, the injury slowly closed and healed up, leaving no scar or any trace indicating that it was ever there. There was no way the girl knew healing technique like him, right? After meeting Rias, Naruto had come to learn that there were supernatural beings out here, especially after his meeting with Rias Gremory, who he had found out to be holding some kind of strange power inside of her. While becoming aware of their existences, Naruto had absolutely no interest in messing with them. He was just a wanderer who preferred a normal, peaceful life, and he knew that if he got himself involved in their business, he would only give himself a ton of headaches and troubles. But still, this girl just showed him something he had never seen before from anyone else but from his old teammate and the woman he considered his grandmother. No, Naruto thought to himself as he watched the girl smiling gently to the now smiling boy, her power might even outmatch them in terms of healing power. I think I need a drink tonight, Naruto thought as he massaged his temples. His sensei always said beautiful girls always bring trouble with them, and maybe he was right after all. At the same time, the boy's mother was in shock and Naruto really couldn't blame her at all. Anyone who saw unimaginable things like that would have a similar reaction. Here, your wounds are healed. The pain should be gone now. The sister patted the boy's head and looked at Naruto with the same innocent smile. I'm sorry, but I had to. She laughed while sticking her tongue out. The boy's mother, who was shocked before, shook her head and then grabbed the boy's hand so they could leave quickly. Thank you, Oni-chan. The boy smiled widely and waved happily to her even though he was being dragged away by his mother, leaving the blonde-haired nun to stand in confusion, but nonetheless she waved back at him. This kind of behavior between humans always made Naruto feel really good, and it was nice to see there was still someone with so much caring in them. He said, "Thank you, big sister." She smiled happily as Naruto translated the boy's words to her anyway. That light, yes, it's the power to heal. It's a wonderful power that God gave me. She looked down and sounded a bit sad, even though the girl was smiling. Naruto frowned. Something had definitely happened to this young nun and he didn't like it. His instincts were screaming inside of his head about the situation. There was something definitely not right about this nun. But with a mental slap, Naruto pulled himself out of those thoughts. He probably shouldn't get too deep into it. The conversation between the two ended there, and they continued walking towards the church, with the nun followed closely behind him as he pulled her luggage for her. It did not take it long for them to get there, after a few minutes of walking. Naruto then took a second to look at the window, and saw light coming from inside the building, meaning that there were people inside. Naruto nodded his head rapidly at that. He might turn a paranoid old geezer if he continued to think negatively and feel suspicion about everything. Yes, this is the place. I'm so glad. The nun gave a sigh of relief after having compared their location with the map she had. Then I'll be on my way. Take care, sister. Naruto smiled to her and handed the nun back her luggage. Please wait. The nun called out to him, making Naruto stop in the mid-step. Turning his head, Naruto looked at the girl and he saw her twiddling her thumbs nervously. I would like to make you some tea as a gratitude for taking me here. Ah, no, don't worry about it. I'm glad that I could help you, there's no need for that. Naruto said to her before she could finish her sentence. But she seemed a bit troubled. The nun probably wanted to make him some tea to show her gratitude, and as much as Naruto wanted to enjoy it with her, he had a schedule to follow and Rias had been enough of a distraction to him already. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name? He asked kindly to her. My name is Asia Argento. Please call me Asia. She smiled brightly. Then, Sister Asia, let's meet again. Yes. Naruto, I will definitely come and see you. Asia bowed her head down to him at that. Naruto then left the place after waving his hand at her. He could tell that she had stood there and watched him until he was out of her sight. Little did he know that this fateful meeting with Asia would be the start of a chain of events for the blonde immortal shinobi. Naruto sighed as he traced the tip of his finger around the lip of the glass of wine in his hand, while sitting with his head propped up by his arm at the bar table of one of the most expensive and popular nightclub in Las Vegas, a place that he went to whenever he had a lot in his mind. Naruto, again, had been trying to get drunk, but he knew that no matter how hard he tried, the alcohol that passed through his mouth and down his throat and into his gut would be just like a cup of water. Sure, he could still feel the taste, as well as the buzz of alcohol, but it didn't mess up his head at all, making him unable to forget all the bad things that had happened to him. At times like this, Naruto wanted nothing more than to kill himself. He had done so, actually, committing suicide more than anyone had ever tried to do, but nothing worked on his immortal body, leaving behind not even a scar. Living so long without any connections, no friends nor family, and even trying to distance himself from people around him, it was truly a miracle he hadn't gone insane and destroyed the world just for the fun of it. Naruto sighed and asked the bartender to refill his glass, and she did without hesitation. I will have whatever he is having, please. Before he could bring the glass to his lip, however, he heard a gentle and feminine voice on his left and turned to see a woman sitting down on the chair beside him, unable to stop himself from raising an eyebrow in surprise because this had to be the most beautiful and attractive woman he had ever met in his life so far. She had silver hair that flowed down her back like a waterfall of silk and a breathtakingly beautiful face that was donned in light makeups. The cocktail dress she was wearing looked like they were made from an extremely fine silk, hugging the deadly curves of her body perfectly and making her look extremely sexy and elegant at the same time. The skirt of her dress was short, so it was showing a lot of delicious creamy white skin of her thighs and mile-long legs, her feet being accompanied by a pair of sliver-high heels that just added another sexy touch to her dress altogether. A memory flashed through his mind as he looked at the woman sitting next to him but left as quickly as it appeared, making Naruto wince in pain as his brain began to hurt. He stared at her in confusion. Her eyes slowly gazed his way and smiled seductively at Naruto. The blonde just looked at her for a second before opening his mouth to start a conversation. Hello there, beautiful. He spoke out somewhat nonchalantly, but that had to be the worst pickup line he had ever said to a woman, but he had no choice but to go with it. What is a refined lady such as yourself doing here with this boring me? I don't know. Maybe I just want to find someone to talk to, I guess. What about you then? The woman asked softly and leaned the side of her head on the back of her hand as she put her elbow on the table and tilted her head to look at him, allowing her silver hair to frame her face like a work of art. Well, you know, I'm just trying to drink it all away. Naruto chuckled, more to himself than to the woman. Do you want to join me, Miss Lucifuge, Grayfia Lucifuge? The silver-haired woman, Grayfia, leaned forward and introduced herself to him seductively, making him smile a bit at her obvious attempt. "Would you like to tell me what your stories, Mr. Naruto Uzumaki?" Smiling at her, Naruto then finished his entire drink in one gulp, but he never questioned how she already knew his name. "Here you go. Everything's fixed." "Oh, thank you Naruto-kun." The old woman smiled brightly. "You're welcome Oba-san. I'm happy that I can help you," Naruto said as he stood up and headed out, taking his tools with him. "See you later then Oba-san." With that, he ran out of the house before the old lady could find some way to repay him, even though fixing her water pipe was one thing he had done for her. After a moment, Naruto slowed down and then started walking down the street, enjoying the warm sunlight of a new day. His mind drifted back to that silver-haired woman he met 2 days ago at the club in Vegas, who he later had spent a hot and passionate night with him, having sex from night till morning. It was the best night that he had had in a while. Grayfia was truly incredible. Naruto loved his luck with the woman. Jiraiya used to say that it was as good as his luck with money, but back then Naruto didn't believe him one bit. In half a month and he had already met 4 beautiful, lovely, and breathtakingly attractive women. It was all thanks to them that he had finished the next volume of the Icha Icha series. It's still hard for Naruto to believe that there's a woman that could keep up with his stamina, but it was clear to him that she wasn't ordinary human and so did the other 3. After meeting a hot, crimson-haired young woman and a blonde nun with healing powers, he couldn't find himself surprised at the situation anymore. But it was rather strange, to say the least, considering that he had never met someone like them up until now. Surely, he would remember them, especially if they were drop-dead gorgeous like Rias or Grayfia. Could it be that he had met them somewhere around 200 years ago? And the reason he couldn't remember meeting them was because of his memories lost? It was strange, because he had lost 200 years of memories, not 2,000 or 20,000 years of it. Surely if these beings had been around for quite some times, then he would have met them at least once in his life. Oi, out of the way. Deep in thought, Naruto didn't notice the boy with brown hair and a rather lecherous face that he recognized as Issei Hyodo of Kuo Academy's perverted trio flying toward him on his bike while screaming in terror. Naruto's mind instantly kicked into action with his years of experience, calculating the best way to dodge the incoming object that would most likely crash into him in just a few seconds. He had 2 options. The first was to jump into the air to avoid the boy, but he would have to do so really high to get out of the way. There were people on the street, so he would draw some unwanted attention. The second option was to stop the incoming bike with his strength, which might have been next to impossible for a normal human. All of this happened in just a millisecond. Naruto then blinked when the boy was about to crash into him and took the always obvious third option. The blonde took a step to the side and allowed the perverted boy and his bike to dash past him harmlessly before crashing into the wall behind them with Issei flying right into the garbage bin. Rias Gremory's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock at what she just saw. She had expected Naruto to do some superhuman jump or stop the bike with his body or something like that, but all that he did was stepping out of the way like it was the most obvious thing to do in the world and let Issei crash into the wall behind him. Looking at him as he walked over to check on Issei, she couldn't help but wonder if he was as special as what she had thought him to be, remembering the conversation that she had had with her elder sister a few days back. Flashback. Rias was walking towards the main office Lilith Castle in deep thought. She had just reincarnated Issei Hyodo into a devil and used up all her pawn pieces to do so, which brought joy to her when she realized she might have gotten a strong servant yet at the same time feeling confused as to why he needed all of her pawns. So with that in mind, Rias had left to the underworld to meet her sister, who was currently one of the 4 leaders of the devil faction. She had contacted her beforehand, and if there was anyone that could help her or at least give her an advice on how to handle Issei in the current situation with the fallen angels in her territory, that would be Riria Lucifer, formerly Gremory, her elder sister. Riria-sama, please return to work immediately. When Rias was about to knock her hand on the door, she froze at the voice of Grayfia Lucifuge, her sister's queen and the second most powerful woman on the underworld. No matter how many years had passed, she would never get used to the cold and chilling voice that always frightened Rias, especially if those words were directed to her. But fortunately, the victim of Grayfia's silent wrath wasn't her this time. Grayfia-chan, can you cut me some slack? Rias-chan is coming to visit me, you know. Hearing her name, Rias opened the door and stepped into the room, looking at the woman who was lying on the couch in a fancy robe that embraced her sensual curves nicely. She had long, flowing crimson hair, even longer than Rias, and bright blue-green eyes just like her sister's. In addition, her face was almost the same as Rias, causing everyone that saw them for the first time to mistake them as twins, but even the younger Gremory had to admit that Riria was so much more beautiful than her, adding to the fact that she was considered to be the most beautiful devil. Even her sister's voluptuous figure made hers and her best friend Akino's look modest in comparison. Hearing footsteps, Riria Lucifer turned her eyes slightly to see her sister walking into the room, and then in a blink of an eye, Rias found herself being hugged tightly and her face being sandwiched between two massive mounds. Rias-chan. You really came. Riria cried out in happiness, her sister complex going into overdrive at the sight of her beloved sister. I was so worried that you couldn't make it like the last time. Get away from me, Oni-same. Rias cried out in annoyance as she tried to push her sister away from her, but found it hard because Riria's grip, while it wasn't hurting her at all, was really strong. Her hands, while trying to find her sister's shoulders to push her away, accidentally grabbed a handful of her sister's large breasts with so much more to spare, making the older woman let out a soft moan. Ah, how daring of you, Rias-chan. Riria said with a blushing face. If you want, we could. Her speech was cut short when she felt a hand silently landing on top of her head, and grabbing a fist full of her hair. Both Riria and Rias gulped, swallowed hard when they felt Grayfia's cold, menacing aura. Mercy? The red-haired woman asked nervously as she turned her head around to look at her best friend and queen. No, with a calm yet deadly tone, Grayfia sealed her mistress' fate. A spanking later. I'm so sorry for Riria-sama's behavior, Rias-sama. Grayfia bowed her head down and said in her usual monotone. Behind her, Riria was rubbing her ass with a tear at corner of her left eye, still feeling a bit sore from the harsh spanking Grayfia had just given her.
You're so mean, Grayfia-chan. Riria whined as she stood up. Grayfia truly never held back whenever she delivered punishment.
So what do you want to talk about, Rias-chan? The boy we talked about the last time I was here, I reincarnated and turned him into a devil, Oni-sama. Rias said and took out a stack of document from her bag. He was killed by one of fallen angels in the area, so I had to save him. It took me all 8 of my pawns to bring him back. Those are his files and everything we have found out about him. Now that is interesting. 8 pieces for just an ordinary boy. A Longinus tier sacred gear perhaps? Riria wondered as she walked to her desk, handing Grayfia the document so she could remind her to read it later. She still had some paperwork to do before she could help her sister with her business. Is there anything else I can help you with? Oh yeah, I almost forgot, Oni-sama. Rias began, her mind went back to a certain blonde-haired ramen chief that had become a friend of her recently. Do you know anyone by the name of Naruto Uzumaki? She knew it was stupid to ask the question since it was unlikely that her sister would know anyone by that name. But to her surprise, both Riria and, surprisingly enough, Grayfia reacted rather violently to the name. As Grayfia dropped the document about Issei she had wanted to place down on her king's desk, Riria's eyes widened, and her face paled a little before she stumbled to sit down on her chair. Oni-sama, Oni-sama, Rias called, but Riria didn't look like she was listening. Then slowly, the older redhead turned her head, and asked her in a very low tone. It's not possible. Why, you're kidding me, right, Rias-chan? Please tell me that you just heard that name from somewhere. I met him, Oni-sama, near my school. He said he just moved into town a few days ago. Rias answered honestly with her voice wavering a bit, not expecting her sister to react like this. Riria's eyes widened and gulped nervously, before she asked, "En Naruto Uzumaki, did he have blonde hair and whiskered cheeks?" She asked with a hopeful tone, her eyes becoming glassy. Yes, Oni-sama. Rias nodded her head and Riria's eyes widened once again. Rias could see some hope slowly appearing in her sister's eyes. Rias, did he mention anything about me? In a blink of an eye, Riria was standing before her sister, grabbing Rias by her shoulders while nearly crying out, "Please tell me." No, Oni-sama, he didn't, and I don't think there's anything special about him. He's a normal human. Rias said nervously, making her sister's eyes widen, and then she slumped down to the floor. I knew it. Riria muttered quietly to herself and wiped the tears out of her eyes. He really is gone. She muttered sadly, while Grayfia just looked down, her hands gripping the front of her maid outfit tightly. Oni-sama, Rias began softly as she kneeled down beside her sister. Don't worry Rias-tan, I'm fine. Riria wiped the tears away and shakily stood up, letting out a soft smile and kissed the top of her little sister's head. Now if you excuse me, I got a job to do or else Grayfia-chan will get angry at me. Seeing no room for rebuttal, Rias stood up, bowing her head down to her sister and then left the room. But before she fully closed the door, she saw Grayfia looking up and walking toward the crimson-haired Mao, and decided to stay for a bit longer, not caring if she was discovered or not. Riria-sama, please listen to me, maybe that's really him. Rias heard Grayfia say with a hopeful tone, a kind of tone that Rias had only heard from the silver-haired maid on rare occasions. No, I'm sure that it's just another descendant of Naruto. The chance is low, but we have met one that looked like him before, remember? That person is long gone now and we can't do anything about it, she heard her sister whispering to her maid. But, I saw he died with my own eyes, but he's immortal, Riria-sama, he might have come back. And he said he would, it was just a stupid promise. Plus, the weapon that he used, it was designed to kill a mortal being, keep them from coming back. But Naruto-sama, slap. Ria's eyes widened in shock and raised a hand to cover her mouth when she heard the sound of a slap, falling by what seemed to be Grayfia falling onto down. She couldn't believe that her sister just struck her best friend. The two of them was so close. Rias would never have thought her sister was capable of doing something like that. Shut up, she heard her sister say in a cold and deadly tone, don't you dare say his name again Grayfia. Where were you when he decided to sacrifice his own life for Milika's? Where were you when he fought to protect the underworld? Where were you He's dead. Naruto Uzumaki is dead and, then she heard her sister break down crying. Rias saw Grayfia walking over on her knees and embracing her master comfortingly. Rias couldn't stand outside of the door, listening to her sister sobbing and crying. End flashback. After that, she had tried every way she knew to dig into the matter. Even going as far as asking her parents about Naruto Uzumaki. To say she had gotten the same reaction from her parents was an understatement, and Rias had been met with the same answer when she asked who he was. Like Grayfia, the two of them did not try to deny the possibilities of him being alive. It was quite clear now that her family knew about Naruto and he must be close to them. Next, she had tried to look into the history books of devils, anything she could get her hands on to find out who exactly was Naruto Uzumaki, but in the end, her effort was fruitless. Rias shook her head rapidly to clear all the thoughts out in her mind because she was coming closer and closer to Naruto. She had realized looking right through her was something Naruto was very good at. He could always tell if something was troubling her, and right now, she had a feeling her new friend would realize immediately she was the one who had asked Issei to crash into Naruto to test him. Ohio. Naruto-kun, Rias called out to the blonde who was trying to help Issei back to his feet. Looking at his bruised head, she couldn't help but feel bad that she had asked Issei to do something like that. Issei, are you hurt? I'm okay, bucko. Don't worry about me, the pervert openly declared. Ohio Rias-chan. Naruto grinned brightly at her before he casted his eyes to Issei. You know this kid? Yeah, he is a member of my club. Rias nodded her head before turning her attention to Issei. You sure you are okay, eyes? Why don't you head back to school and visit the nurse office? Why yeah, I think I will need to do that. Issei nodded his head before grabbing his bike. Without a pause, he climbed on it and paddled away, leaving Naruto behind with Rias. Want me to walk you home, milady? Naruto asked gentlemanly, a charming smile on his face as he turned his attention over to Rias, who giggled softly at his act before nodding. Allow me to show you the way. And with that, the duo began to walk to Rias' apartment. So, Rias-chan, how was your day? Naruto asked the crimson-haired girl. Oh, you know, just the normal thing. My sister tried to annoy me again. Riria Oni-sama sent me a massive pillow that looked exactly like her because she wants me to remember her when I go to sleep. Like, seriously? Rias asked with an annoyed tone, making Naruto laugh. Not even a day later her sister had returned to her normal self, but it was hard for Rias to tell if she was truly feeling okay. Wow, she must love you a whole lot to do something like that. Naruto asked with an amused tone. In a way, maybe. Rias huffed. She wasn't a little girl anymore, and yet her sister still insisted on treating her like one. It was annoying to say the least. What about you, Naruto-kun? How was your day? Rias turned her head to the blonde and asked him curiously. Nothing interesting really. Naruto shook his head and a huge grin appeared on his face as he continued, but guess what? I'm going to join Kuo Academy next week, cool huh? It was something that he had decided to do, since Kuo had so many beautiful young women and he literally had nothing else to do, besides selling ramen whenever he was free. Really, Naruto-kun? Rias smiled brightly as Naruto nodded his head. I hope you will get sorted into the same class as I am. You're the same age as me, right? Oh. I can't wait to introduce you to my friends. Naruto chuckled seeing Rias's happy face. She looked so beautiful like this. If only she knew that he would not share a class with her as a fellow student. After that, it did not take it long for Naruto and Rias to arrive at the latter's apartment, where he then waited for her to go in before heading to the nearest restaurant for foods, feeling a bit hungry. Once he was there, his eyes then widened in surprise when he saw a familiar blonde-haired girl standing in front of the restaurant's door, looking rather nervous and indecisive over whether she should enter or not. Oi, Asia-chan. Naruto called out to the girl in Italian while waving his arm widely to the girl. Uzumaki-san. Asia said in surprise when Naruto, who was pleased to hear that her Japanese had improved and realized someone at the church must have taught her, walked over and stopped right in front of her with his hands in his jacket's pockets before her face softened into a beautiful and innocent smile. It's good to see you again, Uzumaki-san. She bowed her head down to him. Me too, Asia-chan, and no need to bow, Naruto said cheerfully to the girl and turned his eyes slightly to the restaurant. You want to come in? No Uzumaki-san, Asia said with a small blush on her face. You don't have any Japanese money, do you? Naruto scratched his chin while looking at Asia's face, lowering his head down to her eyes level, making her blush deepen. Don't worry, let's go in, I will treat you for dinner. He patted her head softly before taking her hand, pulling her with him into the restaurant, not leaving any room for her to decline his offer. Naruto sat down with Asia at a table nearby the window and ordered an extra big burger for her, who seemed like she would need a lot of nutrition to survive and grow up. Not that he minded his friend having a cute, petite body like this. Asia took the burger nervously into her hands and looked at Naruto in wonder. Just eat it however you want. The whole thing is edible. The blonde nodded his head and smiled to her, making Asia blush again. She brought the burger closer to her mouth and she took a small bite. So good, she moaned and began to chew gently, it is so delicious. Naruto chuckled at the girl's words as she took another bite. You sound like you haven't eaten a burger before, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow as she stopped eating and looked at him. Well, at my old church we only eat bread and soups, Asia answered while smiling softly. I sometimes eat pasta and vegetables too. For real? What are they thinking anyway? Naruto announced dramatically, making Asia laugh before he took his own food, which was pizza, and started to eat too. They didn't talk much after that, as Naruto wanted Asia to enjoy the burger to her heart content, noticing that she had been looking at him the whole time with curiosity in her eyes. She didn't understand why he was so kind to her like that, but the short amount of time they had spent together allowed Asia to tell that he was a good person and had a good heart. In fact, Naruto was the only one who had showed kindness to her since the day that happened. Finished with his pizza, Naruto looked at Asia and saw that she had just finished with the burger too. As he ordered drinks for both of them, Naruto noticed the little nun was looking at the giant roller coaster in the distance. Smiling at the girl, he silently brought his hand in front of her face and snapped his fingers, knocking her out of her trance. Yes? Uzumaki-san. Asia turned her head to him but was met with a poke to her forehead. Owie. What's that for? She asked while holding her forehead. First, young miss, enough with that, Uzumaki-san. Nonsense, because it's making me sound like an old man. Please call me something different. Naruto mentally congratulated himself because how ironic his statement was. Second, do you want to go to that amusement park? No Uzu, ouchie. Asia winced when Naruto poked her forehead again and glared playfully at her. Naruto-ni-sama. I bet she was caught off guard when Naruto caught her wrist and pulled her up to her feet. Let's go, Asia-chan. I guess you never went to one of those before, right? Naruto asked with a grin, and to say the least, he felt kind of happy that a cute-looking girl like her called him ni-sama. He had always wanted to have a younger sibling as cute as she was for so long. Wait, Naruto ni-sama. Asia called out, but Naruto had already led out of the restaurant, leaving behind a good amount of money to the waitress to cover up their meal and heading to the amusement park while making sure that he didn't run too fast so Asia could follow. They arrived at their destination shortly, and Naruto wasted no time to buy 2 tickets for the two of them to enter the park, heading straight to the roller coaster where Asia had taken a trip of her life, screaming so loud that her throat was a bit sore after that. Nonetheless, it was the best experience she had ever had. From there, the two went from stand to stand, with Naruto beating everything quite easily. The young nun had never had so much fun before in her life, even though she spent the first few minutes standing outside cheering for him before the older blonde decided to let her play as well. While she had found happiness in using her power to cure others, it was nothing in comparison to her time with Naruto right now. What is it, Naruto ni-sama? Asia, holding a big stick of cotton candy in her hand, asked the blonde next to her when she saw him looking around. I need to go to the toilet, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head, laughing awkwardly while Asia just looked at him. I'll be back as soon as I can. After that, Naruto quickly drifted off to relieve himself. Asia relaxed into the bench near her and began to eat the cotton candy Naruto had bought her while patiently waiting for Naruto to return. A sad expression slowly made its way to her face as she remembered what had happened to her a few weeks ago, but looking at the candy she could not help but feel a little warmer inside of her chest. She used to have everyone's love because she was the holy maiden, whose power could heal any wound, and because she always had a strong but innocent heart. But this was the first time someone had given her kindness without asking anything in return, even though they had just met a few times and barely knew each other. Asia wondered how Naruto would react when he found out about her. Would he still feel the same? Would he still buy her this cotton candy if he had known? Before she could go further into her thought, Asia realized she was looking at the clearest and most beautiful blue eyes she had ever seen in her life. Hello, Asia-chan. Are you in there? Asia's cheeks suddenly turned a deep shade of red as she realized Naruto had returned and was looking at her with their faces a mere inch from each other. Naruto ni-sama. Asia spluttered, trying to lean further back but found herself couldn't because her back had already pressed against the back of the bench. You have been spacing out for a whole minute, Asia-cha. Sorry for making you wait. Naruto chuckled while scratching the back of his head as he stood up. Anyways, let's get going, Asia-chan. There are still a lot of fun things left to do. Without waiting for Asia to answer, he quickly grabbed her wrist again and pulled her to the nearest game station as Asia smiled softly at Naruto. Though, she couldn't help but feel something a bit different from Naruto. Break off. We sure played a lot today, Naruto said with a huge smile on his face as he sat down on a bench outside of the amusement park with Asia, who couldn't stop smiling as she played with a stuffed teddy bear Naruto had won for her in a shooting competition. Truth to be told, he would rather spend all his time of a day having fun like this. He had also had a lot of fun seeing Asia's reaction when they went into the game centers and other shops. The little nun had never experienced those things in her life, while Naruto himself was very happy that he could give her such a pleasant experience. Why yes, we did, Asia nodded her head, getting a laugh from Naruto. They had spent all day playing, eating, and playing again. Of course, Naruto didn't have any problem with paying all the bills. Asia, after the third set of games, had started to understand that she couldn't argue with Naruto once he had made up his mind and decided to just go along with what he had in mind. It's already evening and both of them had decided to take a short break before Naruto would escort her back to the church. Last thing that he wanted to do was to let Asia head back to the church alone in the middle of the night. I hope you had a good time, Asia-chan, Naruto said softly to her. Yes, Naruto ni-sama, I had a great time thanks to you. She smiled beautifully at him before letting out a small sigh. Naruto turned his head to look at her with curiosity. With the amount of time he had spent with Asia, it was really strange to see a sad expression on her face. Then, to Naruto's shock, a single teardrop fell from her eyes, and slowly, more tears started flowing from her eyes. She then put her hands to cover her face and started to cry. Whoa, Asia-chan. What's wrong? Naruto began to panic, his hands flying around him as he tried to comfort her. Asia turned her teary eyes at him. No, and Naruto ni-sama, it's just, I was so happy. That was the first time ever in my life that I was able to experience so much happiness. But and with that, she began to tell him a story about her, the story of a girl who was once called the Holy Maiden. In a certain region in Europe, there was a girl who was discarded by her parents. She was raised in a church nearby by a nun along with other orphans. The girl, who was a strong believer in the church, received a special power at the age of 8. She healed a wounded puppy, and a person from the Catholic Church witnessed it by chance. From there on, her life changed. The girl was taken to the main Catholic Church, and she was symbolized by many as the Holy Maiden because of her healing power. She used her power to heal many believers, and they were told it was a power of divine protection. Rumors brought rumors, and she was respected as a Holy Maiden. Even without her approval, she had no dissatisfaction with how she was treated. People from the church were kind, and she didn't hate healing people. She instead was happy that her power was of use. The girl was thankful for her power, which was bestowed to her by God. But she was a bit lonely. She didn't have any friends she could open up to. Everyone treated her nicely and was nice to her, but there was no one willing to become her friend. She understood why. She knew that they were looking at her power as something irregular. They didn't look at her as a human but as a creature that could heal humans. But one day, it changed. By coincidence, there was a devil nearby and she healed it. Devil? Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. He didn't understand it. Asia just said to him that she had healed a devil, and if she healed one devil, then there could more out there. There might be a whole world of supernatural beings that he didn't know about. And that was the part that made him wary. There were only 2 things he didn't know about, and it was clear that he had found out something to add to that list. Naruto then cleared his mind and continued to listen to her story. A wounded devil, the girl couldn't ignore it. She thought that even if it was a devil, she had to heal him. It was her kindness that made her take such an action. But that changed her life forever. One of the people from the church saw that incident and notified others of the church. The ministers of the church were shocked about it. A power that can heal devils. Something absurd like that cannot happen. The power of healing can only heal the followers of God. Yes, several people had the power to heal, but the power to heal devils was out of the question. The people of the church thought it was common sense that the power of healing wouldn't work on fallen angels and devils. Apparently, a similar incident had happened in the past. The power to heal fallen angels and devils that was not protected by God but that was feared as the power of a witch. So, the people saw her as a heretic. Damn witch that heals devils. The girl who was respected as a holy maiden was then feared as a witch, and the Catholic Church abandoned her. She didn't have anywhere to go, and the organization of stray exorcists picked her up. In other words, she had to get divine protection from the fallen angels. But the girl never forgot to pray to God. She also never forgot to thank God. Even so, the girl was abandoned. God didn't save her. What shocked her the most was that there was not even a single person in the church that was willing to defend her. There was no one who cared about her now. It's because I didn't pray enough. It's because I'm clumsy and stupid that I can't even eat a burger by myself. Asia said, wiping her tears while laughing. Naruto was trying his best not to snap, but he was barely controlling his anger by now. He wanted nothing more than to find and kill those people, or at least make them regret the day they abandoned Asia, who had done nothing more than doing what she thought was right. This is also a trial that the Lord gave me. Since I'm a clumsy nun, the Lord gave me this trial, so I have to endure it. She was laughing as if she was talking to herself. You don't have to say anything anymore, Naruto said slowly while gently putting a hand on her shoulder. I'm sure I will make lots of friends one day. I have a dream. I want to go buy flowers with a friend, buying books and talk. Her eyes were filled with tears now. Naruto looked at her with a sad smile on his face. She must have been bottling this up the whole time. She has been waiting for God to save her the whole time and has been hiding her feelings all along. If God really existed, and there was a high chance of that, Naruto wanted to have a talk with that old geezer. Asia, listen to me. Naruto looked at Asia and gently wiped her tears from her face, smiling softly at her. Cheer up, because you don't have to be alone in this world. I understand that you now have the protection of these stray exorcists, but trust me, they are not good people. After all, they are kicked from their churches and became stray for good reasons. You can come and live with me, Asia-chan. This was exactly his problem. No matter how many years had passed, no matter how many times he had hurt himself because he allowed himself to grow close to those who would eventually die one day.
Naruto Uzumaki could never stop himself from getting attracted to those that made him feel like he was not alone in this world. You can stay with me from now on at my home.
We can become friend. You don't have to suffer this pain alone, no matter how strong you believe in God. If he won't answer you, then I will, Naruto said with a strong voice with a fist on his chest. Why? Asia asked. Why are you willingly going that far for me? We barely know each other. That doesn't matter. Asia, we spent the whole day together. We talked right, laughed, and have fun together, right? Then it makes you and I friends. No, we are like a family now. You can be my little sister. From now on, if you want, we will talk when we want to, we will play when we wish to. I will also buy a lot of books for you or flowers if that's what you want, and all that I ask from you is one thing, smile. Naruto grinned. But Asia put her hand on her mouth, and once again started to shed tears. But this time, her tears were ones of joy. Ni-sama, I have no common sense. I can teach you, it's not that hard. I can't speak Japanese. I also don't know about its culture. I will teach you that too. Leave it to me. I also don't know what to talk about with a friend. You had talked to me normally for a whole day. That was fine. We were already talking like friends. Naruto smiled, or siblings if you ask me. Will you become my friend? Even better, I will become your family, Asia said. But before he could finish that sentence, Asia suddenly swung her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly, burying her face into his chest, and kept saying the words, thank you, over and over again. Naruto just let out a small smile and wrapped his arms around her as well, trying his best to comfort her. What a heartwarming scene. A gentle and feminine voice snapped both of them out of their moment. Naruto turned his eyes to the source of the voice. His expression didn't change the slightest, but he had to admit he was rather surprised to see that the one in front of them was a girl, a young and very attractive young woman at that. Wearing a short black dress with a small, light purple jacket on top. She looked rather cute. Miss Rainier. Asia turned her eyes to the young black-haired woman and said with a surprised tone. Well, I see that you have found a rather fine-looking man for yourself, Asia-chan. Rainier licked her lips seductively. And hello to you too, Rainier-san. Naruto said, his voice remaining calm. I take it that she is someone from the church, Asia-chan? Asia nodded her head and quickly snuggled closer into his chest like she was trying to hide from the black-haired girl. Naruto shifted his eyes to Asia and then back at Rainier. And I take it that she doesn't like you. That girl, Asia, is our personal belonging. Can I have her back? Asia, don't you know it's futile to run away? Rainier asked sweetly. No, I don't want to go back. You're all a bunch of murderers. Also, you people did things to me, Asia said, finishing the last part with a hushed tone, and Naruto immediately knew that something must have happened in that church to make Asia sound scared like that. Please don't say that, Asia-chan. Your sacred gear is essential for our plan. So please come back with me. I also took the time to look for you. Don't cause me any more trouble than you already had. Rainier said and began to take a few steps forward, but stopped when she saw Naruto stand up from the bench and gently push Asia behind him. Sorry, but Asia-chan doesn't want to come with you, Naruto said smirking. So can I ask you to leave peacefully? Shut it, human. Someone like you doesn't know anything should bow down and lick my feet every time you see me. Rainier snarled with her smirk. Now Naruto could see that her face didn't look that cute, so I think I should give you the honor of seeing my true form. And then, to his surprise, Rainier's appearance shifted. In a flash of light, the cute-looking, high school girl that stood in front of him had grown taller, taking on a more mature appearance, and her eyes changed, taking on a sharper look. Her clothing also changed dramatically, now consisting of black, leather straps going over and under her breasts, a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that run right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black, thigh-high heel boots. A pair of black wings shot out from her back, making Naruto's eyes widen. Behold, human, this is my true form. Rainier shouted dramatically with a deeper voice than before. I see the look of surprise on your face is because of seeing a being more superior than you. No, Naruto let out a sarcastic chuckle while seizing her up in interest. What a girl. Say, are you into bondage? Rainier had the urge to face palm. Clearly, this human does not know anything about the supernatural world, and yet the first thing he asked her was if she was into bondage. Shut up. I find these clothes to be comfortable. Rainier snapped as light began to gather in her open palm and then formed into a spear, while Naruto just continued to rub his chin thoughtfully. It had taken the color of dark pink and was radiating a large amount of power. Now, I hate to say this but, please die. With that said, Rainier threw the spear and aimed it directly at Naruto's heart. His eyes widened in surprise and only had enough time to push Asia, who cried out in shock, out of the way before jumping to avoid the spear. But before he could do anything, another light spear flew at him, impaled Naruto through his chest, and pinned him to the tree behind them. The young nun looked at Naruto in shock when the spear impaled him. Tears slowly fell from her eyes once again as she realized what just happened. Naruto's eyes turned widened in shock. His blood began to boil as he looked towards the ground, hands clenching into fists so tightly that blood started to leak out. The light spear had stabbed him through his chest and into his heart, and it was making his body hurt like hell. Darkness slowly took over his vision as Naruto began to close his eyes. Now please, come here Asia-chan, let's return. Asia didn't move. Her feet refused to buck. Her mind still pursued the fact that her one and only friend had just been killed right in front of her, all because she had become friend with him. Just because of her, Naruto had to die. Tears streaming down her face as she begged God to save her blonde friend, even though she knew it was too late now. Then, her eyes turned wide when she felt a hand pat her head gently. Now, don't cry Asia-chan. A familiar voice rang out softly, making Asia look up, and she gasped in surprise, tears don't suit you, you know. Rainier felt her jaw drop to the ground in shock. Her eyes glanced rapidly from the dead blonde impaled to the tree to the one who had just appeared in a flash of yellow in front of Asia, standing with his hand on Asia's head with a soft smile on his face. She didn't feel anything other than a small burst of strange energy coming from that yellow flash, but it was clear that the man in front of her was the same one as the dead man pinned to the tree. What's happening? Rainier couldn't conceal her shock anymore as she pointed shakily to the perfect replica of the dead man. Are you his twin or something, and how can you appear so suddenly like that? A ninja should never reveal his secret, just like magician. Naruto smirked and seriously, Rainier-chan, did you really think that I'm a normal human? Rainier widened her eyes in shock when she suddenly heard his voice coming from behind her. She didn't have any time to react as Naruto grabbed both of her wings and stomped his foot into her back, roughly pushing her to the ground. The fallen angels cried out in pain as her face hit the ground hard. Surprised, Rainier turned her head slightly to look behind her and found herself speechless when she saw another blonde standing behind her with a wide grin on his face. How? She stuttered. The Naruto that was protecting Asia walked closer to her with said nun following closely behind him, looking as confused as the fallen angel that just a moment ago was ready to take her away. You think I did not notice that someone had been following Asia-chan from the beginning? Naruto asked casually as he lowered himself down in front of her. All I have to do is give Asia an excuse to leave and prepare for your arrival without you getting suspicious. Something like, I need to go to the toilet. Asia and Rainier's eyes both widened in shock as they remembered what Naruto had said when they were in the amusement park. Now, what should I do with you? Naruto asked while looking at the fallen angel. Because you let Asia play the whole day with me, I won't kill you, but it's not like I am not gonna hurt you either. Rainier swallowed heavily as she looked at the grin on his face. Whatever this man was, he's not normal. Naruto let out a chuckle as he kicked the door close with his foot, leaving a screaming, but tied up Rainier sitting on the floor of the closet. To his pleasure, she had been extremely cooperated. When he threatened to torture her, the fallen angel had spilled everything she knew to him. From her, he had learned quite a lot about the supernatural world and specifically the three biblical factions, which confused him because after at least thousands and thousands of years of living, he didn't know shit about any of them. The angels, fallen angels, devils, gods, they all had existed since the beginning of the world, and yet he couldn't remember anything about them. However, his lack of knowledge was not his current main concern. The real issue now was to handle the other fallen angels at the church, and the stray exorcists they had recruited to serve them. As long as they were still around, Asia was still in danger. Furthermore, he was keeping Rainier as a hostage. If they cared enough about their comrade, Naruto was certain that the moment they knew about her capture, they would come to rescue her and take Asia back by force. The blonde stopped to check the other spare room he had in his home and opened the door just a little, peered inside, and saw Asia sleeping peacefully on the bed. He closed the door quietly and walked in without making even a sound. The young nun had already had a very tiring day and Naruto didn't want to wake her up. Because from now on, Asia would be living with him. She would be his little sister. This decision was a very difficult one for Naruto. He knew better than anyone that with his immortality, he would live forever while Asia, while she's still young, would eventually grow old and die one day. She would be just like anyone he had cared about, and he would be the one getting hurt afterward. 100 years is a very long time for a human, but for Naruto, it was short, so short, but he had promised Asia that he would protect her and care for her. No matter how many years had it been since the day he archived immortality, a promise was a promise, and Naruto Uzumaki would never back down from it. With that thought in mind, Naruto walked to his room and opened his wardrobe. After looking for a few seconds, the blonde pulled out a small orange scroll, something that he hadn't touched for a long time. He had something to do tonight and he would make sure he did it properly. Ready everyone? Rias turned back to look at her peerage, who nodded at her confidently and prepared themselves for their mission. Earlier that evening, Issei had returned to the club room with a pale face, saying that he had faced a stray exorcist that killed his client just because he had made a connection with her servant. Rias couldn't ignore these transgressions any longer. She had known about the group of fallen angels and stray exorcists making a base of operations at the abandoned church in her territory, but decided to not attack them or do anything because she believed that any reckless action could easily cause another war to break out between the factions. But after hearing that a stray exorcist had threatened and hurt one of her servants, she had reported it back to her older sister, and after a long conversation with Azazel, the leader of Grigori, and Michael, the representative of heaven, Riria had given her the green light to deal with them any way she wanted to. Once everything was in order, Rias set up the magic circle, and teleported herself and her peerage to the front yard of the abandoned church. However, the moment that they appeared, Rias and Akeno could immediately tell something was wrong. There was the smell of blood lingering in the air. Looking back at her queen with a puzzled look, Rias led her peerage into the building, and what that they found made Issei vomit immediately. There was bodies were laying everywhere, headless and limbless bodies of stray exorcists laying all around the church in the worst conditions Rias or Akeno had ever seen in their lives. Blood and organs were splattered everywhere, on the walls, the floor, and even the ceiling. As Kiba helped Issei recover, Rias and the rest of her peerage began to spread out and look around to see if there was any survivor. But in the end, there was none. Bucko, everyone. Akino's quiet voice drew Rias's attention, and as quickly as she could, the crimson-haired ruined princess walked to her best friend with Kaneko soon joining her. Said white-haired girl's expression didn't change in the slightest, but Rias, who had taken care of her for so long, understood that Kaneko was as shocked as everyone else. Kiba soon appeared with Issei's arm over his shoulders, walking right beside her with her newest servant looking really pale. She couldn't blame the brunette, this scene would haunt him for the rest of his life. Akeno. What's wrong? Rias asked. Look. Akeno pointed to the wall in front of them. And Rias' eyes widened when at what she saw. Whoever did this, they are sending a special message to those on heaven. Hanging from the wall in a cross-like fashion, was the fallen angel that attacked Issei a few days ago. His wings ripped off his back, which was laying on the floor below him. His eyes were still open, but lifeless, and Rias could see the fear and terror he had felt before his life ended. The redhead focused her eyes on the things that were impaling his wrists, keeping him suspended in the air. They were kunai, a shinobi's signature weapons. 3 days had passed since the day he had taken Asia in and adopted her as his little sister, who had been nothing but a beaming light of hope in his dull and boring immortal life. However, it had also been 3 days since the night he slaughtered those stray exorcists that had claimed to be taking care of Asia, while in truth they had caused her nothing but pain and suffering. To say it was a massacre was an understatement. Naruto had shown those who dare stood in his way absolutely no mercy. There had been a total of 21 stray exorcists, but he'd spared no one, because all that Naruto had cared about that night had been about removing them, all those who had hurt Asia emotionally and physically, permanently from her life, making sure that they could never bother her ever again. Except for that gentleman-looking fallen angel, that night at the church he had met 2 other of his kinds with the names of Calawarner and Middled, who were both as bloodthirsty and as sadistic as their male counterpart. Naruto had attempted to kill them like what he had done to Donasek, who even now still pissed him off, but before he could do just that, someone had arrived at the scene and stopped him. It was none other than their leader, the Governor-General of the Grigori, leader of the fallen angels, Azazel, who had to be one of the most annoying men he had ever encountered in his life. Let's just say that he did not have the most pleasant conversation with Azazel about how to handle the fallen angels that were still alive, who had disobeyed his order and done things on their own accords. In the end, he had allowed Azazel to take all 3 of the remaining fallen angels away, and punish them however he wished, with a promise of never letting any of them near Asia ever again, else he would pay a visit to their headquarters. With the way Azazel reacted to his threat, it was quite clear the man knew about him, and it did not bode well for Naruto. "Ni-sama, we have another order." A cheerful voice snapped Naruto out of his thoughts, making him turn to look at Asia. Her radiant smile alone was more than enough to brighten his day. "On it, Asia-chan." Asia nodded her head with a cheerful smile and quickly drifted off to serve any customers that needed her services, having gotten used to working as a waitress only after a day and a half at work. Yesterday when Naruto started his daily business with his ramen stand, Asia had asked him if she could help him with anything so that she could repay him for letting her live with him. Of course Naruto had refused her offer at first, saying that there was no need for her to do anything, but after seeing the legendary puppy dog eyes from her, he had to shut his mouth and let her come with him. How a girl as socially awkward as his sister could do that trick on such a level, he had absolutely no idea. However, it wasn't like he had anything against it. Before, he had about 40 to 50 customers per day, but when Asia started working, the number had skyrocketed, making them one of the most popular food stand in the area. No one could deny that the food was good too, not when they had a 6'2" male breathing down their neck with a knife. But it was Asia who had been the main attraction, which Naruto believed was good for her too because most of the new customers were boys and girls around her age. At first, she had troubles talking to them, but after a few hours of services and encouragements from Naruto, she was able to break out of her nervous self and started to converse with them normally. He just wished that he could hire some more people to help Asia. He was afraid that she might be pushing herself and doing all that works by herself. After all, his ramen stand would soon no longer just a normal food stand. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up when he heard the familiar feminine voice belonged to Rias Gremory as she walked into his ramen stand. This time, however, she didn't come alone, being accompanied by that extremely busty black-haired girl who had brought him quite a fortune with the newest volume of Ichi Icha Paradise, Gentle Maiden. It had been a great hit, one of the best ever actually. Unconsciously, Naruto pushed the copy of the book deeper into his pocket, which he liked to carry around to remind himself what a successful businessman, author he was. He doubted any high school girl would feel pleased if she found out that she was the inspiration of the female protagonist of an erotic novel, unless of course, she was exactly what he had imagined her to be. "Hello there Rias-chan, and, Akeno Hamejima, it's a pleasure finally meeting you in person, Uzumaki-san." Akeno said with her head bowed slightly. "No need to be so formal. Just call me Naruto, Ake-chan." Naruto let out a soft chuckle as he held out his hand, offering it to Akeno, who took it and shook hand with him. Naruto, who had become aware of the differences in supernatural beings' signature presences after meeting some of them, could immediately tell that Akeno, the buxom young maiden before him, was both a devil and a fallen angel. "What's so funny?" Rias asked, looking at Naruto's smile. "Nothing Rias-chan, nothing at all." Both girls raised an eyebrow as Naruto laughed softly. "I just find that you have a very interesting friend here Rias-chan, even more so than you are actually." He smirked mysteriously. Rias and Akeno gave each other a glance before turning back to Naruto, who went back to prepare the foods for the other customers. What could he possibly mean by that? There was no way he found out the truth about them, right? Anyway, welcome to Uzumaki's ramen stand. Naruto spread his arms wide while grinning brightly. "What are your orders?" "I will take the usual," Rias said before she sat down at her usual table, right in front of Naruto. "I'll have the same thing as Rias." Akeno smiled and sat down with her best friend, leaving Naruto to finish other orders before moving on to them. So, what do you think? Rias asked her queen as both of them conversed quietly with each other, completely ignoring the lustful stares from the male population all around them. He is very odd, like you said. Akeno whispered back, he's human, but at the same time he's not. Just as Kaneko-chan said, when you paid attention, you could feel a strange presence coming from him. Rias nodded her head in understanding. Akeno was actually better at this stuff than her. Excuse me. Before the conversation about their new friend could continue, a cheerful voice broke them out of it, and Rias and Akeno turned their heads to see a cute blonde smiling at them. What she was wearing, however, caused them to almost jump out of their seats. What's wrong? Asia asked, suddenly feeling a bit nervous at their reactions. Did she do or say anything wrong to them? Rias and Akeno, on the other hand, immediately knew that this girl was from the church because of the outfit she was wearing, with a silver cross necklace around her neck, the aura of a holy being she was giving off. Asia gulped when she realized everyone was looking at them. Can I have your order, please? She asked again, nervously bowing her head. Huh? Rias spluttered out. Don't worry, Asia-chan, give these to them. Appearing at his little sister's side, Naruto said cheerfully and handed Asia 2 bowls of miso ramen. He had saw all that happened and decided to step in to rescue both parties from the awkward situation they had put themselves in. Rias and Akeno was devil, half devil for the latter's case, so they would be on alert if someone from the holy background like Asia appeared before them, former or not. Okay, Ni-sama. Asia nodded her head and carefully put the ramen down to the table. Please enjoy your ramen. She bowed her head down and quickly walked off to do another job. Sorry about that, Naruto-kun. Rias said sheepishly and sat back down to the table with Akeno, who bowed her head down in apology. But who is that? That's my little sister, she's adopted. Naruto quickly added before waving his hand with a grin, and don't worry about it, and yeah. Please enjoy your meal. Naruto finished before walking back to his station, noticing how Rias and Akeno were eating their ramen while eyeing Asia warily. He didn't think if these two girls would hurt Asia unless they were given a reason to, but Naruto would remember to keep an eye out for them nonetheless. The next morning, Ni-sama, Asia said nervously while playing with the hem of her school uniform's skirt, do you think me going to this school is a good idea? Both blondes were walking on the street leading to Kuo Academy, with Naruto wearing his casual outfit while Asia had donned herself in Kuo Academy's uniform for girl. Naruto had decided to let Asia attend Kuo Academy, the best high school in the area, with him to study and make more friends. The former nun had been really nervous since he made that suggestion and finished the paperwork needed for both of them, but the immortal shinobi didn't feel quite right to leave her at home as he went to Kuo Academy, and believed that it was the best way for her to make friends, become more social, and get used to Japan's culture. Don't worry, Asia-chan, he gave her a thumb up, you have me here to watch out for you. Asia nodded her head, feeling somewhat better. She had never gone to school before, having been tutored her whole life by fellow nuns and priests, but to say she didn't look forward to Kuo wouldn't be correct either. She really wished this school was exciting as her big brother had claimed it to be. He had said this was the best place for her if she wished to make more friends, and while Naruto had claimed that she would not have any problem doing so, but she really didn't know how to do that at all. After parting with Asia, who had been placed into the second year, Naruto took his schedule and went to his class with a female teacher who had been assigned to show him the way. While she blushed furiously at the blonde walking behind her, Naruto spent the rest of his time admiring the school's facilities, which were truly impressive, practically state-of-the-art based on what he had seen so far. This is your class, Naruto-san, the teacher said as she opened the door for him. Please come with me. With that, he walked in with her, immediately heard a number of gasping sound from the girls, making him smirk slightly. Yes, always these reactions. How many years had it been since the last time he had played this role of life, again? Class, this is Naruto Uzumaki-san and he will be, but before she could finish that, the whole class broke out in chaos, as the students threw questions after questions at him excitedly. Where are you from? What's your favorite food and color? Do you have a girlfriend? Will you sit next to me? Naruto let out a soft chuckle at that, and scanned his eyes around the room for a second before he found the ones he had been looking for. Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima, who were both looking at him with smiles on their face. They were not surprised because Naruto had told Rias of his arrival beforehand, while Akano probably had heard about it from her friend. Nonetheless, the crimson-haired devil seemed quite happy seeing him in her class. "You there, the one who wants me to sit next to you?" Naruto raised a hand and ended the barrage of questions, looking at the girl who had said that. "What is your name?" "Kazuha Takiwa, Naruto-kun." "So Kazuha-chan, my seat is here, so would you like to move your seat next to mine?" Naruto asked, and gestured his hand to the teacher table, making everyone gasp in shock. Even Rias and Akano couldn't help but look at him in surprise. His casual outfit made it look like one of those transfer students who couldn't purchase an academy uniform in time, so no one paid attention to it. "Class, from this day on, Naruto Uzumaki-sensei will be your homeroom teacher," the teacher introduced, causing the whole class to cry out in shock while Naruto was smiling and waving his hand at them. "He will be teaching math and history, and because Takeda-sensei has too many classes this term, Uzumaki-sensei will be taking care of your PE class as well. Isn't that great? We will be spending a lot of time together." Naruto chirped while clapping his hand. "Now pick up your jaws, and start paying attention to what I said. We may be the same age, but that doesn't mean I will go easy on any of you," the blonde said, before he picked up a chalk and started writing his name down on the board. His first class started shortly after that. "Break now if you'll excuse me," Naruto said as he began to back out of the classroom once classes had ended and lunchtime had come. "I need to go check on my little sister, she's in the second year." He waved at them and walked out of the classroom, causing the students of his class to whisper to each other in excitement at the thought of their handsome, new teacher having a little sister. Naruto could see that news spread fast after that, as the students of other classes addressed him as teacher as well. The last time he had attended an academy as a teacher, he had used a disguise to look older, but because now he had Asia with him, it would make no sense to her if he used transform to turn into a version of his father or someone like that. It did not take it long for Naruto to arrive at Asia's classroom, not feeling surprised that his innocent little sister was in the same situation as he had been earlier that morning. Asia looked extremely nervous because of all the attention she currently getting from everyone. But as always, the former nun was giving them her best smile, which could brighten up anyone's day. Noticing Naruto, Asia raised her hand and waved at him while smiling brightly. Naruto let out a small smile and then did the same, making the students around her gasp and coo in excitement before they proceeded to ask Asia about her relationship with him. When the blonde was about to head in to save his sister and take her out for lunch, his cell phone gone off. Curious, Naruto picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number, but felt the need to answer it nonetheless. "Naruto Uzumaki here," Naruto said into the phone and then heard a familiar feminine laugh. Surprise, Naruto-sama. Naruto looked at his phone for a second before pressing it back against his ear. One could almost imagine a smile she had on her face from the tone of her voice. Grayfia. His voice softened as he remembered the beautiful woman he met at that bar in Las Vegas. "How did you get this number? And what's with the sama shit?" Naruto asked her with one hand in his pocket. When he first met Grayfia, no matter how beautiful and special she had been, the blonde had thought she would be just another woman in his life. All that they had would be a little fun time together for pleasure, and then the next morning, they would be on their merry way. It had always been this since the day he understood the curses of immortality, so if anything he was a bit displeased that somehow Grayfia had been able to get her hands on his number. "My. Why the cold tone, Naruto-sama? Have you forgotten how you made me submit so easily that night?" She let out a soft giggle, making Naruto smile a bit in return. "I'm not the one who asked for it. So, what do you want, Grayfia? You think I wouldn't recognize myself in the newest volume of the porn novel Icha Icha Paradise series?" His eyes widened in surprise. "You've done an awfully good job at describing me, you know, Namikaze Minato." His eyes widened once again when he heard his father's name, which he was using to disguise himself as the current author of the series. "Actually, I don't know what you're talking about," he replied in a calm tone, knowing the most effective ways to handle the situation. He had been blackmailed by those who almost figured out his real identity in the past. Human with knowledge and intelligence far exceeded that of normal people, so he wouldn't feel surprised if Grayfia turned out another one of them, even though he doubted she was someone like that. "Sorry to bust the bubble, but I am not the one you were looking for, and if that's all that you call me for, then goodbye. I don't have time to talk. Have a nice day. Wait, Naruto-sama." Naruto knew she would say that. I am actually hoping to have a talk with you. I guess this is important then. Naruto thought before saying, so, where do you want to meet? That night when he hurried into the bar, Naruto immediately spotted the silver-haired woman, Grayfia Lucifuge, who looked as stunning as he had remembered her to be. Grayfia was drawing a lot of attention from everyone around her, mostly the opposite sex. She was beautiful and attractive, with her voluptuous body being emphasized by the sleeveless evening dress she was wearing, which had a rather low-cut neckline, showing off a generous amount of her generous bosom, and was split on the left side of her, showing off the smooth, creamy white skin of her killer leg and a portion of her thigh that peeked sensually from beneath her dress. Damn. Naruto thought to himself as he made his way to her table. Though he had to wonder why she wore such an expensive and impressive-looking dress like that for a situation like this.
This could barely be called a date, and Grayfia also had no reason to impress him, unless of course, she wished to complicate their relationship.
Grayfia looked up from the menu in her hands and let a warm smile form on her face as she saw the young man she was waiting for walking toward her. Good evening, Grayfia, I hope I didn't make you wait too long. Naruto said as he pulled as a waiter arrived and pulled the chair back for him, allowing Naruto to sit down and face the silver-haired woman, who had made him forget how to breathe for the first time in a very, very long time. Oh no, of course not. I just arrived too, Naruto-sama, Grayfia said as she put the menu down and gestured to the bartender to come over. The two then placed their orders. Naruto kept his cool the entire time, while in truth he didn't feel like coming at all. Leaving Asia at home alone was one of the worst moves that he had made in a century. Sure, he had created multiple clones and assigned them at various vantage points around the house to protect her, but it did not make him feel any less anxious or worry. So, what do you want to talk about? Naruto closed the menu and finally gave his order to the bartender, who left with two others arrived to fill their glasses with wine for them. I hope it doesn't have to do with me being the current author of Icha Icha Paradise. Naruto said, not liking his own tone when he said the word, current. I have only realized that only recently, Naruto-sama. You are the only one I know that can read people that well with just one meeting, sex or not. Grayfia answered with a small smile. Plus, the name on the book, Namikaze Minato, it's your father's name. This is the first time that you use his name. I do think this is the part where you can start telling me who exactly are you. Naruto said with a calm and collected tone, and Grayfia didn't act like she was surprised by it either. She's just like Azazel then. Someone who knew a whole lot about him but he knew nothing about them. Just recently I have had a rather unpleasant encounter with fallen angels and a group of exiled exorcists who reminded me of one of those guys from Star Wars. Naruto made a light joke, but there was nothing funny in his tone. Although, judging from the look on her face, Naruto could tell that Grayfia had already known what happened. Choose your words carefully, because I will hate to hurt that pretty face in any way that's not sexual. He finished like it was the most casual thing to say, making Grayfia blush a bit. The services then returned with their orders, giving Grayfia some seconds to think about what she would say to him. I'm a devil, Naruto-sama, a pure-blooded devil. Grayfia introduced herself with a hand on her chest. I am the personal maid of Mistress Lucifer, one of the 4 leaders of the devil faction. Go on. Naruto nodded as he ate his meal, feeling familiarity towards the name Lucifer, but said feeling disappeared as soon as it surfaced in his mind. My mistress's full name is Rias Lucifer. As soon as Naruto heard, Rias, a skull-splitting pain strikes, causing Naruto to wince in discomfort and massage his forehead. Naruto-sama, are you okay? Grayfia asked in concern, but the blonde just raised a hand and shook his head. He didn't know why, but he had the feeling that he had forgotten something very important. Rias Lucifer, that name made him feel warm, but he couldn't remember anything about her. Sorry, it was just a little headache. Please continue, Grayfia. Naruto said with a smile after he had regained his composure and looked back at Grayfia. Yes, as I said, Naruto, Rias-sama is my mistress and one of the 4 leaders of the devil faction, with the title of Lucifer. She's formerly known as Rias Gremory. This information made Naruto's eyes widen a little. Rias Gremory is her sister, isn't she? Naruto guessed. Rias could be the daughter or someone related to Rias, but for an unknown reason, he had chosen sister as the possible relationship between them. Yes, Naruto, Rias-sama is Rias-sama's younger sister. She is the current heir to one of the most powerful devil households of the devil faction, the Gremory household. Naruto nodded his head at this. He should have known better. The way Rias acted and carried herself around slightly reminded him of the rich girls and princesses he had met in the past, though he'll admit that she was a little tomboyish and more easygoing than most of them, which was a good thing. What about her friends? You mean Akano and Kaneko? They are her servants, reincarnated devils who served her as part of her peerage. Their relationships are similar to Mai and Riria-sama's. I see. That explains why I can feel something else from both of them. Naruto said as he took a small sip from his drink. What about the fallen angels, or the angels? I take that you guys don't have the best of relationship with them. Yes, Naruto-sama. Due to a state of extreme exhaustion after the Great War and with all three factions losing their main forces, neither of the three sides wanted to continue battling, so while there was no peace between us, outright battles did not occur either. Grayfia answered, and Naruto could see honesty in each and every one of her answers. She had no intention of lying to him. In fact, Naruto didn't know if she even thought of doing that. The two then spent the next half an hour talking about the supernatural world, with Naruto becoming more and more interesting in the subject. However, what bothered him the most was that while Grayfia had made it clear, she had not outright implied it, but Naruto could tell from just reading her facial expressions, that he had involved himself with the three factions and other mythical factions on certain levels. He didn't remember anything about them. Could it be that his 100 years worth of memories lost had somehow made him forget all about them too? How was that even possible? So are we close? Naruto couldn't help but ask, looking at Grayfia who had just finished telling him the current state of the devil faction. So far, this woman had done nothing but telling him the truth. It's hard to believe that she would put that much trust in him with just a night together. In fact, even the way she addressed him showed that not just trust, but she also highly respected him as well. Yes, Naruto-sama. You were actually very close to the Gremory household and, no Grayfia, he pointed at her and then at himself, I mean you and I. Are we close? Grayfia paused for a second, obviously not expecting Naruto to ask her that question right off the bat like that. In truth, Naruto himself had wanted to save it for later, but the more he knew about the supernatural world, the more he wanted to know if he had any serious relationship with one of them. But before she could finish, not that Naruto believed she could anytime soon, a ringtone was heard, and Grayfia reached her hand into her handbag on the table and took out her phone. She did not answer it, but when she looked at the name on the screen and Naruto saw the expression on her face, he instantly knew that she had to leave. So I take that you need to leave now. Yes, Naruto-sama. You don't have to explain yourself to me, Grayfia. You can do whatever you want. We can leave this conversation for later. And about my question, you don't have to answer if you don't want to or have difficulty. I understand. Naruto said softly as he put his much larger hand on top of hers. He then pulled out a small card from his shirt pocket, and gave it to the silver-haired devil before continuing, use this number to contact me later if you want to, Grayfia. Once you are more comfortable, we will meet again, and you can tell me everything else. With that said, Naruto stood up and walked to the reception table to pay for their orders, winking at Grayfia before he left. The woman just sat there, smiling softly while clutching the card close to her chest. Thank you. Please come again next time. Asia lowered her head down and said gratefully with a warm smile. The group of Kuo High School boys waved goodbye to her with blushes on their faces as they left the ramen stand. We should head home soon, Asia. Naruto looked at the clock. Rias-chan is coming at 7 o'clock to help you study, so we should be there when she comes. Yes, Oni-chan. Naruto smiled. He knew from her homeroom teacher that the girl was a hard-working student, but she had a lot of trouble with kanji and Japanese, so when he asked, Rias had offered her help. Naruto could help too, but there were things that a fellow female student could do better than he ever could. Walking back to their home, it did not take it long for Naruto to catch sight of the familiar and unique color of Rias' hair, which he had done a lot lately to identify her from the rest, as she stood beside the wall outside of his house, and looking as stunning as ever. Of course she is, Naruto thought to himself, she is a devil after all. You're pretty early, Rias-chan. Naruto smiled as he walked closer to Rias with Asia, making the older girl turn her head to him and smiled when she saw her homeroom teacher, ramen chef, and his adopted sister, who went to the same class as her servant, Issei Hyodo. Good evening, Rias-senpai. Asia bowed her head down to the older girl in front of her. Good evening to you too, Asia-chan, Naruto-sensei. Asia beamed at them. Come on in, Rias-chan, and make yourself at home. Naruto grinned at the heiress of the Gremory household, who smiled and nodded her head. I will, sensei. Rias smiled and entered the house with Asia following close behind. Rias's tutoring started as soon as Asia finished her bath. While both girls was studying, Naruto spent his time grading the math tests he had given his class earlier that day, but even as his hands worked on autopilot, his mind wandered back to his conversation with Grayfia, comparing what he had learnt from her to the old days, the days when there were still an elemental nations, Konoha, and Ninja. Those were the days that he did not have to worry about anything other than fulfilling the duty of a Hokage and a shinobi of the Leaf Village. What he missed the most, however, was his first wife, Hinata Hyuga, the one who had loved him and secretly supported him since she was young unconditionally. He always wondered, even after a few thousand years, why he was so oblivious to her feelings back then. He missed her dearly. Her gentle smile, the way she blushed whenever he was near her, the passionate love she had for him, her beautiful face with blue-green eyes. Wait, Hinata's eyes was pale purple. A woman wearing a pure white sundress suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind and caused him to pause his hand on Rias' test paper. She was standing with her back to him, their hands intertwining while her extremely long and beautiful crimson hair were flowing down her back like a waterfall of silk. Naruto's heart skipped a beat when she turned around to face him and started dancing while singing a soft tune. Her long front bangs were shadowing the upper portion of her face, making it hard for him to tell what she looked like, but he could still see the beautiful smile on her soft pink lips, which slowly began to mouth words. He strained his ears to hear them. Naruto-sensei, Naruto-sensei. Naruto blinked when he heard that, and looked up to see Rias standing before him with her hand waving in front of his face. Ah yes, Rias-chan? Naruto asked, though his voice sounded very surprised. I have been trying to call you, sensei, she told him with a worried smile. Are you okay? She asked with concern. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. He smiled and looked down to finish scoring Rias' test, giving her a perfect A+, A+. Good work, Rias-chan. The crimson-haired girl smiled at him, before Naruto continued, hoping to change the subject. How's Asia? She did great. Rias said with a small smile. I think at the end of the week she will be able to read Japanese a little bit easier, though speaking fluently may take a little longer. Before Naruto could open his mouth, Rias had quickly continued. Asia is sleeping now, she was a bit tired so I took her to bed after we finished. Thank you, Rias-chan. He grinned at her and stood up. Say, you hungry? I will go cook some ramen. Ramen? Just what do you normally eat, sensei? Rias stood up and glared playfully at him. Ramen? The blonde answered with a forced chuckle. He actually didn't eat that much ramen anymore. It depended on his mood, so he always had enough ingredients for some ramen in the house. Show me the kitchen, sensei, she demanded while rolling her sleeves up. I will make you dinner. Before Naruto could protest, claiming it was inappropriate for a female student to do something like that for her teacher, like he cared, Rias had left the living room to find the kitchen. Scratching the back of his head, the slowly followed the crimson-haired devil, though his mind was wandering back to the girl in his dream. The girl who resembled Rias Gremory so much, but the feeling wasn't quite the same. The girl felt more mature. Could it be that it was her sister, Riria Lucifer? And what was his relationship with her? That was no dream, Naruto could tell, but memories of his lost time. Naruto sat down at the dining table and watched Rias skillfully dance around the kitchen counter. It was quite fortunate that he had bought some ingredients the previous day whenever Asia wanted to have something different. Loved ramen as much as he did, Naruto was well aware how unhealthy the food was, especially to young, growing girl like Asia. While cooking, Rias began to hum a soft tune, causing Naruto to look at her in surprise. That was the same tune that he heard in his dream, that same song that girl was singing. It made him feel at peace more than he had ever felt in his life, even more so than Asia's smile. There was no more doubt, that was truly his memory. But did that mean his memories was coming back? Here you go. Rias announced and began to put the dishes on the table. She then sat down on the chair next to Naruto and waited for him. Smell amazing, Rias-chan. Naruto praised before he picked up his chopstick and took the first bite. Oh damn, taste even better. Wow, This is delicious, Rias-chan. Naruto continued to praise her, causing a huge smile to spread out on her face. Thank you, sensei. Rias giggled with a small blush. I practice every day to improve my skills. Keep that up and I may have to propose to you just for your cooking skill alone. He said, causing Rias to blush furiously. That came out wrong. Anyway, you should eat some too, Rias-chan, he told her while chuckling nervously. After that, the two of them ate in a comfortable silence, striking conversations there and there but nothing too important or serious to think about later. However, Naruto soon decided that he should get to know the young woman next to him, something beyond the information Grayfia had told him, of course. So Rias-chan, care to tell me more about yourself, like your family? Rias looked at him in surprise before looking at the bowl in her hand. Bonding moment between a teacher and his student, Naruto nodded sagely in his mind as he waited patiently for Rias to answer him. Well, sensei, you can say that I love my family dearly. Rias smiled, though her smile was a little sad. Did something happen? You don't need to tell me if you don't want to. No, it's okay. She shook her head before taking a deep breath. My family had engaged me to somebody that I don't even love, my own family. Naruto is shell-shocked. Arranged marriage? I thought that was too old of a tradition to still be relevant? He asked. Now he understood why her emotions were always fluctuating even though she tried to act normal outside. It's an effort to join two families together. Rias's hands formed into fists. Both families wishes us to be happy. But sometimes I can't just shake off the feeling this whole marriage engagement is just pure business. And it doesn't matter what or how I talk to them, they still refuse to change their mind, believing that if I don't love him now then I will grow to do so eventually after our wedding. Even my beloved sister, Rias muttered the last part. I guess if I wasn't a daughter of a rich and powerful family, I can at least find my love and then live a happy life like how I have always wanted to. I want someone to look at me as Rias, not Rias Gremory, the daughter of the Gremory household. That's why I moved away from my family and came to Japan, knowing everyone wouldn't know who I was and just looked at me normally. Tears formed at the corners of her eyes as she remembered all the heated arguments she had had with her family about the engagement, yet after all that, she still couldn't make them change their mind, or bring herself to hate them. Suddenly, Naruto walked around her and turned her chair, causing Rias to turn away from the dining table. The crimson-haired girl didn't even have time to ask what he was doing before Naruto put his arms around her shoulders and embraced her, bringing her head against his chest. Rias then felt a familiar warmness blooming in her heart, one that she couldn't help but feel that she had felt before, but couldn't place it. At the same time, she also felt comforted and safe, like she no longer needed to worry about the entire world itself while she was in Naruto's arms. It was strange because this was the first time the two were so close to each other. Yet she couldn't help but had the feeling that he had done this before like 100 times. Don't cry, Rias-chan. I understand how you feel, and all that you need to do is continue to be yourself. Naruto said soothingly as he held Rias close against his chest. He didn't know why he did this, he was just following his instincts. Sadness and tears don't suit you, but for now just let it all out. And remember, if you ever need anything, Rias, you can always ask for my help. It's not because you're Rias Gremory, the girl who comes from a super rich family or anything like that, but because you're Rias Gremory, my student and the first real friend that I made when I first came to this town. Rias felt her cheeks heat up a bit by both his actions and words, but then a soft smile appeared on her lips as she snuggled closer to him. Oni-sama. A soft voice made Naruto and Rias turn their head, and see a fuming Asia Argento standing at the doorway into the dining room, looking at both of them with blushing cheeks and an angry, yet extremely cute expression on her face. Oh, hey Asia-chan. Naruto grinned sheepishly and released Rias, who glared lightly at Asia for ruining the moment. I didn't know that Rias-senpai and Naruto-ni-sama like each other. Asia pouted while glaring at Rias, but I won't lose to you, Rias-senpai. You? Won't lose to me? Really, Asia-chan? Rias questioned playfully and folded her arms underneath her big breasts, leaning them a bit toward Asia. Don't you realize that you're already losing? Rias slightly pushed her breasts up to make them look even bigger, making the blush on Asia's face become redder. The girls continued to glare at each other as Naruto looked between them and let out a soft laugh. After a minute his patience ran out and Naruto decided to speak up. His attention was on his little sister. Asia-chan. Are you feeling hungry? Yes, Ni-sama. Asia nodded her head rapidly and ran to sit on the chair next to him, not forgetting to stick her tongue out at Rias, making her laugh softly into her hand. Excuse me, can you tell me where can I find Rias Gremory-san? Shii is in her clubroom at the old school building, Naruto-sensei. Thank you. Naruto waved the female student goodbye before he headed straight to the old school building with his hands in his pockets. For some reason, he couldn't sense Rias's signature anymore, and that was why he had to ask for her exact location from other students. Then, when Naruto was about to enter the old school building, he suddenly found himself unable to take another step forward. Frowning, Naruto used his hand to touch the air in front of him and felt something akin to a wall blocking his path, and when he looked behind, other students just randomly walked away without even asking a question, even though they all looked like they wanted to walk to the old building. "Ah, I see. This shit is like Harry Potter," Naruto muttered while rubbing his chin, before making a piece appear in his hand with a puff of smoke, beside a pen brush and bottle of ink. "Let's see if I can crack this egg open," the immortal shinobi said as he wrote down a series of complicated kanji onto the paper before taking it the invisible barrier and placing it flat against the surface. Instantly, a small gap opened before him, allowing Naruto to walk through the magical barrier without any problem. Instantly he could feel Ria's presence, along with her friends, servants and a large amount of other presences he didn't recognize. Still, he was able to detect a very familiar one among them, which brought a small smile to his face. A party or something? Naruto wondered as he entered the building and headed to Ria's clubroom, finding it on the second floor. Before he could enter, however, his ear was able to pick up a male voice. The group seemed to be in the middle of a conversation. "Rias, how about we have a match in 10 days? We could do it now, but that wouldn't be interesting." "Are you giving me a handicap?" Naruto heard Rias say, though he had never heard her voice with so much frustration in them before. Things were definitely heating up in there. "Are you against it? Is it humiliating? A rating game isn't something simple that you can win with only your feelings. If you can't use your servant's power to their fullest potential, then you will lose immediately. So it's not weird for you to train with your servants for your first rating game. I have seen devils who lost because they didn't use their power to the fullest countless of times. No matter how great their potential and power was. Damn, someone knows what he is doing." Naruto admitted while nodding his head, but the speech itself would sound so much nicer if the one who said it wasn't looking down on his opponent. Whoever he was, he must be very confident in his power and was rather full of himself. "Who's there?" Grayfia Lucifuge suddenly asked, making the entire room fall into silence. Though her firm tone trailed off near the end, which meant she had realized the identity of the person that was eavesdropping on them. Deciding to play dumb, Naruto opened the door and walked in, with the most Naruto smile that he could muster. "Yo. Good morning, class. Sorry to disturb, but I'm looking for Rias Gremory-chan." Naruto grinned while looking around the room like he was wondering how they were able to get so many cute and beautiful girls inside without anyone noticing, while in truth he could tell that they used magic to do so. "Oh, hey Rias-chan." He grinned broadly at the Crimson Heiress who was looking at him with her mouth agape. "And Naruto-sensei." Akano was the first one who recovered by his sudden appearance. She, like everyone else, was wondering how he was able to get past the barrier around the old school building, which was cast by Grayfia herself. "Can I come in?" Naruto's eyes landed on a tall man with blonde hair standing on one side of the room with 15 girls behind him, with beauty ranging from cute to downright gorgeous, though nowhere near the level of his friends. The blonde man was wearing an expensive-looking suit with his chest exposed a little. He was looking at him with disgust in his eyes. "Number." "Yes." Rias and Grayfia then turned their heads to look at each other, a frown appearing on both of their beautiful faces. "Grayfia, he is my guest and this is my clubroom. Also, he is a teacher of this school, so Naruto-sensei can come in if he wants to," Rias said clearly. "Unfortunately, Oju-sama, this matter isn't for an outsider to hear," Grayfia said with a chilling tone to Rias before turning her head to Naruto, her face devoid of any positive emotions. "So Naruto-san, can you please leave this room immediately? You can come over later." "Holy shit, she's cold." Naruto had to hold back a wolf whistle at that while admiring how good she looked in that French-made outfit of her. "Well, She did say that she was the headmaid of her Rias sister Riria Lucifer, but he did not expect her to be a completely different woman while working. The look on her face and the possible threat in her tone could send anyone running away with their tail between their legs. My. Why the cold tone? Maid-san. Naruto laughed, using her own words from before to get back at her. Deciding to play dumb for the time being, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of cards, which was from his own new ramen restaurant. I'm merely here to give Rias-chan and her club's members some voucher cards for my ramen restaurant, that's all. We'll open tomorrow. Business has been great recently with my food stand, so I decide to step up a bit. He said mainly to himself and went inside the room to give them the visiting cards, one for each member of the occult research club, which they took it gratefully. When he passed Issei, Naruto could tell that the brunette was in serious pain, like he had just gotten hit in the stomach. If Asia were here, then she would not hesitate to rush over and heal him with her sacred gear. The blonde then turned to Grayfia and handed her a voucher, her expression remaining unchanged even as Naruto waved the card a mere inch before her face. This is for you, maid-san. If you have time, feel free to come over and give us a try. He smirked. I hate ramen, Naruto-san. The food is disgusting. So it's a no for me. She answered coldly, and not even bothered to take the card from him, causing Naruto to force a smile on his face while his eyebrow was twitching a bit as he looked at the silver-haired maid, who continued to look at him with sternness in her eyes. Those were the coldest words about ramen he had ever heard from anyone, making him feel that there had to be a reason behind them. Making a mental note to ask her about it later, the blonde then turned his head to the group of unfamiliar faces in the room. Hey, you girls wanna try Uzumaki ramen sometimes? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the head chef of Uzumaki Ramen. Don't believe what maid-san said, ramen is delicious and healthy if you eat with vegetable. The blood asked while grinning broadly, making a number of the girls in front of him blush furiously. He could hear Grayfia sigh quietly behind him, like she had expected him to say something like that. Before he could give them the cards, their male leader held out his hand to block his path. You got a problem with me, dude? Naruto asked, still keeping the smile on his face. You filthy sack of shit, how dare you? But before Razor Phoenix could even finish his question, Naruto had already thrown his forehead at the blonde, smashing it into his nose and knocking him down to the ground, much to the shock of everyone in the room, including the girls of his peerage, who rushed over to protect their master. But a cold glare from Grayfia from behind Naruto was more than enough to cause them to back off nervously before they could do something to Naruto for hurting Razor. Just after Rias and her peerage managed to pick her mouth off the ground, the Crimson Heiress started to let out a fit of giggle while looking at the pathetic form of her finances, who was clutching his bleeding nose, which healed back almost instantly, but the blood was still there, while sitting on the ground. Even Issei could not hold back his laughter. Serve him right. Last I check, you are not a student of this school, correct, dickhead? Naruto asked with an awfully friendly tone, causing Razor and his peerage to drop their mouths in shock at the level of his insults. It is okay for me to hit you, right? For calling me a filthy sack of shit, while you yourself are not even better? You. How dare you do this to me, you lowly human? Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. Era. Why are you calling me that now? It's as if you're not human. Naruto asked while pretending to be in amusement by the blonde's joke. He then looked at the girl with the curved pigtail, who was the only one that wasn't glaring daggerly at him like the rest of the group. She had a look of confusion on her face, and a thoughtful expression, as if she was trying to remember something. That was the face he had been making the past few days, so he knew. You, that's quite enough, Riser-sama. Grayfia spoke up in a cold, chilling tone. So that's the prick's name, Naruto thought before hearing Grayfia continue. If you say anything further, I will have to end this meeting right here, by force. She finished emotionlessly, making Riser gulp nervously with a pale white face. To everyone's surprise, the temperature in the room actually dropped several degrees after the maid finished her speech, causing the likes of Issei to shiver a bit. Naruto could actually see his breath, which he had to wonder if it was her power or just a release of her magical energy. The blonde then turned around to look at Grayfia. The silver-haired maid had to be extremely powerful and fearsome among devils to have such an impact like that to someone who had clearly lived most of his life looking down on everyone like Razor. It made him want to know his relationship with her even more. Right. Razor muttered to himself, earning a nod from Grayfia. Good. Then, Grayfia turned her eyes to the vice president of Orc Club Akeno-san. Please escort Naruto-san outside so we can finish this meeting without any more trouble. Yes, Grayfia-san. Akeno nodded her head before turning to the blonde. Naruto-sensei, please follow me. Just a minute, Akeno-chan. Naruto brought his hand up to stop her before he walked to the girls behind Rias and gave them the cards. Make sure to pay a visit later, okay? He grinned and winked one-eyed at the last girl who was the only one who didn't glare at him. She nodded her head slowly while spotting a small blush on her face. Right, off I go. See ya in class, Rias-chan. And don't forget to do your homework, Issei-kun. Tateyama-sensei has been complaining about you. Naruto shouted even after leaving the room, causing the boy in question to gasp in shock with a horrified face. When the two finally got out of the building, Akeno led him to a nearby bench to sit down with him. Akeno wanted to stay to make sure that Naruto wouldn't try to sneak in again, but mainly she wanted to spend some time to get to know her homeroom teacher better, who had originally caught the interest of her king and best friend. His name just happened to appear in every conversation the two had had recently. So, who was that guy? Naruto asked while shuffling the voucher. He is Riser Fenix. Akeno informed him. Bukao's fiancé. Naruto nodded his head in understand. If that was finances, then there was no surprise why she was so against the engagement. Don't tell anyone I say this, but a man like him really needs to remove that stick from his ass soon. Naruto said, causing Akeno to giggle softly into her hand. Reaching into her skirt's pocket, Akeno then pulled out the voucher with the 30% discount Naruto had given to her. So, no longer a humble small ramen stand owner, Naruto-sensei? Yeah, like I said, business has been really good recently. He chuckled. I mean, it's not surprise at all, when I have a cute little angel as my waitress, and two beautiful girls, who happen to be the two most popular girls around these blocks, visit my stand daily. He praised, making a pink hue dust Akeno's cheeks. She had heard from Rias, and had a feeling herself, that Naruto was really good with words, so she wasn't surprised to hear him speaking so smoothly like that. You know what, because of that, you deserve another voucher, Akeno-chan. Thank you, sensei. I will make sure to visit your restaurant later. Akeno said before standing up and smiling warmly to him. See you later, sensei. With that, she turned around and headed back into her clubroom, having felt Rias and his peerage leaving a minute ago. Naruto continued to sit there for a few more seconds or so before he stood up and headed back to the teacher's office. Asia, do you think we should keep our restaurant's name Uzumaki Ramen or change it to the Wonderland of Ramen? I think we should just leave it as Uzumaki Ramen, ni-sama. Naruto shrugged his shoulder and continued to bring tables, chairs, and a lot of other things into his newly bought house from the truck parking outside. It would be the place that his ramen business would take place for the next few weeks. Asia was helping him with cleaning, but with just two people, even with one like him, it would still take them more than a few hours to get things done. He had already hired extra helps, with some of them being chefs while the rest were waitresses, because Asia wouldn't be able to solo all of the costumers herself, and the both of them had school to worry about as well. For the chefs, he would need to train them until they could replicate his signature dishes, else Uzumaki Ramen would never be able to live up to its name and reputation. Naruto-sensei. The door of his new store opened. Naruto looked up when his name was called, and his face then turned into a grin when he saw his favorite crimson-haired customer walking in. Ohayo, Rias-chan. Naruto greeted Rias cheerfully. Hello, Rias-senpai. Asia bowed her head with a small smile, holding the broomstick in her hands. Hey, Asia-chan. Rias waved slightly to her before turning back to Naruto. Naruto-kun, can I talk to you in private for a sec? Sure. Naruto nodded and led her to the back room. He then closed the door behind them and asked with a warm voice, so what's up, Rias-chan? Sensei, I wish to ask you to allow me to skip school for the next 2 weeks. Really? Why? Naruto asked, but he wasn't feeling that surprised because he had already known what would happen in 10 days. Rias definitely need time to prepare. Her schoolwork should not be a problem either, since he had a feeling that all the subjects at school were child play to her. She was merely there for the experience. I'd prefer not talk about it, Rias said uneasily, but my future depends on this. I see. Very well then, Rias-chan. Naruto nodded and patted her head. But after things has gone the way you want, make sure to bring everyone to my store to celebrate, okay? It will be on the house. Really? Thank you, sensei. Rias said to him with a bright smile before throwing her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly against her. Thank you, she whispered and then let go of him to leave the room. I thought you would ask him to be your servant. Akeno asked when she saw her friend walking out of Uzumaki Ramen. No, Akeno, we can't prepare Naruto in just 10 days. Issei will suffice. Plus, I don't want him to get hurt. Razor will probably single him out because of the humiliation Naruto gave him yesterday. Rias said firmly before turning her head to her queen. Let's go, Akeno. Riria Lucifer, formerly Riria Gremory, sat beside her son's bed, quietly moving a few strands of crimson hair away from her son's adorable face. It had been a while since she could sing her son to sleep. Sleep well, my son. Riria whispered before standing up, planting a soft kiss on her 10-year-old son's forehead. Riria, as quietly as she could, slowly opened the door of her son's room and walked out. Riria-sama. Grayfia said in a low tone. Grayfia, Riria smiled at her queen before starting to return to her own chamber. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? She asked while stretching her arms above her head. Yes, Riria-sama. Grayfia nodded her head. Beautiful night, just like 10 years ago. Riria's smile slowly left her face, while Grayfia's emotionless expression started to quiver slightly for a second before she was able to regain her composure. What had happened 10 years ago had always been a highly disconcerting topic for both of them. You miss him too, don't you? Riria asked as she turned back to the silver-haired maid, walking backward to her bedroom. Ah, come on. Drop that blank face and answer me truthfully. Yes, Riria-sama, I miss Naruto-sama. There's not a single day I'm not thinking about him. Grayfia admitted with her head bowing a bit. Of course, Riria smiled softly because after all, you may love him even more than I do. Grayfia's expression remained impassive, but her eyes softened just a little. I wonder how our life would be if he were still here. Grayfia looked at the woman in front of her, who a long time ago used to be her most dangerous rival in love. Would we still be looking at each other with heated glares 24/7? Would we still be fighting until he decides to intervene and then scolds us like children? Would you and I still become the best of friends? Riria asked while leaning her arms on the window's frame and put her upper body out, her hair flowing in the wind. I miss him too, Grayfia. I really miss him. Grayfia bit her lower lip as she gripped her uniform skirt tightly. Riria had changed so much without Naruto around, and she hated it. Please just wait a bit longer, Riria. I promise I will bring him back to you, to us. As Grayfia Lucifuge finished her work in the kitchen and headed to the ballroom to make sure that everything were in order, she couldn't help but think back to the rating game match that had happened yesterday and led to the wedding event that would happen at the Gremory residence tomorrow night that would set the unification of two great devil clan. The wedding of Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. 10 days had passed since the day Razor came into Rias' clubroom and got her to challenge him in a rating game, the game that everyone, even the little princess herself, had known that she would lost even before the match even began. It was clear to Grayfia that Rias' attempt was out of desperation. She had hoped for a miracle to happen to her and her peerage. While no one could deny that each and every single member of Rias' peerage were talented and held tremendous potential, it still had been a match of 5 against 16. Not only had Razor had the advantage of number, but he also had been very well prepared and experienced with rating game. No one could blame Rias for losing such battle. Grayfia herself had been the one who declared the defeat of Rias Gremory, and she had been extremely busy since then. As the headmaid of Riria Lucifer, Rias' older sister, it was her job to make sure that the wedding would be nothing but perfection, taking great pleasure and responsibility in doing all this because she knew well how important this wedding would be for the future of the Devil faction. But her mind couldn't help but think of Naruto Uzumaki, wondering what would he do if he still had his memories of her and found out Rias was getting married to someone that she obviously did not love. She knew that the blonde wouldn't be pleased at all. In fact, if he was even half the person he had been when the two of them first met, then Naruto would most likely stomp into Phoenix residence and force Razor's parents to cancel the engagement between two family immediately. Thinking about Naruto made Grayfia think about Riria, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Riria had been very distracted recently, to the point that she became lost in her own world during important meetings with the clan heads. It wasn't just because her adorable little sister was getting married, but it was also because that day was coming near. It was the day that 10 years ago she thought she had lost everything. Grayfia still remembered how Riria had fallen apart at his funeral, which had been held in secret. 2 months later, the new Lucifer still barely kept herself together. She didn't eat, and she refused to leave her room. Even now, even in the middle of the night, Grayfia could still hear her mistress sobbing and crying quietly to herself. If it wasn't for the sakes of her son and her sister, Riria might never recover. The innocent smiles of 2 children had brought Riria back from desperation, and slowly but gradually, she began to show sign of her life again, and came back to her old self about a year later. But unlike everyone, Grayfia knew full well that Riria had never gotten over Naruto's death. She just pretended to be happy, to be strong for her son, but the maid knew that deep down inside, she was a broken woman. Riria just loved Naruto too much to be able to forget him. But it was also the reason why Riria could never hold on to false hope, the reason why she had lashed out at her queen and best friend when she suggested that it might be her husband when Rias came and told them about the mysterious blonde she had met. One too many times she had met his descendants, and thought they might be him because of the uncanny resemblances. Riria just couldn't believe anymore. Suddenly, the vibration of her phone inside her pocket snapped the silver-haired maid out of her thoughts. Having a feeling that she knew who was trying to contact her, Grayfia quickly excused herself to somewhere more private and took out her phone, smiling warmly when she saw the name on the screen. She then held the phone close to her chest, and waited till the waiting time of the call almost came to an end to answer him, sounding as normal as she could. Naruto-sama. Ah, I told you there was no need for such honorable suffix, Grayfia-chan. Naruto teased in a playful voice. How are you? I'm fine, thank you, Naruto-sama. She said nonchalantly, but couldn't stop herself from smiling a little. So, how things going with you? Naruto asked. How come you haven't paid a visit to my restaurant yet? I told you I hated ramen, didn't I, Naruto-sama? Ouch, that hurt. The blonde winced before letting out a soft chuckle. Yeah, about that. We also serve all sorts of Japanese foods here, so come sometimes. It's on the house. I see, then I shall come as you wish tomorrow. Anyway, how's Rias-chan? He then asked. I want to know why she wasn't at school this morning. You know, I am her homeroom teacher and all that. This rating game match was yesterday, correct? Grayfia frowned. Should she tell Naruto what happened to Rias? It was obvious the blonde didn't like Razor Fenix one bit, and it wasn't because the Fenix insulted him when they first met. Even without his memories, Naruto had shown signs of being very protective of the next heir of Gremory clan. Did she lose? Naruto suddenly asked with a calm tone. Fair and square. Naruto-sama. Grayfia didn't know what to do. For once she was at loss for words. Tell me everything. Yamamoto-san, can you take over the ramen station for me? Yes, boss. The elderly man, who greatly reminded Naruto of Old Man Tucci, said as he walked over to Naruto's station, allowing the blonde to remove his apron and head out to the dining area, where he took a seat at one of the tables by the window. He took a second to look at the girl that he viewed as his foster little sister, who was rushing back and forth alongside the other waitresses of Uzumaki Food Paradise, serving the costumers the best Japanese foods, not just ramen, anywhere in the world. Asia had always been their favorite since the day Naruto opened his store. Her innocent and cheerful nature, along with the usual happy smile and positive aura that she carried around her, easily melted the hearts of any customers who stepped foot into his restaurant. But Asia wasn't the only one that had been in his mind for the past few hours. When he was about to think back to what Grayfia had told him earlier about Rias and her upcoming wedding, he caught sight of a familiar girl wearing a pink dress with a red ribbon tied in a ribbon around her collar, and a decoration like phoenix's tails behind her back, standing just outside of his restaurant, looking cutely uncomfortable under the stare of the local townspeople around her. Surprise, surprise, Naruto muttered humorously as he leaned his head back and started tapping his hand on the table, seeing that the girl was clutching the voucher card he had given her in her hands. So my first non-human costumer is a little lady, and here I thought that it was going to be Rias or Grayfia. Deciding that he had let her wait long enough, Naruto stood up and walked out of his store to greet her with a charming smile on his face. Well, hello. Before he could finish, the girl had already interrupted him, pointing an accused finger at Naruto with her other hand on her hip before saying loudly, I have been staying here for the past 3 hours. Why didn't you come and greet me, you low-class man? Wait. You've been standing here for 3 hours? Naruto asked in both surprise and amusement, Wolf whistling as he crossed his arms on his chest and looked down at the girl. Damn, now I have no idea if you were that patient or just being stubborn. He mocked, making the girl puff out her cheek and fume angrily at him. Although, he couldn't help but wonder why no one seemed to notice her. Like Asia, without a doubt a girl like her would draw a lot of attention. She then looked down, aimed for his foot and tried to stomp it, but Naruto easily took a step back and moved his foot out of the way before her heel could land the blow. Now young lady, we don't exactly have a special greeting service here, and I also don't remember telling you to wait outside when you come to my humble restaurant. His hand then shot out and grabbed Ravel by the back of her pink dress, making her squeal in surprise as he lifted her off the ground and then turned around so he could put her down in his restaurant there. Just gotta put your foot in like that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Thank you, she said gratefully while fixing her dress. Being raised in a high-class environment has its downsides, huh? Naruto asked with a chuckle as he gestured his hand around. I take that you don't need me to show you how to find a table. Why yes, I know how to do it. Ravel shouted at him, making Naruto cover his ear in a dramatic manner before he followed her to the table where he previously sat. He then looked at Asia and waved a hand to call her over. Asia, come here please. Yes Oni-sama. Asia smiled and walked to stand next to the table, holding the menu in her hand. Welcome to Uzumaki Ramen. Saying cheerfully, she then bowed her head to Ravel, causing the other blonde to look at her in surprise. Give this girl the menu, I think she is very hungry. Hi Oni-sama. Asia said and handed Ravel the menu she was holding. Here you go miss. Your sister clearly has more manner than you. The girl huffed and looked at the menu, then her face turned into a frown then confusion. I will take, she muttered unsurely, gluing her eyes to the menu as if her life depended on it. How about some yakitori? The immortal shinobi suggested, before he raised his hand and casually caught the salt bottle that was thrown at his head. Just bring her some takoyaki Asia-chan and a cup of lemonade. Naruto looked at his sister, earning a nod from the former nun who then headed back into the kitchen to inform the chefs of Ravel's order. Thank you. The girl lowered her head gratefully. For someone who had such an attitude toward things that she didn't like, Naruto had to admit that she was quite a well-mannered girl. It's just I never ate these foods before so, the blonde said while playing with the cuffs of her sleeves, looking extremely uncomfortable. You must eat top-quality food all the time, huh? Naruto asked with a smile. So, what's your name? My name is Ravel, Ravel Phoenix. I'm Razor Phoenix's sister. She paused before continuing. The one you, crashed your forehead into in Rias-sama's clubroom. Oh yeah, I remember him, the dickhead. Naruto chuckled. Please don't call him that. It's rude. But of course, the blonde ignored her. So anyway, what are you doing here at my humbling ramen store, Ravel-sama? Naruto asked with a slight mocking tone, making the daughter of Phoenix clan puff her cheek out in annoyance. I want to know who you are. Well sorry, but I don't plan to get a girlfriend right now. Come back when you are a bit more mature and I will consider. Mo, you're so annoying. Ravel complained with a pout before she took a look around, like she was trying to make sure no one was eavesdropping them before turning her head back to him. I want to know if you're really human or not. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Now that's surprising. If he hadn't met Grayfia and had those, just talk, meeting with her, then he would quickly dismiss what she just told him and think of the best ways to convince her that she was crazy, or had gotten the wrong idea. Here you go. Asia Sudden appeared with a plate of 12 takoyaki, placing it on the table. Please enjoy your meal. She bowed before quickly ran off to serve other customers. So, how do I eat this? Ravel asked as she picked up a stick, looking carefully while twirling it around. Just stab into them to pick them up and put in your mouth. You can act chili sauce too if you like spicy foods. Naruto said to the girl. Nodded her head. And what is this about me being not human again? I read about you in a comic book for children. Naruto couldn't stop himself from raising an eyebrow at that. Him? In a comic book for children? That's cool as hell. He gotta ask Grayfia about that. The next time they met, the protagonist was never given a name, just a title, but the way he looked, the way he behaved, even the way he just randomly offered someone a meal of ramen, are the same as you. Ravel pointed out, and made Naruto's eyes widen even further with what she then told him next. Then I remembered when I was younger, my mother used to tell me bedtime stories of an immortal human who fought for us during the Great War. My mother never told me his name, but she said he used to be a ninja. The same as the one in the comic books, the shinobi. Holy shit, this kid. Naruto Wolf whistled mentally as he looked at Ravel in amazement. She had very good memory, but the way she was able to read him and then pierced everything together had to be the most amazing things he had ever seen from someone so young. This little lady seemed to be a whole lot more than she looked. Whoa, this is so delicious. Ravel's squeal made Naruto smile a little. The daughter of Fennec's clan was eating her second stick of takoyaki with glee in her eyes anyway. You know, about that ninja guy. He began, wanting to see how Ravel would defend her opinion. Given time and proper education, this girl might have an incredible future ahead of her. Maybe he's just someone that looks like me. I have met quite a lot of dudes that have the same hair, same face, just not as handsome, and same love for ramen like me, you know. Obviously, because they were his descendants. No, I'm sure it was you. Ravel stated stubbornly. Sorry young lady, but I am not him. Please, you have to save Rias-sama. Hearing that, Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl who had a look of desperation on her face. Why should I save her? He then asked her in a calm manner, knitting his hands on the table. She lost, didn't she? Rias lost, so she has to keep her promise to your brother. It's their deal. He already knows. How? Ravel's eyes widened. But she is not happy. Naruto stayed silent and let her continue. Rias-sama hasn't come out of her room since yesterday. I don't think she has eaten anything or met anyone since the match ended. Ravel said sadly. My brother won the match, but it wasn't fair for her. Everything is fair in a battle, Ravel. She lost because she didn't prepare for it carefully enough. Naruto pointed out but it was a match of 4 against 15, with 2 having Phoenix's regeneration power. How is that fair for Rias-sama and her servants? How can you be so heartless? Ravel abruptly stood up and reached into her pocket to pull out big stash of money before slamming it on the table. Thank you for the meal. It's quite clear that you are not the hero in my mother's stories, or those children's comic book. And with that, Ravel stomped out of the store, almost knocking Asia over. Naruto just sat there, his foot tapping impatiently on the floor while he was ignoring all the stares others were giving him. What to do? The blonde let out a sigh as he reached forward and picked up Ravel's money, counting to see how much money she had left behind for just a dish of 12 takoyaki. Making his decision, Naruto reached his hand into his pocket and took out his phone, his fingers dialing the number without even looking. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he was not going to regret this decision. Everything is set, Riria-sama. Grayfia informed, as she finished casting the barrier spell that would render them and the area around them invisible. Thank you, Grayfia. Riria Lucifer smiled. She stepped forward with a bunch of red flowers in her hands. We should hurry, Riria-sama, the wedding ceremony will begin soon. I know, Grayfia. It will only take a minute. Nodding at her maid, the crimson-haired Mao turned around and raised a hand, casting a spell that made an enormous crimson magic circle with the insignia of Gremory household appear, covering the entire graveyard. When the magic circle disappeared, stood before the 2 women was a medium-sized gravestone with the symbol of Gremory clan carved on the top, read, Here lies Naruto Uzumaki, beloved hero, husband and father. A single tear fell from Riria's eyes as she at the name of her husband. It had been 10 years since that day, and not a single day had gone that she didn't try to sneak here to see it if it weren't for Grayfia, who constantly reminded her of the duties. 10 years had passed since the day her husband gave his life to save their newborn child. She had been too weak from childbirth to even do anything back then, and her peerage had been forced to leave her side to protect the underworld from a large-scale attacks from stray devils and fallen angels, leaving Naruto to go on and save Milikas on his own. It had taken her a while, but when she had finally been able to get to find her beloved Naruto and their son, she had been greeted with the sight of her loving husband, holding Milikas protectively in his arms as the man had taken him fell to the ground, half of his body missing. Tear of joy, tear of happiness had fallen from her eyes that day, but it soon became ones of terror when she saw the looks on her peerage's face, especially that of Grayfia, who had dropped to her knees with the same tears in her eyes as the man they both loved dearly with all of their hearts fell. Aside from herself and Grayfia, her sister Rias had been affected the most by Naruto's death. Might be even more so because she had been there that night with them at the hospital with their parents to welcome her little nephew to the world. But when the army of stray devils started their attacks on Lilith, Rias had been separated from their parents in the chaos that followed and wandered off to the place where Naruto was trying to save Malikas from his captor, witnessing Naruto being tortured before he was shot to death with a weapon that was designed specifically to kill a mortal being like him. It horrified Riria and everyone when they thought about what Rias had had to see that day with her eyes. She had been too young back then, barely 10-year-old, to handle it. Riria didn't know the details because she had been a wreck herself, but Grayfia told her that Rias had cried even harder than her for Naruto while screaming his name until she passed out in her mother's arms, and then the morning after, she seemed to have forgotten all about her big brother. A BL doctor who took care of Rias and Ajuka had looked after Rias and said it might have something to do with her coping mechanism and the natures of her power of destruction, which could erase anything from existence. What she had seen was just far too great for her young mind to handle. Eventually, Rias had suppressed her own memories and her demonic power seemed to have erased the first 10 years of her life from her mind, leaving the poor child not remember anything but her own name, her parents and sister. It was bad enough that her husband would never be recognized as the hero of the Great War even after his death, but it's not like they had a choice when they had promised him to keep his existence a secret from everyone else, leaving only a number of high-class devils to know about him because he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention and wish for a normal and peaceful life with his family, something that he had wanted for so long. It was his decision that his name would never be mentioned in the books and stories that were sang about him and his heroic deeds to the devil faction. Although, he did allow some old comic books authors to call him the shinobi in their works, something that he thought would be cool for the children to know him with. Remembering that brought a smile to Riria's face. If it weren't for Rias and her newborn son Milikas, Riria would never have recovered from such tragedy. With Milikas in her arms, Rias had come to her room and asked her to come out and play with them. It was only then that Riria started to return to her old self, and started to get over the death of her husband somewhat. "Hey Naruto-kun," Riria said gently with a small smile as she laid the flowers down before his grave. Milikas is 10-year-old now. "We just celebrated his birthday this morning. He was so happy when all his friends came to play with him. And she trailed off with a sad smile. Rias-chan is going to get married today, isn't that great? The very same girl who chased after you and said she would steal you from me when she grew up." Riria let out a soft laugh before continuing, a frown making it to her face. "We want her to be happy, but she looked so sad when I went to see her today. We are really doing it wrong, aren't we Naruto-kun? You taught me to always do what my heart tell me, but for the future of the devils I can't favor a single devil over the others, even if she was my own sister," the crimson-haired woman sighed longingly. "What should I do now, Naruto-kun? I had a plan to save her from this marriage, but, Riria-sama, it's time." "I understand, Grayfia." Riria looked at her queen, who had a firm look on her face. Even though she didn't seem to notice, it's her first time seeing Grayfia acting so normal in front of Naruto's grave like that. "I have to go now, Naruto-kun. I will come see you later. Love you." And with that, she turned around and walked away while wiping her tears. Grayfia then followed her, knowing that after this day, they might never have to see the grave ever again. "Yuto-kun. Where is Issei-kun?" Akeno Himejima asked while looking around. Dressed into an elegant kimono, the queen of Rias Gremory was drawing quite a lot of attention from the male population around her. "I thought he was coming with you. He's still recovering, Akeno-san." Kiba answered with a forced smile, remembering how Issei had reacted when he came to his house to help Asia patch him up. "But he will come soon. I left a special teleporting spell to him just in case." The knight was dressing in a black tuxedo that fit him well. Like Akeno, he was also receiving a lot of attention from others, but mostly from the female devils all around him. "Why do I have feeling he might do something stupid?" the queen of Rias asked herself. Time. Kaniko's short informant made all three members of Rias Peerage turn their head to look at the main area stage of the ballroom, where a very familiar fire magic circle appeared over the one of Gremory household before busting into flame. Razor Fenix the emerged with a smug grin on his face, wearing an outfit that exposed his torso. "This is such a wonderful day. It's not just the day of my wonderful wedding but also the unity of two powerful families. Everyone, let me present you my queen, Rias Gremory," he said, and outstretched his arm and a crimson magic circle appeared beside him. Rias Gremory appeared out of the circle in her white wedding dress, looking extremely stunning and beautiful that immediately captured the hearts of everyone in the room. But her eyes were closed, and her head was lowered in defeat. Just then, the door of the hall was kicked open and a certain pervert stepped into the room before screaming with all his might. "Buuuuuuchhoou." Issei Hyodo's scream made the devils in the room turn their heads to look at him with wide eyes before everybody burst into shocked chatter. Rias also looking at Issei with wide eyes, as she didn't expect him to come here shouting like that. To all the high-class devils here, and Bukao's sister, Mao-sama. My name is Hyodo Issei from Kuo Academy. I have arrived to take back Bukao, Rias Gremory-sama. The hall becomes even noisier at his speech. Without any care about them, Issei walked towards Rias and Razor with hateful glare to the youngest son of Phoenix clan. Hey, you. Do you know where this? A guard came to stop him, but before he could do anything, 3 shadows suddenly appeared before him. Aiz-kun. Leave this to us. You are late. Era, so you finally showed up. Kiba, Kaneko and Akeno. All of them were stopping the guards that were trying to get in Issei's way. Thank you. Issei thanked them gratefully and went towards Razor confidently. When Pawn of Rias Gremory faced him up front, he said it straight at Razor without shame. Bukao, Rias Gremory-sama's virginity belongs to me. Razor makes a face that one wouldn't be able to explain with words, while Rias just sighed in defeat. What's the meaning of this, Razor? Hey, Lady Rias. What's the meaning of this? Relatives and authorized people were making unsettled faces and they were panicking. No one could blame them though, it's an event that I organized. A soft and feminine voice made everyone turn their head to the door. Issei felt his heart stopped when he seen the woman that was walking in the hall with Grayfia followed behind. She looked like a much more mature and, if it even possible, more beautiful and attractive version of his master Rias Gremory. The elegant evening dress she was wearing made her obvious sex appeals stood out even more, easily making her the most beautiful woman that was present in the ballroom. Riria Lucifer and her queen, Grayfia Lucifuge, had arrived Nei-sama. Rias said, making Issei's jaw dropped. I wanted to see the power of the dragon, so I asked Grayfia to do this for me. Riria said casually with a smile on her face. Our Riria-sama. You can't do something irresponsible like this. A middle-aged looking devil panicked the red-haired woman then explained, in a voice that seemed to soothe everyone's wariness and make them all calm down. It should be fine. The rating game from last time was very entertaining. But it was a bit disadvantage for my little sister who had no game experience to face off against Razor-kun, who is a prodigy from the House of Phoenix. So Riria-sama, you were saying that the last game wasn't fair? No, not at all. If a Mao such as me says such thing, then I would be making the old nobles look bad. The connection between the high-class devils is important after all. Riria said it with a smile, ignoring all the stares she was receiving. Then, Riria, what do you want to do about it? A man stepped out with crimson hair asked. Riria smiled. In truth, this was an event that had suddenly appeared and she wasn't planned anything about it, but if she played her card right, she might be able to hello her sister. Father. I want to make my cute little sister's engagement party into a flashy one. Dragon versus Phoenix. Don't you think it's the ultimate event? To stir up the party by having a battle between legendary creatures. There aren't any entertainments which can surpass this. Everyone in the hall became silent with Riria's confession, which then turned her eyes to look at Issei. Dragon User-kun. You have our permission. Razor, can you show your power once more right in front of Rias and I? Hearing the most powerful devil's wish, Razor made a fearless smile. Very well. There is no way I can decline if Riria-sama asks me. This Razor will show his last performance before getting married. Riria nodded before turning her head to Issei. Dragon User-kun, what prize do you want when you win the match? Riria-sama. What are you saying? He's a devil, so we need to give him something fitting for it since we are asking him to do something for us. The Mao smiled and waved her hand carefreely. Now then. I can give you anything. A peerage? Or the most beautiful woman? Issei seemed to consider each option for a moment before saying. I ask you to release Rias Gremory-sama from this marriage engagement. Riria then made a very happy face when Issei answered her without any pause. Very well. If you win, you may, but once again the door to the hall was forced open. This time, a guard came running in and it seemed he was in a hurry. What happened now? A young man with athletic build muttered to himself, looking at the guard who was trying to catch his breath with interest eyes. Mao-sama, there is a human outside. The guard said quickly, making the hall gasp in shock. Rias' eyes widened slightly while a smile appeared on Grayfia's face. He is beating up everyone who is coming close to him. We can't stop him. A number of guards then rushed out of the room to aid those outside, as the entire ballroom became silent, but then suddenly, they heard a loud boom, and instantly saw the bodies of the guards flying past the door, making them all widen their eyes in shock before they heard them crashing through the wall behind and ending up somewhere in the garden outside. Grr. Who's there? Show yourself. Razor asked impatiently and flared out his flame. But beside him, Rias' nose caught the familiar scent of Uzumaki ramen, something that made Grayfia wince in disgust even though she was very happy. She used her hands to cover her mouth as tears of happiness formed at the corners of her eyes. Ravel, who was standing with the rest of Razor's peerage, let out a sigh of relief without knowing. So he wasn't just a heartless bastard, Ravel thought to herself with a smile, and for the first time in her life, she admitted that she was wrong about something. Ramen delivery, for Rias Gremory-chan, and sorry for the walls. A young man entered the room on a small bicycle and a large wooden box sat behind him. He was wearing casual clothes with baggy jeans and orange t-shirt with a cap hiding his face, but anyone could see the grin forming on it. The boy looked at the paper in his other hand before tossing it behind his shoulder casually. Era. What is going on here? It looks like something interesting has happened before my arrival. Riria instantly recognized him and felt her knees go numb. She wanted to speak out his name. Her face was that of utter shock as the event of 10 years ago flashed through her mind. She tried to move forward, but her legs were too weak and failed her. If not for Grayfia, who quickly caught Riria in her arms, she would be on the ground right then. You're that lowly who? Yo, shut the fuck up, dickhead, and by the way, your fashion sense sucks. Getting off his bike, the young man pointed his hand at Riser with a smirk while walking through the crowd of devils. I came here to see my students, not talking to you. And with that, he came to a stop in front of Rias. And Naruto, Rias said, making several high-class devils in the room gasp in pure shock, but the Crimson Heiress was too happy to notice them. It's still Naruto-sensei to you, Rias. Naruto reached his hand up and flicked her forehead, causing the crimson-haired devil to whimper in pain, but that didn't stop her from smiling. And by the way, next time you make a promise to me, make sure you can keep it. Naruto then took off his cap of his head and grinned at Rias. After all, it's not every day that Naruto Uzumaki himself will treat you to ramen, you know. What? Several adults, dressed in the finest robes of the bunch, uttered in shock. Naruto, Rias and the others looked around in curiosity, no more than the immortal shinobi himself. Now isn't this just fantastic? The blonde chuckled humorously as he spun around and looked at every devils in the room, spinning his cap around on the tip of his finger as he continued. Everyone seems to know who I am. But I have no idea who you lots are. Well, you guys are devils obviously, but can anyone tell me what the fuck I am to all of you? One free coupon at Uzumaki Food Paradise to the one who answers that question, he offered, even though his tone became a bit more serious than before. It's not possible. A male devil stated loudly. You can't possibly be Naruto Uzumaki-sama. Okay, it seems I am well respected around here. That's good. Naruto smirked in satisfaction while rubbing his chin. However, the entire ballroom then exploded in chaos, with several high-class devils wanting to know who Naruto Uzumaki was, but those who seemed to know about him were all screaming and throwing insults at him. Most of them were calling a liar and a poor excuse of a man. The blonde could only chuckle at that, actually not believing that he was actually that famous among them. But what confused him the most was that he didn't know anything about it. Silence. A man with crimson hair like Rias, standing beside a woman who looked exactly like her, spoke up loudly with a very firm voice full of authority, effectively quieting down everyone around him before he turned back to Naruto, asking him with a hint of respect in his tone. You said your name was Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Yeah. Naruto nodded his head. Do you realize that you have the same name as the hero of the Great War, the one that is hailed and known as the shinobi? His question caused every devil in the room to gasp in shock and start to whisper among each other about that piece of information, but no one was more surprised than Rias herself. Are you claiming to be him? Yup, I'm me. Naruto answered simply as he pointed at himself. Though, I gotta admit that being a superhero in a comic book for children is cool as hell. The woman who looked like Rias covered her mouth with a shock expression on her face, as if she had realized something that no one could. My name is Zeoticus Gremory and I am going to ask you a few simple questions that only we know. The devil introduced himself before continuing. If you can answer all of them, then without a doubt you are Naruto Uzumaki, the uncrowned hero of the devil faction. You seem like you can't remember any of us, so I will only ask you questions that only Naruto knew. And you as well. Naruto added simply, making the crimson-haired man nod his head. Naruto Uzumaki-sama trusted me with his personal information. Can you stop using past tense? I am not dead. Very well. Zeoticus nodded before starting with his first question. What is the world called in your era? Elemental nations. Naruto answered. He could tell that this man had a high amount of respect for his forgotten self, because he had a feeling that while he was going to ask questions that only Naruto Uzumaki knew, none of them was going to be too personal. You used to have a companion that you trust more than your life. He once hated you and wanted to kill you because your father locked him up somewhere he didn't want to be, but in a critical moment of your life the two of you ended up becoming the best of friends. What was his name? Zeoticus continued with the second question. His expression seemed to have relaxed somewhat. Naruto, meanwhile, was rather impressed with the man. He managed to ask all that while avoiding the unnecessary details. Kurama. Without a pause, he answered. My last question is your first lesson, Zeoticus asked, becoming emotional after hearing his second answer, which was without a doubt a correct answer. The entire ballroom had fallen into silence, but not for long. The lesson that you later taught to your students, those are now known as Riria Lucifer, Seraphol Leviathan and Ajuka Beelzebub. What is it? And with that, the whole ballroom once again erupted in absolute chaos, but it was with positivity. If Naruto Uzumaki was really the shinobi, then that meant he was the teacher that they had heard so much about of the three Yondai Mao. Naruto smiled and answered. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are. However, before he could finish, Rias' mother, he assumed, had run over to him and threw her arms around his neck, making Naruto look at her in surprise as she brought herself into his arms in a bear hug. Zeoticus, on the other hand, walked over to stand at his side and place a hand on Naruto's shoulder, tears in his eyes as he smiled at Naruto. It's you, it's really you, Naruto-sama, he heard the woman say between sobs, making Naruto's eyes widen even further. Welcome back, Naruto-sama, he said before he threw his arms around Naruto as well. Naruto didn't know how to react to them, but he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his chest that he had almost forgotten. The embraces they were given him was like that shared between siblings, something that Naruto had always wished to have when he was a kid, seeing all those children playing with their brothers and sisters at the park. However, he couldn't help but feel something else too, something that reminded him of Hinata's father, Hiyashi Hyuga. After he married his daughter, without being noticed, Grayfia had taken Riria to the back of the ballroom and found a chair for her to down, as she had become too weak to stand on her own. When Naruto answered the second question of her father, she immediately knew that it was him, her beloved husband. It's him, Grayfia, she sobbed as her maid kneeled down to look at her, holding her hands in hers. It really is Naruto. She then looked at the maid, asking her as if her husband wasn't the one standing outside with her parents and sister. But how can it be possible? How could he survive after that? I saw him. Please stop, Riria. Grayfia squeezed her hands and interrupted firmly, no longer addressing Riria as her mistress but as her best friend. She understood why Riria was still in denial, having been rejected the possibilities of her husband being alive by his look-alike descendants too many times for the past 10 years. From the day Rias came to your office and told us about a man named Naruto Uzumaki that looked exactly like him, I had done all that I could to confirm his identity. I couldn't believe that it was him at first, but the more we talked and I got to know him, the more I realized that he was really Naruto-sama. But then her expression saddened, forcing the woman to look down at their hands as she continued. But he lost his memories, Riria-sama. He came back, but he didn't remember you, me or anyone. She said sadly. It must be because he was shot in the head with that immortal killing weapon. You mean, he didn't remember me? You, me, even Rias-chan. The silver-haired maid answered with a nod. But I believe his memories are coming back, Riria. I have seen it, the way he reacted when I told him your name. Naruto-sama still can't remember, but he knows your name means something to him because you were his most precious. Her words made the crimson-haired Mao smile a little, and warmed up her heart. What should we do now, Grayfia? Rias couldn't help but ask. I don't think I can. I know you want to be with him in this instance, Rias. Believe me, I do as well. Grayfia said, and reminded Rias of her own affection for Naruto, which had caused them to be at each other's throat in the past, but I don't think it's wise to do it in front of the entire underworld without Naruto-sama's sentiment. He is also here tonight to save Rias, so I think it's best that we take it slow and let him get what he came for first, then we can see him later and tell him all of it so he can decide how he wants everyone to know about your relationship. You know, Rias then said, a small smile on her face as she looked at her best friend. I think the reason you don't want me to tell him that we are married and have a son is because you want to get a head start over me. Rias, it's okay. I don't mind. Rias shook her head and said, you deserve it. Like I don't. The silver-haired queen answered before the two of them smiled at each other. We should head back, Rias-sama. Let's get this over with. The sooner, the better. Yes, let's go. After Rias had finished fixing her makeup with a spell, the two women headed back to the ballroom where everyone seemed to be waiting for them. Naruto was still standing with Zeoticus and Venelana, who had told him a bit about themselves and their relationships with Naruto, while leaving out their eldest child because the two knew well that she would want to be the one who told him about them herself. Their eyes met and Rias found herself smiling at him. Naruto, meanwhile, felt his heart skip a beat when he looked at the crimson-haired woman who looked like a more mature, beautiful and attractive version of Rias walking toward him with a soft smile on her face. There were so many incredibly beautiful women in the room, but this one seemed to be on a whole level of her own, making herself one of the most, if not the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, excluding the memories he had lost. This was, without a doubt, Rias Lucifer, his on and off, not a one-night stand, Grayfia's mistress and Rias' elder sister. My, doesn't this wedding just get a whole lot more exciting? She asked in a sing-song voice. Ouch, what was that for? Naruto suddenly asked while looking at Rias, who jabbed her elbow into his rib. You're drooling at my sister, sensei. The crimson-haired princess told him with half-lifted eyes. No, I am not. Yes, you are. Lucifer-sama. Razor suddenly said upon seeing Rias walking toward them, being one of a few devils left in the ballroom not believing Naruto to be the shinobi or the hero of the Great War. One don't know what is going on, but please remove this human from here this instance. Unfortunately, Razor-kun, I can't do that. If this man really is my teacher, then whether or not I can remove him from this room is entirely based on his decision. Rias answered with a smile as she then turned her head to look at Naruto. You seem to have proven yourself to my parents that you're their best friend, but I will need a little bit more than that. After all, sensei is unpredictable. If he's bored and feels like it, he can even run off somewhere and start telling everyone he meets his secret. Sounds like something I would do. Naruto chuckled with his hands in his pockets. Rias smiled before continuing. First, I'd like to know, Naruto Uzumaki-sense, since you seem to be my little sister's teacher, what is the reason for you to come here today? Well, Rias-chan said she would celebrate her victory at my humble little Japanese foods restaurant. Naruto smiled at the girl. Gotta admit that she looked good in that wedding dress, he couldn't stop himself from thinking, but unfortunately she lost, didn't she? So I came all the way here to deliver the ramen that would be given free to her if she had won. Then why are you still here? Razor asked with an impatient tone. If you have finished delivering it, then you should go back to where you belong. You're not very bright in the mind, are you, dickhead? Naruto mocked, causing the other blonde to glare hatefully at him for the mockery and the nickname. She challenged you to that rating game match because she wanted to cancel this marriage engagement with you, so while she has lost the match it will still count as a victory if she doesn't have to marry you anymore, correct? The blonde said absent-mindedly while rubbing the back of his neck. Since I'm her friend and also her homeroom teacher, I'm here to make sure that she has a future to look forward to, even if it means I have to crack some bones and ruin my image as a good teacher today. Hold on a second, Naruto-sensei. Issei suddenly called out with a raised hand out of habit, like a student wanting to voice his opinion. I came here first and already had Mao-sama permission to fight Razor for the sake of Bucko. Plus, you are human, you can't beat him. Let me do it. He said stubbornly. That's right, Naruto-kun. I promised Dragon User-kun here already. She put a finger on her lip and tilted her head to the side cutely, in a very much the same way as her childhood friend, who right now was the Mao Leviathan. Ah. What to do? How about we make it a three-sided battle? Naruto suggested. When Riria addressed Issei as dragon user, he was very intrigued. You need me to prove that I am the real Naruto Uzumaki, correct? How about putting me up against the dickhead and Hyodo-kun here? Naruto put his hand on Issei's shoulder, making him flinch because the grip was really strong. I mean, it won't be fair for either of them, but it seems to be the quickest way to sort this out. You know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. Riria declared. On one side, we have a man with the same name as our hero. She asked and then turned to the other two. On the others, we have a dragon user who holds a great power inside of him, and the genius son of Phoenix household with the power of a phoenix. Hero, dragon and phoenix, why don't we see who will be the one that can take away the princess? Riria finished dramatically, but a number of devils seemed to agree with her. Very well. Razor agreed with a nod. I shall defeat Rias Pawn here tonight and prove to you, Lucifer-sama, and everyone here that this human trash is nothing but a fraud. As if you can. Issei growled back at the Phoenix. I will kick your butt, Razor. You two better watch out, Naruto-sensei, but please don't fail my test after this. He then put his hands together and pleaded. Ah, if you win, then I will consider adding 1 point to your test, Hyodo-kun, but if you lose, Naruto smirked widely and evilly down at Issei, his face darkened dramatically, making the poor second-year shudder and turn pale like a ghost. Regardless of the outcome, he should fail this perv for looking at his sister lecherously during PE class. Great, then let's get started, shall we? Break dam. Beowulf, the descendant of the hero Beowulf, uttered in awe and amazement when he entered the spectator stand, where the devils were gathering to watch the match, and turned his head down to Gremory Residence's massive garden-turned-stadium to look at the three contenders standing there, focusing his attention on a specific blonde that he thought he would never see again. So, Naruto Aniki is still alive, as expected of him. McGregor Matthew, Riria's bishop and one of the founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, nodded his head as he joined the rest of his mistress peerage. I knew that even a bullet to the head was never enough to take this man down. Surtur II muttered to himself. Riria-sama, are you okay? A creature whose face resembled that of an Asian dragon, instead turned to his mistress asked in concern. I'm fine, Enku-san. Riria smiled at her pawn before noticing Rias walking toward them with the rest of her peerage. Ah, there you were, Rias-chan. Nay, Sama. She greeted her sister as the others bowed their heads to the Crimson Mao. Can I ask you a question? Seeing a nod of approval from Riria, she continued. I can't help but notice that Naruto-sensei seems very close to our family, then how come I don't remember anything about him? Could it be that it is the accident 10 years ago that made me lost my memories? It is, Rias-chan, but even I don't know the details. Of all of us who stood here, you were the only one who knew how he died, Rias-chan. Riria shook her head and answered, making Rias and her peerage widen their eyes in surprise. You saw how Naruto was killed that night, and it wasn't a slow and painless death. He was tortured by a man who hated him and wished to see him suffer. Before Enku came to become your caretaker, it was none other than Naruto who watched over and took care of you. You two were very close, even closer than me and you back then, because he had always been there for you. So his death and what you saw that night caused you to experience a psychological trauma of some sort, and as your mind suppressed all that you remembered about him, your demonic power erased your memories to cope with your loss, or at least, that's what we believed to have happened. I see, Rias nodded her head slowly. No wonder why she had always felt a strange attachment to Naruto. Is there any chance that I can recover my memories? I don't know, Rias-chan, we have tried but what, Oni-sama? Let's leave that for later. Rias Venelana Gremory, Rias and Riria's mother said as she followed her husband to the place they would watch the match with her two daughters. I promise we will answer all that you want to know. The match is about to start. Zeoticus said after the last devils had entered the spectator stands, and everyone then turned their attention back to the three contestants standing below them. While Issei and Razor were glaring at each other and showing no interest in Naruto, the blonde was just standing there and writing something down in an orange notebook. He seemed like he didn't care about the match all that much. Please start. The devil male who was in charge of the battle gave a call for the start of the match. Issei then summoned a boosted gear on his left arm while Razor unleashed his flaming wings, pointed at Issei's dragon-scaled gauntlet, having completely forgotten about Naruto. All of your ability is already cracked. A sacred gear that keeps on doubling the power of the user, the boosted gear. Also, it seems like you gained a new ability that can transfer the multiplied power into an object or your allies. So what? I will beat you in 10 seconds. Hello. I'm still here, you know. Naruto called out to them while raising his hand, putting his book back into his pocket. You two should worry about me more than each other. He pointed his pencil at them and then reached his other hand into his black jacket's pocket to take something out, making a sound that caused all those who knew about it widen their eyes in shock and even horror. Oh fuck no! Beowulf slammed his chin down the balcony while holding his head. So he will use them, huh? McGregor scratched his chin in wonder, his voice calm, but everyone could see that he was sweating nervously. All the high-class devils who were watching became nervous while looking at Naruto in confusion, wondering what weapon could make even the strongest peerage in the underworld react so nervously like that. Even Razor had become nervous, taking a step back as Naruto's hand slowly withdrew from his jacket. But then, the devils all had their eyes widened in surprise when all that Naruto brought out was a bell, holding it by a thin but long string. A bell? You must be joking. Razor roared out in laughter. Ne-sama, what is that bell? What power does it have? Rias turned to her sister and asked. No, Rias-chan, it's just a normal bell. Riria shook her head, but the bell itself is not the problem, it is what comes with it. The crimson-haired Mao shivered slightly as she remembered everything Naruto pushed her through to turn her into the super devil. That she was the bell test. It's when he starts fooling around like an idiot while looking down on you, and somehow still beats you. It hurts your pride, your soul, your ego, mentally and physically. It is the worst training method anyone could come up with. Surtur II, a well-known cheerful person with a habit of being outspoken, stated gloomingly, completely opposite of his usual self. Seems like I had a lot of fun in the past. Naruto chuckled and held out the bell. This, gentlemen, is a bell. Naruto explained as if no one knew what it was. I was planning to use it only on the dickhead over there, but with Hyodo-kun here it would be a lot easier. You see, I will put the bell right here. The blonde hooked the string to his belt. If one of you can take the bell from me, I will give up this fight immediately. The crowd gasped in surprise at his challenge. Why should I? Razor demanded to know, smirking arrogantly while increasing the intensity of his infernal wings. Why should I try to take that bell from you when I can burn both you and the bell with my flame? Because you can't. You can't beat me, Razor, even at your best, you just can't. Naruto said as if it was a fact, smiling as he stretched his arms and legs a little. I'm giving you and Hyodo-kun a winning chance. I'm making this fight fair for both of you. Admit it, it is so much easier for you two to take me out like this. Hey, look at me. I have no weapon to defend myself while you have the ultimate dragon hand and you have the eternal flame of youth. He then paused for a second and smirked. An idea came to mind. Now seemed to be a great time to advertise his merchandise. And if any one of you somehow manage to take the bell from me, then I will also give this to you as a reward, announcing. He then reached into his jacket's left inner pocket and took out the second item, raising it above his head dramatically. All the devils had held their breath but then found themselves looking at the item in shock. Naruto felt himself letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Based on their reaction, it seemed his works were famous here as well. It was a certain book with a very familiar name on it. Is that, Issei whimpered. Even Razor was having his own shock expression while looking at the orange book. Gentlemen, Naruto announced. This is the next volume of Icha Paradise series, titled Devilish Paradise, featuring some of the hottest and most graphic sex scenes that have ever been written. However, because Holy Maidens have just been released, this one won't even be announced until next year or so. He finished, causing the whole place to once again erupt in chaos, with almost every devil wanting to know how he was able to get his hand on that book, and if he knew who was the mysterious author. Calm down, folks. I know that you are all excited. Naruto laughed while waving a hand. Sensei. How? Issei cried, his fingers twitching uncontrollably at the said book. How do you have that book? Please tell me, he asked, while Naruto was crackling in laughter. Ahem. The answer for that question is simple. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his answer. Icha Paradise was the most famous franchise in the world, even among the devils themselves. Because I'm the author. What? Everyone cried out in shock, Even Riria and the majority of her peerage couldn't control their reaction. Grayfia, did you know? The crimson-haired Lucifer asked, looking at her queen who had a look of disapproval on her face. Only recently, Riria-sama, she answered curtly, and looked down at Naruto to see him smirking mischievously up at her. If she didn't remember every little detail of the sex she had with him that night, then she would never know that he used her as an inspiration for a female character in his previous book. You? Finally, Razor was able to find his voice and said while looking at Naruto in disbelief. Before he could continue, however, Issei had already rushed at Naruto with determination and excitement burning in his eyes, moving so fast that he surprised even Yuto Kiba, Rias Knight and the one who had been training him in speed and techniques. Screw it. I'm going to take that bell from you, Naruto-sensei. Issei cried and reached his hand out, aiming for the bell. Before he could do it, Razor shot forward like a flaming bird, doing the same thing as Issei did, albeit with even greater speed. His face shone victoriously as he reached for the bell. But before either of them could touch it, a hand suddenly grabbed Issei's wrist and used it to pull him to the side, causing Razor's hand to smash into Issei's face hard enough to send the boy flying away. With his other hand, which was still holding the orange book, Naruto thrusted it into Razor's chest, causing him to cough a mouthful of his blood before he was sent flying back, crashing into the wall there and creating a massive crater. Why you? How dare you hit me? Razor growled murderously as he removed himself from the wall, feeling himself heal back to normal. It felt like his heart had been shred inside his chest when Naruto thrusted his hand at him. What? You will tell mommy and daddy? The blonde mocked humorously, before he sidestepped to dodge an Issei who tried to sneak attack him from behind. The pawn or Rias recovered as fast as he could, and pushed his feet onto the ground to launch himself at Naruto, who then blocked his punches with little to no trouble at all, without any trouble even if it was his gauntlet. Boost. Issei boosted up his strength to increase the power of his punches, but Naruto still parried them almost too easily for a normal human to do. Stop blocking. Issei then yelped in frustration. Well, if you insist. Really? Nah. His face fell immediately and also, literally, as Naruto thrust his elbow down his back, sending him crashing onto the ground beneath him. The devil's attention then turned to Razor, who created a massive fireball above his head and then threw it at the other blonde. Die. Razor cried out but then felt himself being kicked toward his own fireball from behind by none other than Naruto himself. The fireball exploded as Razor crashed into it. Boost, boost, boost. Dragon Shot. Naruto turned his head when he heard a shout, and saw Issei unleashing a red beam of energy at him, with so much destructive power in it that the ground was shattered and blown up as it traveled toward Naruto. Much to everyone's shock, Naruto then raised his hand and blocked the beam with his own palm, causing the energy to be scattered everywhere around him. He then rushed forward and pushed Issei's beam back before delivering a punch to Issei's face, knocking him away. Razor then emerged from the cloud of smoke generated from the explosion of fireball, and attacked Naruto from behind with his entire body soaked in his flaming wings. A massive explosion occurred, blasting off the ground around them and forcing many devils to raise their hands to protect themselves from the shockwave. Razor smirked victoriously, but when the smoke cleared, Naruto was revealed to be standing on an enormous toad the size of a small car, which was holding Razor's flaming hand with its front limb, smirking widely while looking at Razor. The toad then opened its mouth, and unleashed a blast of water at Razor, which then turned into a vortex when Naruto lowered himself down on one knee and put his hands on its head. The water vortex smashed Razor into the wall, and held him there for several seconds before Naruto and the toad ended their attacks, leaving the third son of Fennec's household soaked. You seem like you need to cool down, Naruto said casually as he walked down and let the toad return to his home in a cloud of smoke. As one-sided as it is, this battle sure brings back a lot of memories. Zeoticus said with a fonded smile as he looked down at the battle below him. What do you mean, Oto-sama? Rias couldn't help but ask as the others looked at him in interest. Your sister, Serafal-sama and Ajuka-sama were all trained by Naruto-sama. Naruto turned his head and listened in interest. I still remember those days when your sister and the other tried to take the bells from him for an entire morning. 3 students but there were only 2 bells, so obviously it was a test of teamwork, but because Naruto-sama also wanted to test their individual strength, he twisted the test and added a punishment. The one who was unable to get a bell in the end would be tied to a wooden log and watched while the other two as they had lunch. Seriously? Rias asked in disbelief. And they were also forbidden to eat breakfast beforehand. Venelana finished. Wow, I would never think it would be that extreme. Beowulf admitted in surprise. Naruto chuckled. So, who was the one being tied up the most? He asked. Remembered the bell test with his first sensei and teammates. Riria. Oni-sama. Rias turned her head and looked at her sister in surprise, not expecting her sister, the most powerful devil in the entire underworld, to be the one who was punished the most. I was overconfident, Rias-chan. Riria answered in embarrassment, ignoring the chuckles of those standing around her but not from the one who she deemed her best friend. As Riria tried to reason with her queen, who had a rather satisfied smile on her face, Naruto was recalling a memory he didn't know that he had, similar to those that he had been having the past few months. It was of a teenager Riria and two other children that he believed were the other leaders of the devil faction. In the memory, Riria was tied to the wooden log and had a cute pout on her face as she glared at him while her two friends were sitting on the side and eating their lunchboxes eagerly and happily. So the crimson-haired woman he had been seeing in these visions, which were clear to him now were his lost memories, was indeed not Rias, it was Riria. Naruto turned his head to the side when he felt danger coming, and leapt into the air just in time to dodge another fireball that was thrown at him by Riser. In the air, the blonde spun around and threw a windmill shuriken at Riser, who smirked and was about to burn it with his phoenix fire, when suddenly the shuriken exploded in a cloud of smoke and another Naruto emerged to punch him in the face, smashing him into a wall before vanishing. Issei then came at Naruto with another dragon shot, attacking him at point-blank range, but once it ended, his eyes widened when he saw that in the blonde's place was a destroyed wooden log, leaving him confused for a second before he felt himself being kicked from behind. Is that it? Hyodo-kun, I can understand because he's inexperienced and driven by sheer desire alone, but what about you, Razor? He asked, looking at the Phoenix and using his name for the first time, who was on one knee. Naruto could see that while he had impressive regeneration power true to his Phoenix-related powers, it was incredibly taxing on his body if he continued to receive damages from attacks like the ones Naruto had been giving him, which did not just break bones, but also shatter his internal organs. A mere human would have ended up dead by now. Shut the fuck up. Razor raised his hand to attack, but this time Naruto didn't let him, shooting forward and kneeling him hard in the gut with so much force a section of the wall behind him was blown apart. Before he could fall onto his knees, Naruto grabbed him by the back of his shirt and tossed him toward a tower in the shape of a rook in the garden, sending him straight through it and causing chunks of tiles and concrete to fall as the entire building collapsed. Deciding to not stop there, the blonde then ran after Riser and punched him in the face, sending him crashing into the ground before turning back and starting to walk away. Razor forced his wounds to heal immediately with the most of his demonic power, but before he could attack the turned-around blonde, a meteor the size of a car fell down from the artificial sky and crashed into him, giving Issei just enough time to jump behind a tower to avoid a direct impact and forcing both Riria, Grayfia and her bishop to create a barrier around the garden to contain the explosion and protect the high-class devils, who looked on in shock at the display of power. Damn, he's still as powerful as ever. Surtur muttered as the entire area was shaken violently from the impact of the meteor, which paled in comparison to the ones he had seen in the past, but still no less scary. Issei, who peeked out from behind the destroyed tower, looked on in shock at Naruto, who emerged unharmed even while standing so close to the center of the blast. Razor's body, on the other hand, was everywhere, but from his torso it started to regenerate, leaving him unscratched but with a dead tired expression on his face. So, Hyodo-kun, with the trash out of the way, what will you do now? Naruto asked, looking over at Issei, who flinched when he heard his last name being mentioned. Don't you want this book? He asked, showing it to Issei. Like hell I can take the bell from you after that, sensei. The second-year student shouted back. Now he looked scared. I must admit that it's a bit unfair for you, and as a teacher I always have to allow you to have a chance to prove yourself. He then asked, do you have a secret weapon or something that you can use? Surely you must have something like that if you wish to defeat Razor and save your master? Yeah, but I cannot use it long, for 5 seconds, sensei. Alright then, Issei-kun, in that 5 seconds if you can cause this bell to make a sound, then I'll let you borrow the book for a week. Naruto told him, making the brunette widen his eyes in surprise of course, on the condition that you keep what you read a secret. Really? Yup, you can trust me on that one. Naruto smiled and put the book back into his jacket. Yosh. Then I will show you that I can do it, sensei. Issei declared and leapt out of his hiding place. Turning over to Rias, he shouted, Bucko, please let me use promotion. Bucko looked doubtful for a moment before nodding at his request. Promotion. Queen. Issei declared and promoted himself to the ultimate piece, making Naruto look at him in interest because he could feel a wave of power coming from within the boy. Now that was an interesting power. Shini, overboost. Welsh Dragon overbooster. The jewel in Issei's sacred gear released a red light which soon shone throughout the entire garden. A deep crimson color aura then covered the pawn of Rias Gremory as armors materialized from his power and put themselves together around his body, forming an armor that of a dragon. Come. Naruto took a stance, one hand behind his back and the other extending forward. Issei then punched both of his fists together to create a massive orb of demonic power, shaking the entire garden under its power, before launching it at Naruto. Byakugan, Naruto called out and the color of his eyes shifted to a pale lavender. The blonde then turned his hand around and let his palm face forward, unleashing his chakra from there toward Issei's attack, causing it to explode between them. As he had expected, the pawn of Rias Gremory then emerged from the cloud of smoke before it could disperse, launching himself at Naruto with a booster-like jet on his back. The blonde then moved his body swiftly to the side to dodge the punch, catching Issei's gauntlet and then used his own momentum to throw him into a wall, but the armored reincarnated devil recovered in midair and pushed his feet into the wall to launch himself back at Naruto with his fist rearing back. Naruto was about to block, when suddenly Issei's armors broke apart and vanished, causing the boy to stumble clumsily while continuing to run toward Naruto. Yah! Right at the moment Issei was in front of Naruto, he shot up and threw his left fist at the math teacher. Naruto, having fully seen it coming, blocked the punch with the back of his hand. Before he could finish, however, he felt something coming from below and shot his other hand down on poor instinct just in time to stop Issei's foot from coming in contact with the belt. It did, however, on the tip of Issei's sneak. While not a sound was made from that, the round belt then rolled around and fell off from his shoes, making a ring. Yes. I won. The brunette cheered, throwing his hands in the air in victory, but not for long as Naruto sucker punched him in the face, knocking him down and back. Hey, what the hell, sensei? He then widened his eyes when he realized there was an orange book resting on his chest. You are lucky, you know that? Naruto pointed his hand at him and said with a tick mark on his forehead, give it back to me after a week, and not even a second later, got it? Yes, sensei. Issei cried before he fell down on his back, his body at its limit from using scale mail. The blonde looked at him for a second before he let out a chuckle. He then turned his attention over to Razor when he heard a growl from him, and saw the phoenix crawling his way out of the crater the meteor had left on the ground still have the strength to stand? Or is it just your inflated ego forcing you to do it? He asked absent-mindedly. Do you even know what you are doing? Riser growled hatefully as he looked at Naruto, his flaming wings burned weakly on his back. This wedding is important and necessary for the future of devils. It's not something a human like you can butt into. No. Naruto answered casually. He then raised his hand, and Razor suddenly felt a powerful force that pulled him toward Naruto, who raised his fist and spun it around at his wrist a few rounds while waiting for his moment to strike. And I don't care. With that said, he threw his fist at Riser's face, breaking his nose and teeth before sending him back. As he fell down several feet away, his broken nose and bloody mouth were still there, showing that Razor had run out of demonic power and done for. It's over. Riria announced winner, Naruto Uzumaki. You have got to be shitting me. Naruto Uzumaki said as he pointed his hand at the tuxedos Venelana Gremory was showing him. There's no way I am gonna wear one of those things. Venelana shook her head and said sternly, like a responsible older sister scolding her younger brother for his lack of manners, come now Naruto-sama, it's a party. Every high-class devils and their heirs will be there to greet you, some of them for the first time, so you want to look good in front of them. What's wrong with my outfit? The blonde asked as he looked at himself in the full-body mirror, grabbing the front of his dark jacket in both hands. Damn, I look good. He said, more to himself than to Venelana while smirking in self-satisfaction. Rias will be in a dress, do you want to make her look bad? Wait, she's my date. She is. The blonde wolf whistled mentally at that. Venelana then looked at the tuxedos, wrapped carefully and neatly in plastic wraps, for a second before she put it down the chair behind him and said, nodding her head with her arms crossing under her ample bust, pick what you want to wear. They used to be yours after all, so I didn't get any taller? The blonde asked as he looked at himself in the mirror. Truth to be told, since the day he became an immortal, Naruto had never bothered to pay attention to his height, weight, or even his physique. Since his metabolism had always been stronger than that of humans, he could eat as much as he wanted and never had to worry about getting fat. He just needed to work out daily to keep himself in shape, since the ladies loved that, and his novel writing days usually involved a lot of women's attention. I don't think so. Venelana shook her head and walked toward him to put her hands on his shoulders, but I'm glad that you are still the same Naruto I remember. The blonde couldn't help but smile at her. From what he had learnt from Venelana and Zeoticus, he had been friends with them for a very long time. When he discovered the existence of the supernatural worlds, the Bael, the devil household Venelana originally came from, had been the first devils that he met. Learning that their lifespans were approximately 10,000 years, maybe more, Naruto had decided to stick around them and met Venelana for the first time when she was around 17, developing a brother-sister relationship with her even though she had always viewed him with the utmost respect. Which made him wonder how many years' worth of memories that he had lost. Clearly it wasn't just about 300 years as he had thought. Moreover, the devils, angels and fallen angels had been around for so long, and yet he didn't remember meeting any of them since the day he started wandering around the world. It was as if someone had manipulated his memories, removing all the necessary details while adding just enough for him to not notice that there were gaps in his memories. How and why and who? Naruto would love nothing more than to find out. From what he heard, the day he died, his brain had been blown to pieces by an old foe that he encountered in the Great War between the three biblical factions with a god-killing weapon specifically designed to kill him. While he did come back alive, he doubted they were the reasons. Say, can I ask you a question, Venelana? Naruto suddenly spoke up with one hand in his pocket and the other messing up his front bangs. It's obvious you and Zeoticus both want Rias to be happy. Venelana nodded, knowing full well what he wanted to ask her, but why would you continue to marry her to someone she doesn't love? I believe it came from our sense of duties to our faction. Venelana began calmly, not trying to avoid his gaze. After the Great War, we suffered an excessive loss of population, and 39 out of 72 great devil clans, the pillars, were destroyed in the conflict. There wasn't much left of us after the war. In the hope of maintaining the pure bloodlines and creating new, powerful devils for the sake of our future, many devil clans began to arrange marriages between each other. Sometimes, the engagements were made even before our children were born to form alliances between households, and because our fertility rate is extremely low, it usually requires us parents years, centuries even to give birth to a child. I myself was engaged to Zeoticus of the Gremory before I was born. Venelana continued with a heavy sigh, remembering the way Rias had always looked at Riser. I too didn't love him when we first met, but I had my duty as the daughter of Bael to fulfill. But Zeoticus was a very good man. He treated me with kindness, passion and love, and before I even realized it, I was in love with him. Our wedding wasn't a good one, but thinking back to that day, I didn't reject saying I do to Zeoticus. That's when I know that love can be born from something like engagements. Rias fell into the same situation as I was when we made that marriage engagement with the Phoenix, but I was a fool to think that Rias would end up accepting it like me. She was well aware of her duty to her family and to us devils, but deep down, she's a rebellious girl who can be impatient and selfish at times, making her unable to accept that she had to marry someone that she didn't love. Well, quite frankly, I do think the problem starts with Riser. Naruto let out a soft chuckle and spoke up for the first time. Guys like that usually love themselves more than those around him. Rias is a smart girl. She might have seen that, and quite frankly, that dude is no one type but his servants. The blonde then leaned back and turned fully at her, giving her a much harder look that seemed to reverse their older sister, younger brother relationship. Can say that I am not disappointed in you and Zeoticus, Venelana. I don't know you that well and I am also just an outsider, but when I put myself in that position, I can't feel anything but disappointment. I know. A child should be free to make her own choice of who she wants to be with, Venelana. Naruto said, even one with tons of responsibility on her shoulders like Rias Gremory. Not any man can be Zeoticus, and not any marriage can become like yours. I am not familiar with Devil's customs and traditions, but as a normal teenage girl Rias has the right to be selfish in situations like that. She's a strong and talented girl, so if she wishes to live her life the way she wants it, what makes you think that she cannot do the same with her duties? Parents should always support their children's decisions, not force them into something that they don't want to be part of. When you put it that way, really, I have no excuse. Venelana sighed and said to him, smiling a little, and I do think that my husband will agree with me as well, he's more easygoing as I am after all. Did I say anything about her engagement with Riser? You did, but you didn't outright oppose it either, since the first and second sons of the Fennecs were proud and noble high-class devils that you approved. You were pretty straightforward with Zeoticus when he introduced himself to you for the first time, but he earned your approval after a few meetings. If Riser had turned out to be anything like him or even one of his brothers, however, then Rias wouldn't have disliked her engagement so much. What is done is done. We cannot change what happened in the past, but we can learn from it, and focus on using that experience to make a better future, both for ourselves and those we care about. He placed a hand on her shoulder and gave a grin. Just promise me you won't ever put Rias through such hardship ever again, and let her walk the path she has chosen for herself this time. I promise. Venelana smiled and nodded her head at him. So, I think I will wear this one, Naruto said, pointing his hand at the tuxedo on the left. Venelana just stared at him with half-lidded eyes, because she knew that Naruto didn't even look carefully at it. Rias-chan promised to show me around the castle at 5, so I better go find her now. And with that, he dashed out of the room, dodging Venelana when she tried to grab him with a laugh before heading to the door. Before he could open it, however, a crimson blur crashed into him and almost knocked him over. Looking down, he saw it was none other than Rias, tears on her face as she buried her face into his chest and hugged him tightly. She must have arrived earlier and heard everything that he told Venelana. Thank you. Thank you, she sobbed quietly into his chest, and Naruto looked down at her for a second before smiling softly and putting his arms around her as well. Breakman. This place is huge, Naruto exclaimed in amazement as he walked through the hallways of Gremory residence with Rias being his tour guide. Can't believe that I once lived here. And that one is my room. Rias introduced with a radiant smile before she shot her hand out and grabbed his shoulder when he attempted to enter. Hand on the doorknob. No entry allows, sensei. This room is off limits to you, she told him with a teasing smile. Plus, is it okay for a male teacher to enter a female student's room? I think not, sensei. Yeah, whatever, Rias-chan. You are making me regret my decision of becoming a teacher at your school already, you know. He smirked, cause her cheeks to dust pink. Actually, sensei, most of my stuff that I had here were all moved to my apartment in the human world, so you won't find anything interesting here. She told him before she led him by the arm to the next room, her large breasts mashing around his bicep. This one here is Riria Onisama's room. She no longer lives here after moving to Lucifer Castle in Lilith. It's the current capital of the underworld. She's here? Naruto asked, pointing to the door with his thumb. He had seen her and Grayfia earlier that morning, but since the two were both carrying stacks of documents and paperwork while discussing something with each other, he didn't want to disturb them. Rias wasted no time to start leading Naruto to the other places. She had seen the way he had been looking at her sister, and Rias couldn't stop herself from feeling strangely threatened by Riria. She had already had Grayfia to worry about, and her sister was the last person that she wished to go up against. Then again, Naruto was the author of the Icha Icha Paradise franchise. While he didn't act and behave like Issei, she bet he had a super perverted mind, and now that she thought carefully about it, the recently published novel had one of the main female protagonists that were a bit like her queen and best friend Akeno. Judging from the fact that Naruto possibly took inspiration from his real-life experiences, she wouldn't feel surprised if the next one had a girl with crimson hair or even a pair of twins. Hey. Rias-chan, I have been wanting to ask, but, looking back at the room behind him for a second before turning back to Rias, Naruto questioned curiously, does your sister have a boyfriend or even a husband? She doesn't, but she has a son. Rias explained his name as Milika's Gremory. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, but then Rias glared at him suspiciously. Why do you want to know if she's single or not? You're not trying to make a move on her, are you, sensei? Me? Nah, of course not. The blonde chuckled, but then he asked, so you don't know who the father is? Yes, and she used to get into a lot of troubles for that, so I have never tried to press her to tell me. Rias nodded in confirmation before trailing off. I might have met him, but I lost 10 years worth of my childhood memories after all, so it's hard for me to tell. Hey, don't worry, Rias-chan. I know how you feel, Naruto said, giving the girl his best, nice guy, grin when he felt that her mood was down. We're on the same boat here after all. Thank you, sensei. Rias smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder. Break Heya. Good evening, kiddo. Wearing the tuxedo he had worn earlier that morning, Naruto greeted Issei while walking down the stairs that led to the ballroom of Gremory residence, where his welcome back party was being held. Like him, the pervert second year was wearing a suit, but his was dark blue in color, while his was black. How's the book? The blonde asked, when he saw that the boy had been reading the book he had given him. It's amazing, sensei. This has to be one of your best yet. Issei answered, his eyes sparkling in tremendous admiration for Naruto, who smirked and gave him a thumb up in response. Glad to hear that, kid. When my realm name is published, I will make sure to give you my personal signature. The blonde said before asking, so who's your date for the night? Kaneko-chan. Good for you. That girl will keep you in line. The brunette could only laugh nervously in response while scratching the back of his head. Naruto-sensei. The blonde heard a call and turned his head, with Issei doing the same but immediately dropped his jaw in shock and amazement. Naruto, meanwhile, had a more controlled reaction than the pawn, but he still found himself lost for words when he saw Rias Gremory walking down the stairs with a beautiful smile on her face, looking like a descended goddess of beauty that came to grace him with her divinities in a breathtakingly long flowing, off-shoulders white dress that showed off a fair amount of her dress to keep a sense of modesty. Rias' long crimson hair was tied back into a messy but elegant bun at the back of her head, and her face was adorned with light makeup, just enough to accentuate her natural beauties. Damn. Naruto uttered in amazement as Rias came to stand in front of him. You know what, Rias-chan? Just for tonight, I will let you call me Naruto. There's no need for the sensei bullshit. A beautiful young woman such as you deserves that much. If you insist, Naruto-kun. Rias nodded her head and then returned the favor after she had eyed him up herself. And you don't look so bad yourself, she told him, making the blonde smirk confidently before turning her attention over to her pawn Issei. Shouldn't you catch up with Kaneko right now? She has already arrived, you know. Really? I need to hurry, Issei said after snapping out of his daze and quickly ran off into the ballroom, leaving his king behind with Naruto, who then offered her his arm. So, shall we? Naruto offered Rias his arm, which she happily took and linked her arms around his. Naruto then led her toward the door and pushed it open to enter the room with her, where he was greeted by the sight of one of the fanciest and most elegant parties he had ever seen in his life. There were a lot of devils in the ballroom and it seemed to be even more crowded than Rias' wedding. Judging from their facial expressions, from serious to somewhat laid back, Naruto could see that most of them were the older devils that were leaders of their respective household, but there were also a number of young devils around. From what he could learn from Zeoticus, devils were able to use their demonic powers to appear much younger than their physical age, making the older generations look as if they were the same age as their children. When Naruto and Rias had entered the room and the door had been closed behind them by a pair of guards, all eyes were immediately turned to them and Naruto couldn't stop himself from feeling a bit uncomfortable. But the immortal shinobi was aware that he had already gotten himself too deeply involved with these devils to pull himself now, so he knew best that he got used to it. Welcome back, Naruto-sama. It's good to have you back, Uzumaki Dono. It's a great honor for me to finally meet you, Lord Uzumaki. My parents have told me everything about you. In just a few minutes after entering the ballroom with Rias, who had taken the liberty of introducing everyone to Naruto, the blonde had received all kinds of greetings and done more handshakes than he could remember, feeling like a celebrity in a room full of fans and those who idolized him. Naruto had never experienced it before, but he knew that to be famous and well known for something you couldn't wasn't easy. It reminded him of how he used to be hated just because he had Kurama inside him, only this time that it was completely opposite. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Naruto smiled at Rias, wandering off to the side. Of course I am. Rias smiled as she leaned even closer to him. Believe it or not, this is my first time going to a party without Razor as my date. It's kinda refreshing now that we are no longer engaged and I am not being recognized as his fiancés anymore, thanks to you. I see. Naruto let out a soft chuckle as he started looking around. Everything here just feels so new to me. You will get used to it soon, so don't worry Naruto-kun. Rias smiled up at him. Era, you look like you are enjoying yourself, Rias-sama. The familiar, amused and somewhat gentle giggle of the Queen of Rias Gremory made the couple turn their head, seeing Akeno Himejima walking toward them with the rest of Rias peerage behind her. Though, Kiba Yuto was the only one smiling, while Kaneko had her usual blank expression on her face, and Issei Hyodo was holding his hip and looked like he was in pain. Akeno, everyone. Good evening everyone. How are you all doing tonight? Naruto greeted them with a smile of his own. We're doing very well, sensei, thank you. Akeno lowered her head. For Kiba and Kaneko, there was no introduction needed, since he had been teaching math, history and PE at Kuo and had talked to both of them in his classes. If anything, he was more interested in their roles in Rias peerage, which seemed to be based on chest. So everyone here is your peerage, Rias-chan. The blonde turned to his date, earning a nod to his question. Yes, there's another but he's not good with crowded place like this. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that as Rias continued with pride in her voice, but everyone here are all my adorable servants and my family. I see. Before Naruto could say anything else to them, they were approached by a family of devils, all of whom had blonde hair and blue eyes. Because she had introduced herself to him before, Naruto instantly recognized Revel Phoenix, so the two devils that came with her must be her parents, with her mother looking like her daughter, Revel, with the only exception of her hair being done up very high with ornate hair decorations instead of the twin tails drills like her daughter. Well damn, this is awkward. Naruto chuckled to himself, earning a jab from Rias before she and her servants lowered her head to the two older devils. Lord and Lady Phoenix, I assume. Naruto-sama. As Lady Phoenix and Revel Phoenix lowered their heads elegantly, Lord Phoenix shook hands with Naruto as the taller blonde offered him a friendly smile. From what he had learnt earlier that day from Venilana, he seemed to be friends with the man, though not as close as he was with Zeoticus. The man reminded him a bit of Razor, but he did not have the arrogant expressions and carried himself like a true noble. Welcome back. At ease, my subjects. Raise your head. Naruto stated in a deeper tone and held out his hand in a kingly manner, making everyone look at him in surprise. Come on, enough with the bowing and the respect already. I am not a king, am I? The leader of the Phoenix household just shook his head with a smile and answered him. But you deserve to be treated like one, Naruto-sama, after all that you have done to us devils. Didn't I just crack your son's skull yesterday? Truth be told, I think this defeat will do him more good than harm. Lord Phoenix shook his head and said we are immortal because our powers reflect that of the immortal phoenixes, but that doesn't mean we cannot be killed or that we are at the top of our society. Riser has grown arrogant and become too confident in his abilities to the point he disregards even those that are stronger than him. Hopefully, by being defeated by someone of your status he will finally learn some humility. Naruto stared at Lord Phoenix for a second before laughing. You know what? Any man who can accept that his son is an ass and hope that being defeated will improve his poor qualities is okay in my book. The blonde finished. So you were okay with me ruining your engagement with the Gremory? This time, it was Lady Phoenix that answered his question. It's quite clear to us Razor cares more for his own status and reputations than he will ever care for Rias and her feelings. The woman said with a heavy sigh. It must have been difficult for her to accept that Razor was not one she wished him to be, which she had the rights to with how he was. Just make sure he doesn't run off and become even more of a brat than he already is. I give your son a beating, but I do not wish for myself or anyone to do any worse than that, and let's keep it that way. Yes, we understand Naruto-sama. Lord Phoenix nodded his head with a smile, before he turned his attention over to his daughter and decided to introduce her. Naruto-sama. This here is my daughter, she's, Revel-chan, just the one I have been wanting to see. Naruto said loudly with a huge smile on his face, surprising everyone around him including Revel herself. Good to see you Revel-chan. Still think I am a heartless asshole? He then bent over to look at her in the eyes, arms crossing on his chest. Wah, no, the girl stuttered, her face red in embarrassment. Her mother, on the other hand, was giving her a very firm look while Lord Phoenix was just watching on amusement. By the way, you forgot your change. Naruto pulled out a stack of money he had prepared from his pocket and handed it over to her. The price for the takoyaki at my restaurant is 1,200 yen, not 120,000. Seeing that the girl had become too nervous as she accepted her money back and before bowing her head to him to show gratitude, Rias decided to save her by asking Naruto-kun, "How do you know Revel?" The two had met before, when he came in and interrupted her meeting with Razor and his peerage in her clubroom, handing the girl a coupon card of his restaurant, but aside from that she did not remember them talking or interacting with each other, so it had to happen after the game. "You see, Rias-chan, this girl here actually gave me the last reason I needed to come and crash your wedding," Naruto explained, making everyone look at Revel in surprise. "She seemed to care a lot for you, and believed that your rating game match against Razor was an unfair one." "Revel, did you really?" Rias couldn't help but ask, smiling at the younger girl, who then found the skirt of her purple dress very interesting. I only said what I believed, Rias-sama," Revel answered nervously. "Well, all that aside, Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix, would you mind if I take your daughter under my care?" His declaration made the both sides gasp in shock, even those who were listening to their conversations around them. "This girl here has the potential to become one of the brightest minds that I have ever met in my life despite her young age. She is actually the first devil I met after losing my memories aside from Grayfia that has an idea who I might be from just hearing my name, seeing how I look and observing my behaviors, connecting them to bedtime stories you used to tell her when she was little and the characteristics of a protagonist that is based on me in comics books for children. Most people would overlook such details, but Revel didn't. Moreover, while she's not entirely sure herself, Revel still came and asked me to save Rias, even if she would lose nothing in return. It still showed that she's willing to take gambles to help those that she cares about. Under my guidance, I promise you that this girl will one day become the underworld's greatest strategist. Not saying that I am smart, but I do believe I have more than enough experience as an immortal who has traveled the world for so long to turn your daughter into a master tactician." Naruto finished firmly, holding his hand out as if he wanted Revel to take it. He knew there might be teachers out there that could help her reach her fullest potentials like what he intended to do, but the chance of her falling into the hands of someone who had half the idea or even less of what to do with her was one that he did not want to take, not after he had seen what Revel was capable of. I don't know what to say, Naruto-sama." Lord Phoenix finally spoke in amazement, looking at his daughter who was having her eyes wide in surprise.
He and his wife, her specifically, were well aware of their daughter's intelligence, and knew that she appeared to be smarter than even those older than her, namely his son Riser, who had been called a genius before, but he did not expect her to amaze and have left an impression on even the teacher of 3 of the 4 great Mao themselves.
In the end, it all comes down to Revel's decision whether or not she wants to be put under my guidance," Naruto said, explaining with a small smirk on his face. "Then again, if she is still of me as a heartless bastard and doesn't want to have anything to do with me, then I understand. No, of course not," Revel said quickly, a bit louder than how she wanted, but wasted no time to lower her voice as she continued. "I was angry, so it's alright. About time someone told me I shouldn't just push others away and continue to live a lonely life anyway," Naruto said, his voice softer this time as he reached his hand and rubbed her head, making the blonde blush as she looked up at him. "So will you accept?" Revel then looked over at her parents and saw them smiling while looking at her while giving her nods of approval. "Yes, Naruto-sama, please take care of me from now on," she said finally, bowing her head low to him with both hands clasped in front of her. Naruto grinned. "Now, while I might be your teacher, it's okay to act normally around me. It might be a good change of pace for me to have a stubborn and bossy Oju-sama around." "Who are you calling stubborn and bossy, you lowlife?" Immediately before she could finish that, Revel shot her hands up and covered her mouth, her face becoming even redder in embarrassment. Naruto burst out in laughter, and the others soon followed him, with the only exception being Revel and her mother, who was looking sternly at her for her choice of words, to him no less. "We will talk about this later when we're home, Revel." "Yes, mother." Smiling, Naruto just shook his head and said, "Now go easy on her, will you? I don't mind." After that, Naruto spent his time catching up with Lord Phoenix, who told him many stories of his time at Phoenix residence and his territory. Apparently, his second son was a boss of a media company, and he had made a couple of films about the shinobi in the past, being one of the only few young devils that had known about him from the beginning for meeting Naruto when he was younger. Some of them were for children, but the rest targeted audiences of all ages. It was the reason why he had become so famous in such a short amount of time, because while those movies were just fictional productions, They now knew there was some truth to it because a number of them were based on past events that had taken place during the Civil War. Everyone. The devils then became silent, and they all turned their heads to see 4 devils walking into the room, being led by none other than Rias Lucifer herself. Unlike the dress that she had worn the previous night, the crimson-haired woman was wearing a more formal robe, but it still accentuated the amazing curves of her extremely voluptuous body. Walking beside her was a bewitchingly beautiful and attractive young man appearing in his early 20s, with light blue eyes and green hair that was slicked back, and a mysterious aura around him. Next was a cute girl looking in her late teens with black hair tied into twin tails and blue eyes, and last but not least, a tall man who reminded him of the lazier people like Shikamaru. His head was completely bald and he had a goatee on his chin. It did not take a genius to realize that these devils were the 4 great Mao of the underworld. Made him wonder which ones of them were his students. Just as he thought that, the black-haired girl suddenly turned her eyes to look at him and then winked, flashing him a smile and then turned away before anyone could notice. Rias, who noticed Naruto's eyes were fixed on her, introduced her to him. Her name is Seraphal Leviathan, the second most powerful female of the underworld, next to Oni-sama. Her name used to be Seraphal Citri, but after the war she took over the title of the original Leviathan. Grayfia once challenged her for the title, but she was defeated. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. Yes, but Grayfia is still the 3rd strongest and the strongest queen of the underworld. Naruto nodded. What about the 2 men? Who are they? The one with green hair is Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly Ajuka Astaroth. He is the chief advisor for the technology department, and is the creator of the evil pieces system in the rating game. The other one is Falbium Asmodeus, the Mao in charge of military affairs. He's known for being Underworld's greatest tactician and strategist. He's very smart, but I heard that he lives by the thought, working means losing. You can't lose the game if you don't play it. Naruto grinned. I like him already. Riria then looked around for a second before she spoke up loudly. Tonight, we gather here to celebrate the return of our hero, the immortal shinobi Naruto Uzumaki. When the 4 Mao led their followers to another great war against the angels and fallen angels, and we stood opposing the idea because we devils had already lost so much, he was the one who assisted us and secretly fought for our future. He trained those that today you know as Lucifer, Leviathan, and Beelzebub, which ultimately led to the defeat of the original Mao's descendants and the insurance of our future. She then gently accepted a glass of wine from Seraphal and raised it above her head, declaring loudly with a smile on her face, let's give him our dearest welcome. The party resumed normally after that. Naruto himself was about to head over to the 4 Mao to greet them, believing it would only be natural for him to see his former students, when suddenly one of them beat him to it and threw herself at him while carrying out loudly, Naruto-sensei. The high-pitched and girlish squeal immediately set the powerful shinobi on his guard. But rather than pulling out his kunai and preparing for battle, Naruto merely stepped to the side, pushing Rias behind him and raised his foot just as Seraphal was about to crash into him, knocking her off balance with her own speed and leading her to an almost inevitable moment of making a fool out of herself. Almost, because before it could happen, the blonde then reached out and grabbed the back of her shirt, preventing her fall but choking her for a brief second. He then pulled her back and held her in the air. I mean, seriously? Naruto asked, looking at Seraphal, who smiled sheepishly at her. Naruto-kun, put her down. Rias was the first to react, grabbing his arm with both hands and telling him quickly. You know, on my defense this girl jumped on me first. Naruto explained absent-mindedly before turning over to look at Seraphal. So the Leviathan, I take that you were my student? Hee. Yes, I was sensei. Seraphal answered and then struck a cute pose, even as her foot dangled in the air. Magical girl Leviathan, at your service. Defug? So even with the leaders of the devils there were some interesting personalities. He then heard a chuckle coming from the side and turned his head to see Riria approaching them with the other 2 Mao following behind her. It's good to see you again, sensei. Riria and Ajuka said to him, while Falbium just greeted him with a wave of his hand and a yawn. Good to see you again, Riria. Naruto smiled at the crimson-haired woman and turned his head to look at Ajuka, who was eyeing him calculatedly. Is there a problem? He couldn't help but ask, not liking the way the green-haired devil was looking at him, but he didn't feel any malicious intent, so he kept his tone normal. I'm 1.5 inches taller than you know, sensei. The Beelzebub Mao said smugly as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I take that I used to call you a midget. Naruto started with a chuckle as he put Seraphol down, giving her just enough distance between them so that he could react if she tried to throw herself at him again. All the time, sensei, all the time. So Riria, Seraphol and Ajuka were his students, Naruto thought in amusement. He didn't remember anything specific about them yet, but it was quite clear these three balanced each other out well. The genius, the clever tactician and the overeager troublemaker, though, with Riria being the one that got punished the most in the bell test, he couldn't help but wonder who was actually the troublemaker between her and Seraphol. Naruto then turned his attention to the last Mao, who let out another yawn. No, the guy wasn't bored of the conversation or anything like that. He just seemed really sleepy and looked as though he was about to pass out, and you can leave if you are sleepy. Can I really? He asked, looking at Riria, who sighed before nodding. Great, thanks a whole bunch. He shook Naruto's hand quickly before heading out of the ballroom. So where is, there she is. Naruto smiled in satisfaction when he saw Grayfia walking toward them. He had heard that she was a high-class devil, but unlike everyone else in the room, she was still wearing her maid outfit. But not that she didn't look elegant enough already. Mao-sama. Grayfia lowered her head and addressed all of them respectfully. Naruto-sama. Just when he was about to start a conversation with her, he noticed the way everyone was looking at him, or specifically at him and Grayfia, while whispering to each other. While the adults seemed to know how to keep their emotions controlled, the youngsters were doing so rather excitedly, especially the girls. What's going on? He couldn't help but ask. Grayfia was still keeping a very straight face, but he could feel that inside she was rather conflicted. It's nothing you should worry about, Naruto-san. Despite that, her tone was as cold as ever. Now, Grayfia-chan, don't say it like that. We all know the reason here. Seraphol giggled as she threw herself at the maid and hugged her tightly, causing Grayfia to make a sound in displeasure. If you excuse me, everyone, I got work to do. She tried to walk away, but both females Mao stopped her. Now, don't think about escaping now, Fia-chan. Riria teased, using the nickname that Grayfia absolutely hated to address her. Oi! Just what the hell is going on here? Naruto asked while scratching the back of his head, feeling a little left out from their conversation, which most likely involved him as well. I think it's best that we leave this for later, everyone. Ajuka decided to interfere while chuckling nervously, as the three most powerful women in the entire underworld glared at each other. Let Sensei and the young ones enjoy the party. We will have plenty of time to tell him later. He finished, and a number of devils took that opportunity to go for Naruto, who returned to his routine of shaking hands and saying, thank you, as before. Break. So, can we talk about me and Grayfia now? Naruto asked, after all the guests had left and only the devils of the Gremory household were left in the ballroom. Looking at Riria, he couldn't help but ask her, you're awfully enjoying this, aren't you? You have no idea. Riria answered with a soft giggle as she held up a camera and took a picture of a very uncomfortable-looking Grayfia. It's been a while since I had good blackmail materials to use against her. Grayfia will need to watch out, or else she's in a world of embarrassment before she can even realize it. I didn't just learn how to fight from me, did you? No, sensei. Riria answered with a wink before she looked at her sister, who was standing with her peerage. With the exception of Issei, who was standing on the side reading Naruto's book while giggling perversely, they all seemed to know what was going on as well. Rias-chan, can you bring us the book about them? What book? Naruto couldn't help but ask as Rias turned her attention to Akano, who seemed to always bring a spare copy with her, summoning it from a magic circle. The thing is, Naruto-sensei, the shinobi isn't just featured in comic books for children. Another version of him, Seventh Fire Shadow, is very popular among the adults. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. Seventh Fire Shadow? That was his title when he became the leader of Konoha. Some of them are fictional stories, but this one here, however, is based on a true story. Riria accepted the book from Rias and showed it to him. Some past events have been changed, added and alters to make it more like a story, but it's still the most popular love story in the entire underworld. Now he's intrigued. You see, sensei, years ago we were the leaders of the resistance called the Anti-Mao faction. Ajuka began. 4 of the original Satan descendants made it known that they would claim their parents' throne and restart the Great War. The Bael and Agaras, who did not wish for any more bloodshed to continue, started to build a coalition to counter it, bringing the devil houses Citri, Astaroth, Glacia Labilas and Gremory to their side because of the immense power that the clan heirs possessed. Following the events that were called the Battle of the Three Armies, the largest conflict between the three biblical factions since the Great War, and the Lucifod massacre that aimed to eliminate each and every member of the resistance without care for civilians or casualties among them, a civil war broke out between the two factions. While there's no casualties to all 6 families thanks to you, it brought all 3 of us to the decision to stand at the front line against the old Mao factions and their followers, with Falbium being the 4th leader. At the beginning of the Civil War, the battles were one-sided in favor of the Satan army troops, despite the fact that their main armies were preparing for war against the angels and fallen angels. However, with us 4 on the battlefield, taking command of the coalition armies, the tide of the war began to shift in our favor until they sent out one of the strongest servants on their site, who is utterly loyal to Lucifer and his house because her family has sworn allegiance to them since the beginning of time, being the leaders of them all. While the 4 of us were strong, we're still at the earliest state of our growth, so this woman, who had fought countless battles with powers surpassing even us at the time and won, easily defeated all of us. I assume that you already know who, Sensei. Her? Naruto asked in surprise, pointing his hand at Grayfia. Yes, it was Grayfia who became the throne on our side for the next 10 years, defeating us each time we battled the armies of Mao factions. We lost every battle with her in charge. Lord Gremory explained, still remembering the day that his daughter and her friends would return to command centers, losing all their troops and badly beaten by a single woman. What about me then? The blonde decided to ask. You decided to remain neutral in this civil war, Naruto-sama. Venelana answered because you has ties with other families, the Fennecs for example. On the side of the Satan factions, you decided to sit out and let us sort this one out ourselves, knowing that whichever side you favor more would win until Grayfia defeated Rias in a battle that is still remembered till these days. Because Rias's power has grown tremendously over the years that she fought in the Civil War, the government and the leaders of the Mao faction decided that she's too much a threat to them, and gave a direct order for Grayfia to eliminate her. Ajuka continued, making Naruto raise his eyebrow at that. Seeing an opportunity to carry out her master's wish, Grayfia immediately went for the killing blow, and that's when you interfered and defeated Grayfia to save your student in the aftermath of the battle. Rather swiftly too. You're so cool, Sensei. Seraphol exclaimed with sparkling eyes. You came in from out of nowhere like a knight in a shining armor and kicked Grayfia-chan in the face to save Riria-chan. Sorry about that. Don't be. Grayfia answered curtly, sending a chill down his spine with the cold tone she was using. Ajuka then continued. Of course, after having their ace defeated in a battle like that, the leaders of the opposing faction grew concerned that you might do it again. Even more so, your influences caused some families, like the Fennecs, to switch sides, so with no other choices but to order their strongest servants to keep an eye on you at all times, but all of them ended up returning to their masters in body bags because you claimed that they violated your privacy. That was when they decided to send Grayfia and a whole squad of their strongest directly after you. Over the next 40 years, you two would meet numerous times, but because she was very careful with her attempts to approach you, you didn't do anything to her. After a year or so, you even started to prank her because you thought it'd be funny to see her angry because she's so cold all the time. From pain balloons to fake orders, you really pulled all your stops on her, Sensei. Don't forget that you used to force her to eat ramen like constantly. Seraphol pointed out with a teasing smile on her face. If you have already known about it and been wondering why Grayfia hates ramen so much, it's because you put an irremovable seal that made all the foods she had tasted bland unless it's ramen on her. Riria finished with a giggle, covering her mouth behind her hand. I think because of that she even developed a ramen phobia, a fear of ramen. I don't think anyone can make her eat it ever again. Yikes. I was really an asshole, huh? Naruto said while scratching the back of his head as Rias gave him a scold in disapproval. And here he thought she didn't like ramen because she found the food unhealthy. No wonder why she always replied so coldly whenever he tried to invite her to have one. But still, with Grayfia-san out of the way, we could finally roam free on the battlefield, growing stronger and even more powerful with each battle that we fought. More and more families began to join us and opposed the old Mao factions, increasing the number and strength of our armies. Ajuka continued before he made the declaration that Naruto had been waiting for, and as we turned the tide of the civil war in our favor once again, this time permanently, Grayfia continued to spend time with you and ended up falling for you in the process. You two were in love with each other near the end of the war. Well, damn, Naruto managed, glancing over at Grayfia, who was trying to avoid his gaze. Still, did it really take him almost half a century to crack this woman's cold shell? Or it was never his intention? By the time we killed the descendants of the original Mao and ended the centuries-long civil war, Grayfia had become one of us because she wished to be with you. She became my queen in the tradition of her family, but her heart, soul and her loyalty are yours and yours only, sensei. Rias finished, causing the entire room to fall into silence as Naruto and Grayfia stood there and looked at each other. A sniff from Akano made him turn his head. Obviously the girl was a big fan of their love story. So Grayfia, he began, wanting to end the uncomfortable silence between them. However, before he could do that, the silver hair maid had already done it, but instead of talking to him, she turned her attention over to her mistress and questioned calmly, "Riria-sama, don't you have something to tell Naruto-sama as well?" The crimson-haired Mao flinched, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to become even heavier. Naruto turned his attention over to look at the woman, and saw her looking back at him nervously. "How long do you plan on not telling him? Don't you think you should tell him now?" "Tell me what?" Naruto asked. He had a feeling he knew what they were talking about. After all, the memories of Riria were the first ones that resurfaced and returned to him. Riria then paused when she felt a hand on her shoulder, and turned her head to see her father smiling at her in encouragement. At the same time, her mother also came to stand next to her and linked her hand with Riria's as she gave her a comforting smile. "To-sama, Ka-sama, Grayfia is right, Riria," Zeoticus told his daughter. "I think it's time for you to tell him. He's gonna be alright. This is Naruto-sama we are talking about after all," her mother said before letting go of her daughter's hand to leave the room. "I will go get Milika's." And with that, she left the room, leaving many confused faces from Rias and her peerage behind. Riria, meanwhile, turned her attention to Grayfia and gave her a rare glare. "That's a jerk move, Grayfia. Never lower your guard, Riria, especially in front of your rival." The silver maid answered, not backing down from Riria's glare, and made Rias and her servants gasp in surprise as the lack of honorific suffix from Grayfia. The two glared at each other, and one could even see sparks flying between them as Naruto just stood there with his arms crossing on his chest. A minute later, Venelana returned, but she wasn't alone. Walking with her while holding her hand, was a young boy with short crimson-red hair and bright blue eyes, looking to be around 9 to 10 years old. He dressed formally in a red and black robe, with a red ribbon being held around his neck by a green jewel. "Naruto, this is Milika's Gremory, he's my grandson. Riria's child." Venelana introduced them as she led the boy into the room, leaving Naruto completely speechless despite having prepared for it. Even without his ability, he could tell that the boy was nervous as he looked up at him just from the way his small hand was holding tightly on his grandmother's larger one. "Hey there, little buddy," he began slowly as memories of the day a small child with a small tuft of crimson hair was born. On instinct, the blonde got down on one knee and smiled at him. He wished to introduce himself to the boy, but before he could finish, Milika's had already slipped out of his grandmother's hand and ran toward Naruto, throwing his small arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. Naruto's arms were left open for a second, before they closed in slowly around the boy as he hugged him back. He remembered it now, the night Milika's was born and the moment he welcomed his son to the world with his mother, Riria. "Break you okay, sensei?" Standing at the balcony of the ballroom, Naruto turned his head around and saw Ajuka walking toward him with a smile on his face. Inside, Venelana was explaining everything to Rias and her servants while reminding them how important it was to keep what they learnt today a secret as Milika's sat on a chair and played with his mother and Grayfia. "You know, when cigarettes were invented in the 19th century, I smoked a shit ton of them, but I gave up after realizing it could cause cancers." He then put his head down the balcony before standing straight up, letting out a heavy sigh as he continued, "You have any?" "I don't smoke, sensei, and neither should you." Ajuka shook his head and told him. "But we can grab a drink later. There is this bar in the city that serves a wine that is so strong even gods can get drunk." "Just what I need," Naruto said as he looked at Riria and Milika's. Their eyes met, and the blonde found himself smiling at them before he even realized it was "I ever a good man, Ajuka? You are the smart one. What do you think of me? Quite frankly, I used to hate you, sensei." Ajuka admitted honestly with a chuckle. If you don't have a personality like Serafal, or grow up under your care like Riria, you won't be able to stand the person you were back then. All that I have ever wanted was to invent new things, but you always dragged me out to train with the girls just because my father wished for me to have some friends. You are an ass toward anyone that isn't your loved ones, and you were very successful at pissing people off. I don't think anyone but Lord Zeoticus and his wife could stand you back then. But you have always been there for us, Sensei. You care greatly for each one of us in your own way. You spent your time watching magical girl animated movies with Serafal when she's younger for hours, even though you found those boring. You helped me test my inventions, knowing some might explode in your face later. The two let out a laugh at that, but in the end, the one that you cared for the most was Riria. You said you would sit out of the Devil's Civil War, but you could never sit tight whenever she headed into battles. I see. I wouldn't say that you were a great man, Naruto-sensei, but you were the best teacher any of us could ask for. Riria, specifically, seemed to have loved you from the day she knew what it was. When she reached marriageable age, several devils tried to woo her and even asked their families to set up marriage engagements with Riria, but she refused all of them and turned them all down. You also looked at her differently and more than just a little sister when you started realizing how mature she had become fighting in the Civil War, and I believe that's when you fell in love with her. You know what they say, first come love, then comes marriage, then come a baby in the baby carriage. What about Grayfia then? You two never had the chance to make it official, but I don't think she minds. Riria and Grayfia might be best friends now, but they used to at each other's throat for your affection. Not the first time I had romantic relationships with multiple women at the same time, kid, so I know how it felt. I know, and for that the two were loved equally, but Riria was more fortunate and blessed with a son. Seeing Riria leaving her son in Grayfia's care before standing up and starting to make her way toward them, Ajuka decided it's time for him to leave. I know it's not my place to tell you what you should do, Sensei, but here's a lesson you taught us when we were younger. Do what your heart tells you. Stop pushing others away and go look for happiness again. But the drink is still on you, kid. With a laugh, Ajuka walked back into the ballroom, giving Riria a nod on the way. Riria then stepped out and came to stand in front of him, a radiant smile on her face as she looked up at him. Naruto. What, no more sensei now? The blonde teased, making Riria glare playfully at him. How's Milikas? He couldn't help but ask. He's happy, very much so. Riria answered before telling him, you're his childhood hero, you know. The shinobi and his mischief adventures, you won't find a bigger fan than him. Naruto couldn't help but ask, so how long has he known that I am his father? Only in recent years. We tried to wait till he's a bit older, but Milikas is a smart boy. He figured that out himself. Riria explained. I see. Naruto looked at his shoes for a second before saying, looking directly into her blue-green eyes, Riria, listen. But before he could finish, Riria had reached out and placed a finger on his lip, stopping him before he could say anything. You don't have to apologize, Naruto. She shook her head and said, all that matters now is that you have returned to me, to Milikas, and to all of us. You might not remember everything yet, but I know that in due time, you will. Even if you don't, I will be here for you. We will all be here for you. Riria. Naruto smiled softly while looking at her. Thank you. The crimson-haired woman smiled at him in return and gave him a small nod. For the first time in a very long time, the blonde felt at ease. So how did it happen? How did I propose to you? I mean, well, it's kinda a long story. You know Rias-chan. Naruto started as he crossed his arms on his chest, an annoyed expression on his face. I am very grateful that your family has provided me in my restaurant with the best waitresses the underworld could offer, but when I promised that when you won, which you did in a manner of speaking, I would treat you and your servants to a free meal at my restaurant. He then pointed his hand out, crying out loudly and dramatically as he pointed at the people, or devils, that were sitting with Rias at her table that were none other than her family. I meant you and your servants only, not the entire fucking underworld. WHO, is this square jaw, T-800 Arnold Schwarzenegger look-alike? He then snapped around and gestured his hand at another table, where a 6'3", handsome and muscular young man was sitting with an incredibly attractive blonde beside Rias' table by the window. The young woman flinched at his outburst, while the male devil just smiled somewhat nervously at Naruto. No, you sit down. I will talk to you later. He then thrust out his hand with his palm facing forward in the talk to the hand, gesture when the young man looked like he was about to stand up, making him return to his seat. And I also don't remember inviting you to. The blonde continued with his trademark freaked out face, one that he had not used in a very long time, as he pointed his finger at Serafal and Ajuka, who were sitting with Sona Sitri and Tsubaki Shinra of Kuo Academy's student council. He had taught and talked to the two before in classes, so he knew they were devils. I'm treating Rias and her servants their victory celebration, not doing a fucking charity lunch or, ouch ouch ouch. Please refrain yourself from continuing to act like a fool, Naruto-sama. Grayfia Lucifuge said calmly as she appeared at his side and pinched his cheek, hard also, do watch your language. There are children here and you are also a teacher. Alright. The blonde said quickly while wincing in pain. Please let go of my cheek, Grayfia. He groaned in pain and after another 3 seconds, Grayfia let go of him, allowing the blonde to breath out a sigh in relief. A second more and it would have felt like his cheek had been ripped off for real. I'm sorry, sensei. Rias finally answered him while smiling apologetically. She was sitting with her parents, older sister and nephew, who she had invited to tag along with her in her peerage after seeing how excited they had been when she reminded them that Naruto had a restaurant in the human world. I thought you wouldn't mind having them, that's all. This is actually my fault, Oto-sama. Milikas spoke up respectfully as he stood up from his chair between his mother and grandmother to bow his head to Naruto, making the blonde widen his eyes in surprise. I just thought that it might be fun to have everyone gathered together for an informal meal like this, so I invited Serafal-sama and Ajuka-sama, as well as my cousin Cyroorg. I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't like it, no. Of course not, Milikas, I really like the idea. Love it even. There's nothing wrong with a family meal. It's the best. Naruto immediately interrupted, his attitude flipping around faster than anyone had expected him to when Milikas started apologizing, while giving his son a 1,000-watt smile as he ran around the table to come stand behind him and put his hands on his arms to lift him and put him back on his chair. So son, what do you want to eat? Is there anything specific I can get you? He asked, taking the menu from Zeoticus, who was studying it very carefully, and giving it to his son. I'd like a bowl of miso pork ramen with extra fish cakes, Oto-sama. Milikas answered after making sure that the dish was on the menu. Your favorite? Seeing the excited look on his face and that he didn't take much time to decide, the blonde couldn't help but ask and Milikas immediately nodded his head in response, making a huge smile spread out on his face. That's awesome. It's my favorite too. Milikas, you know ramen is not good for your health. Riria told her son, interrupting him and his father, making their smiles falter a little for a second. But I will let you have one today, but you have to promise me you will eat lot of vegetables. I promise, Okage-sama. Naruto, however, couldn't help but ask, wait, how often do you let him eat ramen? At most, once every week. It was Venelana who answered that question. Riria was a mouse as she had tons of work to do, so he wouldn't feel surprised if he stayed with her grandparents or had Grayfia take care of him most of the time. Nonsense, let him eat it twice every weekend or so. Riria pointed out sternly. Do you want to hinder his growth, dear? As he hadn't gotten used to their marriage yet, Naruto almost flinched, having Riria called him like that, and the crimson-haired woman seemed to have realized it too. However, the two were able to keep a straight face as they glared sternly, but somewhat playfully, at each other, with Grayfia being the one who noticed the quick and slight changes in their expressions. She felt happy for them, but at the same time a little bit of jealousy. For the rest, however, it was a very heartwarming scene that they enjoyed. Alright, your mother knows what's best for you. Naruto rubbed the boy on the head, making Milikas smile up at him. Wait here, I will personally cook you the best bowl of ramen ever. Hi, Oto-sama. Wait, you are not going to get our orders, sensei? Rias asked with a teasing smile. She didn't mind, seeing how excited her teacher, who turned out to be her brother-in-law, appeared to be at the idea of letting his son taste his own cooking for the first time. I'm the boss now, Rias-chan, not one of the chefs or a waiter. But nonetheless, he turned his attention to a certain blonde who had been waiting nervously on the side. Asia-chan, can you take their orders for me? All 3 tables. Why yes, Naruto-ni-sama. The former holy maiden responded loudly before she ran to their tables with a notebook and a pencil in her hands. The devils, having been informed about Asia beforehand, wasn't surprised to see her and treated her kindly, but still didn't make her any less nervous. Naruto had explained to her everything this morning, and to the blonde's surprise his little adopted sister had taken it very well, even the fact that he's already married and had a son with the current devil king of the underworld. Knowing who she would serve today, Asia had left at home all of her holy accessories so Rias and the others wouldn't become wary of her, which turned out to be a good idea because his son Milikas showed up as well with the rest of the family and a few more guests. Oh my, look at that. Before Naruto could go into the kitchen, a familiar voice caught his attention and the blonde turned his attention to the front door to see Lord and Lady Phoenix entering his restaurant with Ravel walking ahead of them, a confident smile on her face as she seemed to act as their guide. I knew we wouldn't be the only ones here today, but to think even the Mao are here, Naruto-sama. Both Ravel and her mother bowed their heads to him. Ah, come in you three. We're having a celebration here, so the more the merrier. Naruto told the Phoenix family as Zeoticus stood up from his seat and walked over to shake hands with the lord of the Phoenix household. It seemed that even after having the marriage engagement between their children cancelled by force, the two were still on a very good term with each other. Well, I'm gonna go into the kitchen to cook ramen for Milikas. You three just grab a table and tell Asia your orders. And with that he left. So that's the rumored holy maiden. I heard she was banished from the church because she healed a devil. Lord Phoenix said as he looked at the blonde-haired girl, who was laughing softly at Milika's joke. The youngest Gremory was very excited to see a nun for the first time in his life, and she was so kind and friendly too, if not a bit shy. Can't believe that she's been here all this time with Naruto-sama. He then paused for a second before asking, do we know the devil that she saved? The Agaras are looking into that per his request. Zeoticus answered as Ravel and her mother walked in and took a table beside the Gremory. Let's leave the serious talk for later, Lord Phoenix. Come on in. It's not every day that we can enjoy Naruto-sama's hospitality for free. It's not free for either of you. They heard Naruto shouted from the kitchen, and burst out in laughter at that before going back to join their families. After that, it didn't take it long for Naruto to return with Milika's ramen. Since he made the noodles from scratch and the whole meal from the freshest ingredients to make it as delicious as it could possibly be, by the time that he had arrived at Milika's table everyone else had already received their orders from Asia, with a bit of help from Grayfia. Here you go Milikas, eat to your heart content. Naruto announced as he put the bowl down before his son, whose eyes were sparkling in awe and anticipation while his mother prepared a pair of chopsticks for him. Here you go Milikas. Rias smiled as she handed her son the chopsticks. Thank you, Oka-sama. Milikas accepted the chopsticks politely with both hands before declaring itadakimasu. The crimson-haired boy declared before he took the first bite of his ramen, going for the noodles and a piece of pork first with the highest form of table manners. He ate slowly and carefully while not making a sound, which was the most disrespectful way to eat a bowl of ramen in front of the chef who made it in a Japanese restaurant, but Naruto didn't mind and actually didn't even care. As long as his son enjoyed his cooking, he was a happy father. So how is it, Milikas? Naruto asked, sounding hopeful as he took the seat between his son and her grandmother with Riria having his other side. Milikas didn't answer until he had swallowed everything in his mouth, but once he did, the boy turned to his father and answered him with a very bright smile on his face. It's very delicious, Oto-sama. It's the best bowl of ramen one have ever had. So has your mother ever cooked ramen for you before? He couldn't help but ask, looking over at Riria. Yes, she cooks for me whenever she has a day off. She can cook very well, but ramen is definitely her best, though you are better. Naturally. Naruto smirked smugly, making Riria pout. So am I the best chef? Actually, Oji-sama is a very good cook too. He can't make ramen, but his cooking is very delicious. Naruto looked over to his father-in-law, and saw the man giving him a thumb up and a smile on his face. No wonder why the man looked at the menu so attentively and studied all the dishes with interest in his eyes. Well, I guess we'll see about that later. The blonde stated flatly, making the smile on Zeoticus's face widen even further. So how's everyone food by the way? He turned his attention around the table. Zeoticus was eating sushi and fried shrimps, while the three Gremory women and Grayfia, who was forced to sit down and eat with them by her mistress, were sharing a Japanese multi-course called keizeki ryori, coming in a dozen of different dishes with each prepared in very small servings and in such a way as to enhance the produce's natural flavor. Delicious, as expected from Japanese cuisine. Zeoticus replied in admiration. I think I just found the perfect place for me and my servants to hang out after school, Naruto-sensei. Rias answered him happily as her servants agreed cheerfully from their table, having a sushi, hot pot and grilled meats being cooked over a small barbecue placed in the center of their table. This is certainly very delicious. Venelana praised with Riria nodding in agreement as she ate like the noble, high-class lady that she was. Just from the way she was eating, Naruto could tell his mother-in-law was the one who taught Milikas his table manners. So, Fia-chan. Grayfia didn't give a reaction. Are you enjoying yourself? Very much so, Naruto-sama. Thank you for asking, the silver-haired woman answered coolly while not taking her eyes away from her bowl. From what he had learnt from Riria, in a restaurant just kept the ramen away from her and she's a happy woman. Glad to know. Deciding it wasn't the time to tease her, Naruto walked away and let the Gremory enjoy their foods, heading over to the table of two beside them, who were eating a whole course similar to the Riria and the females in her family were having but with more meat. So, who might you be? And no need to stand up, he added before any of the two could fully stand up. I'm Cyroorg Biel, sir. The heir of the Biel family. The young man introduced himself after wiping his mouth clean with a tissue, and this is Kuisha Abaddon, my queen. The blonde lowered her head to him, and Naruto returned her gesture with a nod. Biel, eh? So you are, yes, Lucifer-sama and Rias are my cousins. Cyroorg nodded his head in confirmation. Lord Zekrom, my ancestor and the first head of the Devil House of Biel, wanted to come see you today because you two were good friends in the past, but an emergency meeting required my attention, so I came in his stead. Cyroorg is currently the strongest and most promising young devil of his generation. Venelana introduced them from her table, smiling a little as she looked at her nephew. You met him for the first time when he was 3 years old, and encouraged him to overcome the disadvantage of not inheriting the power of destruction that is known in my family. Me? Naruto asked, pointing at himself. Yes, sir. I was once shunned because I was the son of my father's mistress and didn't inherit any of his powers. My mother advised me to become strong in different ways, and that's when I met you. You were the one who showed me how to do it, and that I could do it. Cyroorg strongly stated before lowering his head. I owe you everything, Naruto Dono. Ah, don't mention it. Glad that I could help, the blonde said with a small chuckle. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a discount coupon, giving it to Ria's cousin. Here, take this. Don't make this a one-time thing. Bring everyone with you next time you're here. Thank you, Naruto Dono. Cyroorg accepted the card gratefully and then handed it over to his queen for safekeeping. The blonde then turned his attention over to the last table, and saw Seraphol looking at him with a cheerful smile on her face and a look of anticipation. So, Milikas invited you? He asked, walking over to their table and sitting down next to Ajuka. Actually, Riria did. He looked at Riria, and saw her smiling apologetically at him. It's not fair that Ajuka-chan is the only one that got to hang out with you, sensei. The bubbly Mao whined playfully as she tried to hug him, making the young woman sitting across from her let out a sigh of disappointment. Ah. Satan, Mo, you are doing it again. Sona chose to ignore her, making Seraphol pout cutely before she looked over at Naruto, head lowering a little. I'm so sorry for my sister's behaviors, Naruto-sensei. Ah yes, the responsible little sister. I can feel the dynamic already. Naruto chuckled humorously, causing Seraphol to turn her pout at him. So it's Sona Citree, isn't it? That's correct, sensei. Since my older sister became the Mao Leviathan, I became the heir to the Citree Devil household. Shitori is just a fake last name to make it easier for me to blend in with human society. Sona introduced herself calmly but proudly before gesturing her hand to Tsubaki. Tsubaki Shinra is my queen and, as you've already known, the vice president of the student council. It's an honor, sensei. Thank you, Tsubaki-san. You two keep up the good work at school. Both Sona and Tsubaki lowered their heads to thank him. If it were these two or anyone from the student council, then he had no worry that their grades would remain at the top. Yo Ajuka, you got my email? While handing Sona a discount coupon, he turned and asked the Beelzebub Devil King. Yes, sensei, I will look into it and contact you as soon as possible. He nodded his head in confirmation. Awesome, the blonde grinned. After that, Naruto let each table enjoy lunch in peace, retreating to the back to have small talks with Asia. However, when it was time for dessert, the blonde returned with a grand serving of chocolate and vanilla cream cakes, once again making sure that Milikas would have the first bite before he let anyone touch their shares. When it was time to say goodbye, Cyraorg and his queen were the first to leave, and they were followed shortly behind by the Mao Citri table. A tearful Serafal wanted to stay, but she was quickly taken away by her sister even before she could protest. Next was Rias and her servants, who were all reminded to catch up with their schoolwork by Naruto, as they had already skipped school for almost 2 weeks, but not that he was worried about the top students like Rias or Akano. Naruto, specifically, was told to return him his book at the end of the week, or else he would come personally to his house to take it back. Grayfia took her leave shortly after that, saying she had important work to do, leaving Naruto a bit disappointed because he didn't even get a goodbye kiss on the cheek from her. When it was time for Riria and the rest of her family to leave, Naruto found it more difficult than he had expected it to be. Venelana and Zeodicus both promised to take Milikas to visit him once every few days of the week. As much as he wanted to spend as much time he wanted with his son, Naruto knew Milikas had schoolwork in the underworld to attend to, and Venelana had made it very clear that she wanted her grandson to receive proper educations, one that he could not get from his overeager and unserious father. So catch you up later? Naruto asked, smiling somewhat awkwardly at Riria, who was looking softly at him. The two of them had exchanged their phone number at the end of the party the previous night, but with how busy Riria was with her works, he knew phone calls and texts would never be enough for him to catch up with her. Listen, Riria. Riria leaned forward, and before Naruto could even think of how to finish his sentence, her lips were on his, kissing him. It obviously wasn't their first kiss, but it did feel like one to him. There's no lust, no other feelings but love. It didn't last very long, and she moved back before he could start to kiss back, leaving him marvel at the feel of her lips on his. They were so soft and gentle and warm. I love you, Naruto. Please take care of yourself. Riria smiled at him, her crimson hair moving behind her in the wind like a beautiful shimmering fire, and Rias too. You are the only one I can entrust her well-being to. Take good care of her. I will. Naruto smiled, and with that, Riria left his restaurant through the front door, but not before giving him another smile and a wave of her hand. Naruto was completely mesmerized, and he sat there for a whole minute staring longingly at the door. Oni-sama, Oni-sama. Asia called, waving her hand in front of her adoptive brother's face with a cute pout on her face, snapping him back to reality. Revel-san and her family want to talk to you. Oh, alright. Naruto nodded and then continued before Asia could leave. Come with me, Asia-chan. You should hear this too. The girl nodded, and put the tray she was holding down to follow Naruto to the Phoenix table. So, did everyone enjoy the food? Yes, they were all amazing, Naruto-sama. Lord Phoenix answered, having finished his meal a few minutes ago with his wife and daughter. I'd like to talk to you about your offer to my daughter, Naruto-sama. Ah yes, what about it? Truth to be told, while Naruto himself had offered to take Revel under his care and help her turn her potentials and talents into performance, he actually didn't know where to begin, as in, the fact that she lived with her family in the underworld while he was living and working in the human world would be a problem. He sort of had a solution for that, but he didn't know if her parents and Revel herself would be okay with it. But what Lord Phoenix asked next became the answer to his question. Will you allow Revel to come and live with you? As Asia gasped in surprise, the blonde couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at that, because that was exactly what he had in mind. Next week, she will be transferring to Kuo Academy as a first-year student, so naturally she will need a place to stay for conveniences. Ah, I see, that's nice. Naruto nodded. But won't that be a problem to her brother if she moves out to live here? She's a member of his peerage after all. Lady Phoenix answered him with a smile of disappointment. Razor is still recovering from his defeat by your hands, and he won't be attending any raiding game for the time being. Plus, I have also traded my spare bishop piece to have Revel from my son, so she is currently free to do whatever she wishes since I am not interested in participating in the raiding game. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He intended to learn more about the evil pieces system once Ajuka had answered his email. I know it's too much to ask, Naruto-sama, but I can only rest easy. Don't worry about it. I'm fine with taking you daughter in. Naruto shook his head and interrupted the blonde woman. Plus, I do think it'll be great for Asia to have a friend at home or a roommate of sort too. She has made quite a lot of friends at school, but having one like a sister to her will be even better. Yes, Ni-sama. Asia agreed with a bright smile. Then I leave my daughter in your capable hands, Naruto-sama. Lady Phoenix said finally with a satisfied smile, bowing her head to him with her hands folded on her lap. What about you then, Ravel? Are you okay with that? He asked, turning his attention to the drill twin-tailed girl. Yes, Naruto-sama. She answered without hesitation on her face, and Naruto could tell that she was very genuine with her answer. Ravel seemed to have made up her mind long before she and her family came to his restaurant. Once everything was in order and the Phoenix had had their desserts, Lord and Lady Phoenix stood up to leave the restaurant. Ravel followed them to the door, as Naruto and Asia went to the back to start packing their belongings. You know what to do, Ravel. He heard Lady Phoenix speaking to her daughter. Respect your seniors, and be nice to Asia Argento-san, but most importantly, you have to listen to Naruto Uzumaki-sama's guidance and whatever that he teaches or tells you. Don't trouble him too much and work hard because it will benefit both you and our household. I'm sure that you understand that. Yes. Yes, mother. Ravel answered firmly. Take care of yourself, my daughter. The woman then lowered herself down and hugged her daughter, a gesture that surprised even Ravel but at the same time made the young girl hug her mother back. Naruto, who was watching, couldn't help but smile at them. We're so proud of you. We love you, Ravel. Lord Phoenix said finally after his wife had pulled back from their youngest child. Don't hesitate to contact me or your mother if ever need anything. I understand, father. And with that, the two parents bid their daughter their last goodbyes before taking their leave. So you ready, Ravel? Naruto asked as he walked out of the restaurant with Asia following behind him. Even after he left, Uzumaki Food Paradise would remain open until midnight. Not that he needed to worry about money, but the place should be the perfect cover for a reliable source of income for him and the girls. The trip back home was rather uneventful, with Naruto walking ahead of the girls and allowing them to trail behind for some bonding conversations. Despite being the younger one of the two blondes, Ravel soon proved to be the more mature girl. Her attitude, however, while friendly, was proud like that of a princess, which wasn't surprising at all. Whenever Asia praised her in admiration for knowing so many things, she would act as if it was just natural for her and not that big of a deal. Nevertheless, the two seemed to get along with each other quite well. What the F? Just as Naruto and the girls arrived at his home area, the blonde could see a massive building where his house was supposed to be, and when he was close enough, Naruto could see a certain silver-haired maid standing at the front gate, waiting for them. Grayfia. What is this? The blonde couldn't help but ask, looking at the giant, multi-story building before him with Asia. Ravel, on the other hand, didn't look surprised in the slightest. She must have been informed beforehand, or just simply because she had gotten used to the sight of mansions and such, living and growing up in one herself. Instead of answering his question, Grayfia put both hands together in front of her stomach and then lowered her head, bending over a little to bow to him. Welcome home, Master Naruto Uzumaki. Break, this will be your room, Ravel Phoenix-sama. Grayfia introduced the three blondes to another giant bedroom on the second floor of the building, called Uzumaki Residence. So far, Grayfia had shown them all the shared rooms on the second floor, including the living room, kitchen, a spacious bathroom and a normal as well as Japanese-style dining room, all of which were stacked with the best furniture before moving on to the personal quarters on the second and third floor. From what he had learned, the place had in total 7 different floors, a rooftop, and 3 basements used for various purposes. Your belongings have already been moved inside. Thank you, Grayfia-san. As expected from the headmaid of the Gremory. Ravel laughed proudly as she looked at her room, which was shaped and designed just the ways she liked it. Would you like to take a closer look at your room while I show Asia-san and Master Naruto their rooms? Yes, of course. With that, Ravel walked in and Grayfia closed the door for her. Please follow me this way, she told the other two, and led Asia to the room right next to Ravel's. Asia-san, your belongings have been moved to your room as well. It is mostly the same as your old room, but if you wish for it to be redesigned, feel free to tell me or one of the maids, they will arrange the rebuild. Thank you, Grayfia-san. Like him, Asia was shocked too, having never seen a house so big in her life. Please take a look at your room and see if you are satisfied. Grayfia held the door open for Asia, who looked at Naruto for a second before heading in after he had given her a nod of approval. Once she was in, the silver-haired maid closed the door too. You're purposely sending them away, aren't you? Naruto asked suspiciously with his arms crossing on his chest. Let me show you to your room, Naruto-sama. Grayfia's expression remained nonchalant, as she walked on ahead with Naruto wasting no time to follow her. All floors are accessible via 2 elevators at the end of the hallways, but because your room is on the 3rd floor we will take the stairs. So, whose idea is this? Zeoticus? He asked, taking a wild guess. It's actually Venelana-sama. Lord Gremory and Lord Phoenix executed it together. Grayfia answered calmly, you will be living with the young lady of the Phoenix household, so anything less is unacceptable. But is it necessary to have so many spare rooms? Naruto couldn't help but ask, before a smug grin spread across his face when the two of them took the stairs leading up to the 3rd floor with Grayfia walking ahead of him, giving the blonde a very generous view of the maid's amazing, heart-shaped booty as it moved against the thin material of her skirt with her graceful walk. Ehehe, nice, his grin widened into a smirk, as he leaned in closer to examine Grayfia's butt with the keen eyes of a porn author. Eyes up front, Naruto-sama. Era, but my eyes are up front you know. Naruto replied immediately, and he was pleased to see that while Grayfia was making a face of displeasure, she didn't get physical in her effort to stop him, not even bothered to walk faster or trail back behind him so Naruto could no longer look at her ass. So I have been wondering, will you start working here for real or is this just a one-time thing since you have your duty as Riria's personal maid and assistant? I will mostly stay with Riria-sama because she needs someone to constantly remind her that she just can't quit work and go do whatever she wants. Naruto couldn't stop himself from chuckling at that. Now that you're back, she will definitely try to do it more often so I will need to be there to keep her from slacking off. However, if her work doesn't require my attention then I will prioritize being here more, especially at nighttime. Damn, that'll be a lot of work. When will you rest, Grayfia? Are you sure you will be okay? Grayfia turned her head and looked at him over her shoulder, giving him the first smile of the day as she answered his questions. I will rest when it is my day off, Naruto-sama, but thank you for asking. I'm used to it. Once they had arrived at the 3rd floor of his new home, it didn't take it long for them to get to the master bedroom, Naruto's personal quarter. There were doors on the far side of the room that lead out to a spacious dressing room, and a balcony that was almost as big as the bedroom itself. In the center was a circle of red, near-transparent curtains surrounding several beanbag-sized crimson pillows with gold tassels, and a round comfy-looking, king-sized bed that looked big enough to host over a dozen people at a time, covered in silk-like sheets that were also red in color. On the side, there was a set of long, modern but high-class-looking couches, sofas surrounding a table while across from the bed itself was a massive flat-screen TV, fitting to be used for a mini-home theater with other sets of couches in front of it. You know what's funny? This place reminds me of my room back in the... But before he could finish, Naruto heard the sound of the door being slammed shut and locked. Just when he turned around, the collar of his shirt was grabbed by Grayfia, who pushed him roughly against the wall and then proceeded to slam her lips to his mouth. As his mouth was still open from the talking, Grayfia used that opening to shove her tongue into his mouth, kissing him hungrily without a second thought. It wasn't a soft, tender kiss like the one Riria had given him earlier on that day. It was something that was meant for one purpose and one purpose alone, to satisfy and quench whatever Grayfia had been containing inside her. She was so aggressive that she even bit his bottom lip, breaking the skin and drawing a small amount of blood before it healed up between their conjoined mouths. It did not take it long for the blonde to return her affection, kissing her back as hungrily and passionately as possible. As her arms went out to wrap around his neck, Naruto grabbed Grayfia's wrists and turned the two of them around to push her against the wall, pinning her arms slightly above her head as he continued to make out with her, their tongues wrapping around each other as they wrestled for dominance. There was no word needed to exchange between them as Naruto abruptly ended the kiss and pulled back after sucking her lips hard. Grayfia just stared up at him with a seductive smile, as a trail of saliva connected their lower lips before she shot her head forward and attempted to kiss him again, but Naruto was faster and was the one who did it first, capturing her mouth. Letting go of her arms, Naruto moved his hand down to grab her buttocks, a pair of enticing globes that were so firm and perfect in his palms, and used them to lift her up, allowing Grayfia to wrap herself around him as he carried her over to the bed. Once he arrived, moving under the curtain to get on, the blonde put them down with him on top of her and continued to kiss her for a good 2 minutes before he pushed himself up and hurriedly took off his shirts as Grayfia made quick work of the blue portion of her maid outfit, leaving herself in nothing but her white shirt that she had undone the buttons and a set of black, lacy lingerie. And with that, the two went back to kissing, his hands roaming over her body as her hands took very little time to pull his impressive length from his pants, working furiously to get his cock to full mast. At the same time, he kissed his way down her neck, nipping and sucking along the way as she moaned while writhing her body enticingly at him. Not to be outdone, Naruto pushed his hand down between the gap of her arms and slid it under her lacy thong to insert its fingers into her smooth and hairless snatch, causing her to moan out loudly in pleasure and arch her back. With his other hand, Naruto reached around her and unhooked the clasp of Grayfia's bra, loosening it around her chest and allowing him direct access to her magnificently massive breasts, pulling the undergarment up with his teeth before he leaned back down and kissed at the twin orbs, so incredibly soft yet standing firm and invitingly high on her chest with just a slight touch of gravity. Soon, the silver-haired woman found herself moaning at the overwhelming combined efforts Naruto's skillful hands and mouth, as he sucked on her breasts, moving between one nipple to the other, and fingered her hot and wet pussy, clenching tightly around his fingers as he pumped them steadily in and out of her folds. Continuing to work the soft flesh of her breasts for another moment, burying his face between them, Naruto made his way down further, trailing teasing kisses down her body, kissing her hips, her flat and taut stomach, her thighs, leaving her to whimper at the intoxicating combination of what he was doing and the anticipation. He looked up at her as he pulled his fingers back from her nether lips, before he pulled the small undergarment down, kissing her legs as he went between her thighs, his warm breath making her squirm before the blonde leaned forward and buried his face between her legs, his tongue flicking her sensitive clit, swirling and sucking. "Ah, Naruto-sama," she moaned as he lapped up her juices, plunging his tongue in and out as Grayfia became lost in pleasure as Naruto began to pick up the rhythm, her hips moving gently in response. The silver-haired woman felt her body tense and tighten as he worked her over, bringing her the incredible sensation of her impending orgasm. Once she had finished coming, he pulled himself up along her magnificent body, kissing her unapologetically and allowed Grayfia to taste herself on his tongue, sensually. Brazenly, she put her hands on his chest and pushed him off of her before she stood up and quickly followed after him, pushing his pants from his hips and tugging down the rest of his boxer, freeing the rest of his hard length from its confines finally. Naruto just kicked them the rest of the way off. Grayfia took the glorious appendage in her hand, stroking it appreciatively before she took it in her mouth, holding him there for a second as her hands disposed of the rest of her clothes, leaving herself naked before Naruto before going back to give him her oral treatment. "Fuck. Someone isn't holding back." The blonde let out a low groan as Grayfia swung her face down, taking roughly half of his cock in one gulp, leaving drool to splatter out all of his girthy appendage. The base of his dick rubbed his balls with one hand, fingers massaging the sensitive skin behind his nuts in firm circles. "Now why don't you, Naruto-ni-sama?" Before he could finish, he heard Asia's voice coming from the other side of the door, followed by a knock. "Are you in there?" Yeah. I am a bit busy right now. What is it, Asia-chan?" he asked, looking away from Grayfia, who threw her head forward and took even more of his dick into her mouth, sliding it further down her throat. The blonde almost went cross-eyed in pleasure, and was forced to bite the inside of his mouth to stop himself from moaning out at the feeling of being encased in her throat. "Revel-san is thinking about making some chocolate cake for dinner. Would you like to have some too, ni-sama?" he answered, keeping his voice as normal as possible. "Yeah, I want one, but you two can go on ahead and have dinner. I will come down and eat later." "Yes, Oni-sama." And with that, Asia walked away, and Naruto waited a few seconds to make sure that Asia had truly left to turn back to Grayfia, who was looking up innocently at him while bobbing her head at a decent pace on his cock. "Now aren't you just being naughty? Since you're just so eager, how about I lend you a hand?" Reaching down, Naruto grabbed the back of her head in his hand and used it to push her toward him, cramming the last 2 inches down her gullet. Grayfia's eyes shot wide open at the rough treatment, but she immediately started working on it, her tongue rubbing against the underside as she moaned, sending amazing vibrations up his cock. Greatly enjoying the tightness, Naruto then proceeded to use his hold on her head to bob her head up and down his throbbing dick on his own, with Grayfia proving her skills by not once gagging on his prick despite the sheer size of it and the rough treatment, and in fact, it turned her on even more so. "Here it comes. Take all of it." Declaring, Naruto slammed her head down one last time and exploded inside Grayfia's throat, shooting directly into her stomach and filling her with his tacky sperm. The entire time, the only thing she could do was keep swallowing, taking in every last drop he saw fit to spill inside her. With one last groan, Naruto sprayed the last ropes of his orgasm into her mouth and then abruptly pulled his dick out, wet and soaked in her saliva, allowing the silver-haired woman to take a deep breath before smiling up at him while licking her lips as if she was having an aftertaste. She stuck out her tongue and licked along the stiff rod. He turned them around, still with his hand on her head, and made her let out a squeal when he climbed atop her, in a classic missionary position, his cock pressing down and rubbing against her taut stomach. Naruto looked into her eyes and then lowered himself down to plant a kiss on her lips. Grayfia wrapped both of her slender arms around his neck, even as her partner lined up with her soaking entrance. As his tongue plundered her mouth, with a single thrust he buried nearly his entire length inside her. As the two continued to make out heatedly and passionately, Naruto started moving his hips and started fucking her at a slow but strong pace. Her kissing grew stronger the harder he pummeled inside her. When they broke the kiss, Grayfia let out a lustful moan and came around his cock, throwing her legs up to wrap around his waist, pinning their bodies together, leaving Naruto to pump into her with grinding thrusts. Naruto kissed and bit on her neck, hands reaching up to play and fondle her breasts, and before long the rutting couple was covered in silk and sweat, intertwining in their own passions. For the entire duration of their passionate lovemaking, Grayfia was left coming and moaning the hardest every time his cock shot a hot load of sperm into her womb, rubbing all of her body eagerly over his larger and much harder one. Touching, stroking, groping, fondling, everything she could give as Naruto returned her affection with a mind-blowing treatment of his own. The sounds of sex, the wet slapping of flesh, the orgasmic womanly cries and deep masculine grunts of Grayfia and Naruto continued on till midnight. By the time that they were somewhat satisfied and finally decided to take a break, Grayfia laid herself down on his body and draped herself over him as if she was his comfort woman, pushing her breasts against his side while he simply ran his on her back, caressing her soft and flawless skin. "Naruto, can you promise me one thing?" He stayed silent and let her finish, tilting her head back to look up at him as she slid her hands up to embrace him tightly, bringing herself even closer to the man she loved. "Promise me that you won't leave ever again." "I promise." A month ago, Naruto would never have imagined himself being able to make that kind of promise to anyone, and even if he could, it would not be that easy. His life sure had taken a turn for a better, or rather, returning to how it had been, and he knew that it was just a beginning. "Break ease back, you know," said a woman with long black hair and pointy ears like that of the elves, wearing a cute frilly dress that had a corset jumper skirt, and long sleeves, dark collar white shirt with dark stripes going down her chest, as she came to stand behind a little girl head still intact. "But they said he lost his memories." She then looked at the face the girl was making, and couldn't stop herself from commenting with an amused smirk. "You don't look so happy." "It seems, in the end he still found his ways back to them," the girl replied nonchalantly. Like the woman, she had long black hair that reached down to her hips and pointed ears, although she looked much younger. Her dark eyes had reptilian slitted pupils, and she was dressed in a black and pink gothic Lolita dress that went down to just below her knees. "I failed. So what are you going to do now? Want me to kill him for you, Ophis?" The girl didn't answer, but her hands balled into fists. Behind her, the older woman just smirked before she disappeared into the darkness. "Oh man, I am so full," Naruto said in satisfaction as he leaned back on his chair and patted his stomach in satisfaction, having just eaten a grand serving of breakfast made by Grayfia and 3 slices of Ravel's chocolate pancake. "That was awesome. Everything is so delicious," he praised, as Asia nodded her head in agreement. "Thank you, Naruto-sama." Grayfia lowered her head gratefully, looking extremely pleased despite the usual professional sternness. Ravel, who was wearing Kuo Academy girls' school uniform with the addition of a black sweater over her dress shirt, was laughing proudly while putting a hand over her mouth. Are you expecting anything less from me, Naruto-sama? I didn't work until 5 in the morning just to do nothing, you know." "Wait, you woke up at 5 to make those pancakes?" "I mean, I just happened to wake up early this morning, that's all." Ravel became uncomfortable, her face reddening in embarrassment. "Yeah, whatever. I'm grateful that you woke up early to make those delicious pancakes for me, Oju-sama." Naruto teased with a soft chuckle, reaching forward to pat the blonde on the head before he looked over to Grayfia, not noticing the blush of Ravel's face as she lowered her face down. So you are coming back to the underworld? Yes, Naruto-sama. Riria-sama should have finished having breakfast with Malika's by now. I gotta head there and make sure that she doesn't overstay. Grayfia answered with a nod as she removed the apron around her waist. Say hi to them for me. Naruto let out a soft chuckle before he turned his attention over to Asia and Ravel. Well, we better get going as well, girls. Earning nods from the two blondes in response, Naruto then stood up from his seat and threw his backpack over one shoulder, waiting for Asia and Ravel to walk out of the room before following them. Wait. Before he could leave the dining room, Grayfia suddenly called to him, stopping the immortal shinobi on his track. She then walked to him and reached out to adjust the collar of his shirt, which he wore under a sleeveless sweater. Once she's done, Grayfia put her hands on his chest and then leaned up and closed the distance between them, tilting her head slightly to the side before pressing her lips softly against his. The kiss lasted for about 10 seconds, with Naruto finding himself returning it wholeheartedly. It was soft, tender and full of love. See you tonight, Naruto-sama. She said softly while smiling at him. Take care of yourself as well, Grayfia. Remember, you don't have any reasons to overwork yourself. The blonde told her finally before he turned to leave with Asia and Ravel, the former having a cute pout on her face when he arrived behind them. The trip to school was short and rather uneventful. However, once the students of Kuo Academy had started seeing Naruto with the two blondes, who could both be mistaken as his actual little sisters due to their hair color, rumors started spreading around the school, with almost everyone believing that Ravel was another adoptive sister of the handsome teacher. Issei Hyodo, looking at your female classmates with those lecherous eyes of yours a second longer and I will make sure you will have detentions for the rest of the week. Era. Good to have you back with us, Rias-chan. How's your trip to Italy, by the way? Run faster. Even an old lady runs faster than you two. Leaving behind all the supernatural stuff and hot female devils, it didn't take it long for Naruto to find himself returning to his daily life as a teacher of Kuo Academy, enjoying it far more than he had ever done before. Even though he had only been here for about a month, Naruto had already earned the respect, admiration and even affection of the students in his classes, especially from the ones with supernatural backgrounds. Now that they knew who he was and what he had done, they all held a tremendous amount of respect for the titled Immortal Shinobi, becoming even more active in classes just so they could prove themselves to the hero of the devil factions. Naruto, of course, welcomed this with praises whenever they answered his questions correctly. His life as a teacher sure had gotten a whole better than he had expected it to be. Break. Okay, Rias-chan. Here I come. Naruto said loudly and got into a throwing stance, his hands holding the ball above his head and his left leg raising, keeping his balance on one foot for a second before stepping down on the grass mound, building up the momentum to swing his arm over, releasing the ball with perfect timing and throwing it at Rias, who was shocked to see the ball disappearing entirely. She swung the bat, but just like the last time, she missed and Kaneko, whose super strength allowed her to catch the ball thrown by their teacher, found herself leaning back a little even though she had taken a very firm stance on the ground at the incredible strength behind the ball. Gotta try a bit harder than that, Rias-chan. Naruto smirked as he caught the ball returned to him by Kaneko. How can I hit it if I can't even see it? Rias asked in frustration. Can you please throw it like a normal human, sensei? Sona and her student council are the only ones we should worry about in this tournament and I don't think any of them can throw the ball that fast. Era, you were right. Naruto laughed, making Rias have an urge to face palm. On the request of her father, Naruto had become the advisor of the Occult Research Club. Not that he had anything better to do, so he agreed, finding the job oddly satisfying after hours teaching in classes, not to mention the benefits that came with it. Because the infamous ball tournament of Kuo Academy was coming, he had decided to head out and train with the club's members. For devils who wished to have a normal school life in the human world, winning this tournament was as important as winning any battle. Ready? Ready. Rias nodded and raised her bat with burning determination in her eyes. Now that's what I'm talking about. Naruto smiled as he bounced the ball in his hand, wondering if Riria had the same look when he trained her like this. Sure, there was an obvious difference between baseball and war, but it didn't hurt to think about it. It seemed that the president of the Occult Research Club was fired up more than ever. He then threw the ball again, and this time Rias was able to hit it, sending it into the air toward Asia's direction. Now that's what I was talking about. Rias-chan. Naruto gave her a thumb up while his head followed the ball flying across the field in the air. Thank you, Naruto-sensei. Rias smiled radiantly at his compliment before waving a hand at Asia. Be careful with the ball. Try to catch it if you can. She didn't intend to hit the ball toward Asia's direction, but Naruto's throw was still a bit too hard for her to answer accordingly. Han. Ah. Everyone watched as Asia ran as fast as she could after the ball to catch it, no one more than Naruto himself. His first act when he became the advisor of the orc, making Asia and Revel its club members, something that Rias didn't mind at all since she had intended to ask them herself, with both of them believing that some normal club activities would be good for their school life. Just as everyone had thought, Asia missed the ball and caused it to land behind before rolling away. I'm so sorry, she said in embarrassment before she went chasing after the rolling ball. Naruto chuckled softly with a shake of his head as he looked at the blonde nun. As he had expected, Asia's senses in sport were unfortunately way below middle school level, and sometimes she would randomly stumble and trip over for no reason at all, so no one was surprised to see her having so much trouble. Don't worry about it, Asia-chan. Smiling, Naruto shouted after his sister and then turned back to face Rias, receiving a new ball from Akano, who threw it at him, but he was able to catch it without needing to look, just as he had done before, ready for another one. Rias-chan? Yes, sensei. Nodding her head, the crimson-haired girl then hit the ground a few times with her bat and took the stance, waiting for Naruto to throw the ball at her. Clang. Nice. Kiba-kun, your turn. Naruto praised and then shouted to the handsome prince of Kuo, who should have no problem catching it, if he was paying attention. Kiba. Get a hold of yourself. Issei yelled as he leapt forward and caught the ball for Kiba before it could land on his head too. The blonde, meanwhile, only returned his effort with a half-hearted smile. Ah. Sorry Issei-kun, Naruto-sensei. I wasn't paying attention. Kiba said as Issei threw the ball back to Naruto, who had a puzzled expression on his face while looking at the Knight of Rias Gremory as he returned to his own world once again. He had heard rumors of Kiba's new nickname, the Prince of His Own Thoughts, from the female students that idolized him, and noticed how he seemed to space out randomly when Asia and Revel introduced themselves to Rias and her club earlier after school. It seemed that there was something troubling the knight at the moment, enough for his emotions to be mixed up and all over the place. Later, Kiba-kun, may I have a word with you? Kiba Yuto blinked before he turned his head and looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who was walking toward him with a smile on his face. It was then he noticed that he had been standing in the exact same place, and team training had come to an end, allowing the rest of the club to form pairs and practice around the field with each other. Rias and Revel, meanwhile, were sitting on a bench on the side of the field talking to each other over something that seemed to be the baseball rulebook. Ah, sensei. But before he could come up with an excuse, the hero of the devil faction had thrown a ball at him, forcing Kiba to catch it because it was thrown at his face. However, there was no ill intention behind it. Something on your mind? He asked, smiling a little as he raised a hand and signaled Kiba to throw the ball back at him, backing off a little to create a distance between the two of them. Wanna tell me? It's nothing, sensei. You don't have to worry about me. Kiba answered before he threw the ball back to Naruto, who grinned and caught it in his glove. Really, I find that hard to believe with how you have been acting since earlier this afternoon. The blonde said as he threw the ball to Kiba. Also, I'm a teacher and I have to worry about my student above all else when he's not himself. So tell me, Kiba-kun, what's on your mind? He then raised his hand and waited for Kiba to answer. However, Kiba just stared at the ball in his hand for a second before exhaling and throwing the ball back to Naruto with a lot more force than before. Not myself? Sensei, this is the real me. Ho, how so? Naruto asked in interest with a small smile on his face. Have you heard of the Excalibur, sensei? Break, Kokabiel's henchmen, while skilled and powerful, they're not infallible. Valpier and Selzen left it clear as to their destination. The gathering of priests echoed the floor below them, where a lone woman was standing in the center. Their current hideout is in Kuo, Japan. Once negotiations with the Shinto pantheon for travel rights are complete, your exorcists will travel there using the mundane transportation. The woman, appearing to be somewhere in her late 20s with blue eyes, nodded her head in understanding. Am I to assume they'll be heading out on this mission alone as well? If at all possible, I wish to have Strada and Dulio, both exorcists, have already been assigned as security details elsewhere in the event that Kokebil's unsanctioned actions turn out to be a feint by the Grigori. Your ward and young Shithu shall be more than enough for this mission." A shocked Griselda Quarta hissed with frustration and annoyance. "I see. So it's just like last time. You're sending them out as expendables to retrieve the stolen fragments." The men above her looked at each other before continuing, their tone nonchalant and almost emotionless. "Take it as you will, but as natural-born holy sword wielders, none can be considered expendable. Quite frankly, there are no others capable of taking their place on the assignment. Make sure that your ward and her partner remember to make contact with the devils holding territory there and explain to them our situation." The woman huffed in agreement. What of their weapons? Against Kokebil, his henchmen and a vast number of stray exorcists he had gathered under his banner, normal or artificial light swords will not be enough. The remaining 3 Excaliburs shall be made available to you. Very well. I will go tell them at once. Griselda hid her anger well as she turned to exit the chamber. But before she took a step, she turned back to look at the so-called current leader, asking him in an emotionless tone. "You know that this is a fool's gambit, the risk is too great." The man looked at her for a second, before nodding his head. "Deranged as he is, Kokebil could drag us all into another great war, which can very well be his true intention. The risk must be taken." Knowing that there's nothing she could say would convince the old and prideful fools otherwise, Griselda finally left the room to find her students. The entire time, her mind was occupied with all possibilities of what was to come. "Those old fools, it seems that they have already forgotten," she cursed in her mind. "It is not Kokebil and his henchmen that we need to fear," she shuddered, cold sweat breaking out upon her brow as she remembered the stories of the past. And so, the strongest female exorcist informed her adopted sister and foster niece of their new assignment. Both Zenobia and Irina were thrilled to be sent forth in God's name once more and headed back to their rooms to pack their stuff, leaving Griselda behind to ponder with her thought. "It is as you fear, milady," Griselda said when she felt a presence behind her, not needing to turn around to know who it was that had come from a flash of ethereal, calming but at the same time intense golden light. "They are sending out Zenobia and Irina this time, with the remaining Excaliburs, even after having all those before them killed." "I see." Griselda heard the soft voice and then turned around to face the woman, who had a sad smile on her face as she folded her 12 wings behind her back and made them fade away. "Will you be all right, milady?" Griselda asked worriedly, as the woman reached her hand up and touched a small horizontal scar under her left eye. "There are rumors of him living in Kuo with the Mao's sister, but it doesn't matter." The woman shook her head with a sad smile. "If it has really come down to this, then I will watch out for Zenobia and Irina. I will not let anything happen to them, even if it costs me my life." Break Achu. Naruto sneezed as he sat in the living room of his new home, watching the news on TV. "Someone is probably bad-mouthing me somewhere. Are you sure that you are not sick, Naruto-sama?" Ravel asked as she walked into the room with a glass of water and sat down next to him. "You've been sneezing a lot." "I do?" the blonde asked back while rubbing his nose. Could he still catch a cold or something like that? It's been so long he couldn't remember, and Naruto had never ever bothered to run another medical check on his immune system or metabolism, so he really had no idea. "Let me see," he heard a voice said, before feeling a forehead touching against his, making him blink in surprise before realizing that it was Rias who was doing so while holding her front bangs up with one hand. You seem fine." "Rias?" He leaned his head back a little from hers, asking in surprise. "Wait. How long have you been here?" He then looked behind her and saw a suitcase where Asia was standing. She seemed to be the one who let the older girl into the house, and like him, she had a confused look on her face. "Era. My mother hasn't told you, sensei." Rias leaned back and asked with a radiant smile. "She wants me to live here with you, so I will be in your care from now on?" Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch after that, as Rias lowered her head down to bow to him. "No wonder why his new house had so many rooms. And you think letting her stay with me is a good idea?" "Seriously?" Naruto asked with a deadpan look on his face as he pointed a hand at Rias, his new housemate, who was standing with Grayfia as the silver-haired maid showed her, Ravel and Asia how to cook a lobster in the kitchen. At the moment, he was talking to Venilana via a crimson communication magic circle. "Have you already forgotten that I am a teacher at the moment and she's my student?" "Era. How rich, coming from the shameless teacher who married his own student, who is also my daughter Venelana remarked with half-lidded eyes, causing Naruto to look away while smiling nervously and awkwardly. He had to admit that she had a point there. But you have to take the differences in customs into but Venelana continued before he could finish. Zeoticus also told me at Kuo you showed yourself as that genius and charming 17-year-old teacher. While I don't doubt your ability to teach, name one good teacher who does something like that and moreover, isn't also an author of a successful erotic novels. For a second, Naruto had a smug look on his face. It was as if he had an answer to tell his older sister, but then immediately had his mouth shut when he realized that he would give her one of his fake identities instead. And so, I will be leaving my daughter in your care, Naruto-sama. Venelana then said with a soft smile, take care of Rias and Riria for me. You are the only one I can trust both of my daughters to. Whoa, hold up. What do you mean? But before he could finish, Venelana had ended the call and her mini hologram started lowering into the magic circle on the table before fading. Moreover, Naruto could swear that he had caught a small, almost unnoticeable satisfied smirk on her face before the call ended. TCH, so this is what it feels like to have an older sister. The blonde muttered as he hung his head in defeat for a few seconds before he took the tea tray on the table and walked out of the living room. There's no point thinking too much about it now, since it's not that he minded having Rias living with him. Unsealing several boxes of foods, 3 bottles of different flavor milk and a Nintendo Switch from a scroll, Naruto put them on the tea tray and headed down to the first basement floor of his home, where he had discovered to have a movie theater, a number of different training rooms and a massive indoor bath. Wonder what Grayfia will do with those lobsters, man, I can't wait. The immortal shinobi muttered with a dreamy smile as he left the foods and bottles of milk on the floor in front of the wall near the door leading to the indoor bath before turning around to make his way back to the main house. Before he took the stairs, making fade-away sounds of footstep to make it feel like he had left, Naruto then heard the sound of an activation of a mechanism and leaned his head back to take a peek, smiling when he saw the revelation of a hidden room near the indoor bath. A feminine hand with sharp nails then came out from the inside and pulled the tray along with everything on it into the room before shutting the door, allowing the blonde to leave finally without making a sound. Break bang. Bang. The sound of the start of the ball tournament echoed in the sky. Naruto, who was standing with Asia, looked up and could see dark clouds coming. Is it going to rain? Asia asked worriedly while holding onto his arm. Well, it sure does look like it's about to. Naruto answered with a shrug. He did remember the weather broadcast showing earlier that morning that it was going to rain in the afternoon. He seriously hoped that it wouldn't come raining down sooner until the tournament was finished. Tsukamoto-kun of the Manga Research Club, Hashioka-sensei is calling you. Please come to the staff room immediately, on schedule. First of all, it would be matches between classes, so he would have to head over to the baseball field soon to cheer for his homeroom class. After lunch break then it would be matches of genders, before last but not least the battle between clubs. As teacher, he wasn't allowed to partake in the games, but nothing would stop him from cheering for Class 3A and the Occult Research Club, both of whom had been looking forward to this tournament. Akeno-chan, can you help Asia warm up? Naruto asked the Nadeshiko, who smiled and nodded her head before raising a head to gesture the blonde over. Issei had left to partake in his class basketball match. At the same time, both Kaneko and Ravel were sitting on a bench reading the rulebooks for badminton, the game that their class would be playing, with Ravel sneaking peeks of irritation at the white-haired girl from behind her book. From Ravel's first day at school, the two of them seemed to have developed a rather hostile relationship with each other. Though, after running a quick background check on the members of Rias peerage by asking Grayfia, he knew it might be due to the fact Kaneko was a Nekomata Yukai while Ravel was an immortal phoenix, alluding to the natural rivalry between cats and birds, which was rather interesting to say the least. Water, sensei. The blonde then looked, and saw Kiba walking toward him with 2 bottles of water in hands. He still looked conflicted, but more or less the handsome prince of Kuo had returned to his former self, or fake one as he had claimed to. Era. Thank you Kiba-kun. Naruto smiled and took the bottle from Kiba's hand. Your class 1? Yes sensei. It wasn't difficult for us to beat class 2C. The blonde knight nodded his head in confirmation, making Naruto chuckle. As demons are fundamentally stronger than humans, Kiba and the other devils at Kuo would have to hold back to make it fair, but Kiba's skills alone should be more than enough to beat Class 2D in baseball, since they seem to be the only class at Kuo that didn't have a non-human student. From the talk he had with Kiba the day before, he had learnt that the boy was a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, which aimed to create those who could wield the Holy Sword Excalibur. However, when the project failed to show merit, the one in charge had come to a decision of eliminating him and other candidates as failures, which had resulted in his extreme antagonism against holy swords and Excalibur in particular. With the help of his friends, Kiba was able to successfully escape the facility during extermination before he was found and was reincarnated by Rias, allowing him to have a new life as a devil. However, in the end, he could never forget his hatred for the holy swords and forgive those of the church who massacred his friends. His hatred had been revoked after a few days ago during a club's visit to Issei's house, where he had discovered a photo of that pawn, as a child with a friend of his, whose father was holding a holy sword. It had been there, and at that moment Kiba had been reminded of his own reason to live, causing him to become distracted and distant from the rest of the orc. "How are you doing, by the way?" Naruto asked after he had drunk some water from his bottle, looking at Kiba, who then had an uncomfortable look on his face as he smiled nervously in return. "I'm fine now, thanks to you, sensei," Kiba answered. "Talking to you makes me feel a bit better." "Don't mention it. As I said, I'm your teacher, so it's only natural for me to care for my students." The blonde smiled, making Kiba nod his head. "Remember that you can always talk to me about what is bothering you. The path of revenge is not something you want to go down alone. I will do my best to help, and if your friends, like Issei-kun for example, try to help once they learn the truth, then promise me you won't push them away, alright?" Kiba just stared at him for a moment before nodding his head, finally smiling a little. "Yes, sensei." He smiled before walking off, leaving Naruto there looking after him with his arms crossing on his chest. "Thank you, Naruto-sensei." Before he could do anything, Naruto heard a voice and turned his head to see Rias smiling at him, her hands folding behind her back as she walked toward him for talking to Kiba. "Nah, it's not a big deal." The immortal shinobi just grinned while waving a hand. "You should talk to him too, Rias-chan. You're his master after all." "I will, sensei. So what game will the club be playing?" The blonde then asked as he remembered that Rias had left earlier to draw the game that the Occult Research Club would be playing this afternoon. "Dodgeball against the baseball club, sensei," Rias answered while having a fearless smile on her face. "I guess it will be an easy win then." Naruto shook his head with an amused chuckle. "Talk about luck. There's no way a club with members like the orc could lose to anyone in dodgeball. What about you then? Tennis match with Sona, I assume?" Rias nodded in confirmation, smiling confidently. Everyone was excited for it as it was the match between the most and third most famous girls of Kuo. Later, the whole club headed to the tennis court for the match that had been the talk of the entire school since the start of the ball tournament, the tennis match between Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. The game began with Rias serving the ball, which the heiress of Citri clan hit back with a confident smirk on her face. The students, especially the boys, were cheering for both Rias and Sona, while the girls were all screaming in a high-pitched voice. "Era, it is wonderful that we can see a game between high-class devils in a place like this," Akeno said while enjoying the match beside Naruto and the rest of the club, cheering for Rias. It was like she said, both heiresses had their prides on the line, tennis match or not. No one was holding back with their rackets. "Here I go, Sona." "Yes, come on, Rias." Both heiresses were throwing words at each other like that while hitting the ball back and forth with their rackets, looking like one of those intense verbal exchange situations in sports anime. "Kaichu. Please win." Genshiro Saji from Class 2C cheered in front of the fence next to Issei. At the same time, he was also waving a massive flag that had Student Council written on it. "Take this. Shitori style, spinning ball," Sona declared as she hit the ball towards Bucko. "You are very naive. Take this. Gremory style, counterattack." Rias rushed toward that direction and tried to hit it back with her racket, but before she could do that, the ball changed its direction and fell. 15-30, the announcer cried. "No, it's Kaichu's point." Several students cried out dejectedly. "Is it okay to use magic here?" Naruto asked while chuckling nervously with his arms crossing on his chest. "Of course it is, sensei." Akeno laughed softly while covering her mouth behind a hand. "Otherwise it won't be a battle between two high-class devils, as I said." You are doing well, Sona. Rias, who had an impressed look on her face, pointed her racket to her rival and said, still with a confident smile on her face, it was to be expected of my rival. Sona smirked fearlessly in return, merely said, Rias, don't forget the promise that the loser has to pay to the winner at Naruto-sensei's restaurant. I want an udon with all the toppings, will you? Yes, I haven't forgotten. That's why I will definitely win. Did you know that I have 108 styles of magic ball? I will accept this challenge. I will hit back all the balls that enter my Shitori zone. In the end, the match between Rias and Sona lasted so long that their rackets broke and both had to be given first place. As rewards, Naruto gave both heiresses discount coupons at his restaurant. Right after that, it was time for the battles between clubs. No bloomers. Issei whined with a shocked face after seeing the girls leaving the old school building while wearing their school's physical education uniform, consisting of a white shirt and long pants that covered their whole legs. Naruto, who was reading a rule book next to him, looked over to the pervert boy and then silently moved the book close to his ear before slamming it shut with such force it made a loud noise, causing him to flinch in surprise. Now, Issei-kun, I know that bloomers are the dream of us male, but do try to control yourself. The immortal shinobi sagely said as he took the book back and then noticed something in Issei's pocket. What's that you have? Ah, it's just bandanas that I made for the team's sensei. The brunette answered with a chuckle as he took the bandanas out and showed it to him. It looked to be handmade, with the words, Occult Research Club, sewn on them. Naruto smiled at him, amused and impressed. Well, you seem to have more redeeming qualities than I thought. Not bad, Issei-kun. Go on, give it to them. Yes, sensei. However, the moment the match started, the smile immediately left the pawn's face. Aim at him. Aim at Hyodo. Ooh, screw you guys. Issei, who was screaming and crying at the same time, rolled to the side to avoid another incredibly fast ball thrown. Naruto, who was cheering for his club on the spectator stand, could only laugh at the poor male while having a nervous sweat rolling down his forehead. Obviously from the baseball club's members' POV, they could not hit anyone but Issei. No one would aim for Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima, the two most famous school idols of Kuo. Meanwhile, one would feel bad if they accidentally hit the two blondes, Asia or Ravel, and Naruto would definitely give them detentions for hitting the two. Kaneko Tojo, the lowly girl who was Kuo's school mascot, was also a big no. Couldn't aim for her either. Kiba Yuto, meanwhile, was also one of the enemies of almost every male student in the school, but the girls would hate them if they hit him, leaving Issei as their only available target. Him, Issei Hyodo, 1/3 of the perverted trio. Everyone must have thought, I don't understand why this guy belongs to the Hidden Research Club. It wouldn't be a problem if they hit it. No, they had to hit him instead. Damn it. Die. Aim each ball at him. Shot. Die. Die your beast. The baseball club cried out in unison and started attacking him, their intentions made clear. Die Issei. Asia-chan. Ravel-chan. Kaneko-chan. Issei die. At the same time, even the students watching the match were also cheering for the baseball club. What a biased crowd. Naruto thought in his mind, but it's not like he could blame any of them for wanting to see Issei getting eliminated. Please, take Hyodo down, for the love of Rias Oni-sama. For the love of Akeno Oni-sama. Think about their forbidden love with Naruto-sensei. Naruto forcefully let out a chuckle at that. It seemed there's a rumor of him having intimate relationship with Rias and Akeno already, but he didn't think the students, especially the girls, would have any problem against it since they all thought he looked good with both of them. You have to bring Asia-san, Ravel-chan and Kaneko-chan back to the bright side. Die. Right. Now, throw it on his head, kill him. Die. There must be only one lolicon, which is me. All the balls are concentrated in Issei. In terms of strategy, that would be a perfect sacrifice. Everyone, this is our chance. Rias shouted as she threw a ball at an enemy, eliminating him. How cruel. Naruto chuckled before shouting, good work Rias. Concentrate Ravel. Hi. The Phoenix girl nodded as she nervously dove to the side to avoid a stray ball flying at her. Human sports are so scary, the blonde muttered while picking herself up. Pathetic. Kaneko, who was standing over her, said before shooting down another member of the baseball club. What did you just call me? At the current rate that they were playing, with everyone focusing their attention on Issei, it was obvious that the club would get first place. The only thing he had to do was to run around and let the others do all the work. And then suddenly, a tall, burly boy on the baseball team came and aimed at Kiba for the first time. Shit. I don't care if I'm hated. You damn perfect. However, the knight of Rias Gremory was fully anticipating it, and so with the grace of a skilled swordsman, he caught the ball in his hand before throwing it back at the boy on the baseball team, eliminating him from the game and making the girls squeal and cheer in excitement. Great work, Yuto. Rias praised before she pointed her hand at the baseball team. Now onward everyone. Eliminate them. Man, what a massacre. Naruto commented as he watched the rest of the match. As it had been decided from the start, the Occult Research Club got first place, but before everyone could celebrate, a girl wearing a red dress with black wings on her back ran into the field and came to a stop at Rias to whisper something into her ear, making her eyes widen in surprise. Break. It was after the closing ceremony of the ball tournament. Naruto was currently sitting with Rias on a couch on one side of the table, his arms crossing on his chest as he looked at the two guests sitting on the other side with a neutral expression on his face. At the same time, the other members of the club were all sitting in the corner of the room listening to the conversation. So, are you him? The girl with chestnut brown hair, whose name was Irina Shizu. Earlier, she had been revealed to be Issei's childhood friend, whose father owned the holy sword in the photo that caused Kiba to be haunted by the memories of his past, asked while looking at Naruto. Am I who? The blonde asked. The shinobi? Irina continued. Ah, so the whole world knows about me, eh? Naruto said sarcastically. At this point, he didn't care anymore. Not that it was a bad thing, since it seemed he had made quite a name for himself in the past. Zenovia, the blue-haired girl, nodded her head before she said emotionlessly, since this matter won't concern you, I request you keep your opinion down into yourself during this conversation. All right then. Please, don't mind me. Naruto said humorously before Rias could interfere, leaning back on the couch with his hands resting behind his head. Surprisingly, Zenovia gave him a nod of gratitude before clearing her throat and turning her attention back to Rias. As I was saying before, recently the holy swords Excaliburs that were kept by the Catholic Church headquarter Vatican, Protestant Church, and Eastern Orthodox Church were stolen. Excalibur itself doesn't exist. Rias said as if it was something. It was a fact, I'm sorry. One of my servants recently became a devil, so can we continue this conversation while explaining about Excalibur? She motioned her head to Issei, who was having a look of confusion on his face. Aiz-kun. Excalibur broke in the war a long time ago. Irina said while looking at Issei. Can I ask why it was broken? Ravel asked, raising her hand. This was a chance for her to learn something new, and looking over to Naruto she could see that he wanted her to do that as well. He broke it. Irina answered, gesturing her head to Naruto. The entire Occult Research Club gasped in shock, but no one looked more surprised than the immortal shinobi himself. Only those chosen by Excalibur know about its history, even the moment of its destruction. Zenovia explained. Now it looks like this. She then reached out and took the pack of white cloth next to her and showed it to them. She then uncovered the cloth and revealed a two-handed sword with an axe-like guard and a second grip with a chain-like form connecting the guard with the blade itself being massive and long that it ended with 3 points. This is Excalibur. After you broke the sword, the fragments were collected and crafted into new ones through alchemy. 7 swords were made and this is one of them. Zenovia continued to explain as she wrapped the sword back into the white cloth, which Naruto noticed to have runes all over it to seal away its immense holy power. The Excalibur I have is Excalibur Destruction. It is one of the 7 sacred swords that were created. The Catholic Church is in control of this. Irina then showed them a bracelet that she wore around her wrist that, to everyone's surprise, then turned into a katana. Interesting, Naruto mused. Each sword had a different ability. Mine is Excalibur Mimic. I can change its shape into anything I want, so it's really useful for carrying around. Just like this, each Excalibur has its unique ability. This one is in the possession of the Protestant Church. The girl stated with pride. Irina, there's no reason to tell these devils the ability of Excalibur, is there? Era Zenovia. Even if they are devils, we still have to form a trustworthy relationship with them in this situation. Also, even if my sword's ability is revealed, I won't fall behind all the devils here. She then turned at Naruto. Well, minus him, she whispered. I'm still listening. Naruto said aloud. So what does the stolen Excaliburs have to do with this country located in the east of the world? Rias couldn't help but ask. The Catholic Church was in possession of 2 Excaliburs, including mine. The Protestant Church also had 2. Also in the Eastern Orthodox Church there were 2 as well. The last one went missing in the previous war between God, devils, and fallen angels. 1 Excalibur was stolen from each church. The ones that stole them escaped to Japan, and brought them to this town. It looks like my territory is full of incidents, even the shinobi himself are found here. So who stole the Excaliburs? Rias asked with a frown. The ones that stole them were the Grigori. Rias' eyes widened slightly. They are the fallen angels, right? Naruto asked, making a mental note to ask Ravel to give him a brief summary of the world that she lived in later so that he wouldn't fall so far behind. That's correct. Xenovia nodded her head at his question. It's not a matter of mistake, but certainly it would be the fallen angels when it comes to stealing them. For the devils working at the top, holy swords does not give them much interest. Irina then continued her friend's words. We know the main culprit who stole the Excaliburs, one of the leaders of Grigori, Kokabeel. Rias shook her head and said, Kokabeel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels that survived the previous wars since ancient times. I never expected to hear the name of the one that comes from the Bible. We sent priests and exorcists to this town secretly, but they kept getting killed. Xenovia said with a sad face, but instantly returned to her normal calm and emotionless. Our request, number. Our order is to not to have any devils intrude in the battle between us and the fallen angels for the Excaliburs. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere with this incident. Rias's eyes hardened and changed after hearing the way Xenovia spoke. That way of talking. Are you thinking that we are collaborating with the fallen angels? That maybe we can join them to do something with the Excaliburs? Xenovia, who had a firm look in her eyes, nodded her head in confirmation fearlessly. From a tactical point of view, it's not impossible. Our superiors don't trust devils and fallen angels. If holy swords were taken away from the side of God, then the devils would be pleased, correct? Fallen angels will also profit from this. For these reasons, it will not be strange for them to form an alliance with you. That is why we are giving you a warning. If you form an alliance with Kokabeel, the leader of the fallen angels, then we will eliminate you all. Even though you're Mao's little sister, according to our boss. If you know that I am the sister of a Mao, then it means that you have many connections with the superiors of the church. Rias, whose pride as a devil didn't let up, then stated firmly, so I will say this. We will not form an alliance with the fallen angels, never. On behalf of the Gremory House, I will not do anything that will tarnish our Mao's name. Xenovia nodded, listening to what is good enough. Though, I have to warn you just in case Kokabeel is hiding in the town with 3 Excaliburs. If you don't mind me asking, where is the person the Orthodox Church dispatched? After taking a deep breath, Rias asked, her expression softening a little. If Irina and I fail, that person will protect the last Excalibur with his life. Xenovia answered Rias's question with a nod. So at this time, it's just the 2 of you and the power swords of God? How reckless. You have no real information about Kokabeel other than what came from a book, and also no idea how many followers he has with him. You could die during this mission, you know. Naruto pointed out, but just as he had expected, yes. Irina said it with a straight face. I have the same view as Irina, but if it's possible I don't want to die. Xenovia nodded her head. So the belief in your teaching is extreme like always. Rias chuckled at the 2 girls. Don't talk ill of our beliefs, Rias Gremory. Right, Xenovia. Right. Also the church decided that it would be better to eliminate all of the Excaliburs rather than letting them get used by the fallen angels. Our minimum objective is to get the Excaliburs away from the fallen angels. To accomplish that, it's okay for us to die. The only way to fight against the Excaliburs are Excaliburs. Is it possible with only the 2 of you? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Well, we won't die in vain. You seem confident. Do you have a secret weapon? Rias asked. These 2 girls were ticking her off more and more with each speech. Maybe. I will leave it to your imagination. After that, the 2 parties just stared at each other and the conversation ended. Irina and Xenovia then turned their attention to each other before they stood up. Then we will take our leave now. Let's go, Irina. So you won't drink your tea? I can prepare a snack for you. Rias smiled at them. I don't need it. Zenobia declined, but not so politely. I'm sorry. See you. Irina also apologized with her hand. Naruto merely yawned. No wonder why Riria told him that he hid his name even after doing so much for the devil faction. He obviously didn't want to get involved too deep in their business, since all of them were so troublesome. Thinking about texting Riria and Grayfia in their shared group chat, the blonde pulled out his phone when suddenly, when I saw you enter the room, I had a hunch. The blue-haired exorcist said, causing Asia to flinch before she started to tremble. Naruto, who had his hand on the phone, shut it and slid it back into his pocket. Are you the witch Asia Argento? I never expected to find you in a place like this. Asia's body shook after she was called witch. Irina seemed like she noticed as well and stared at Asia. Are you the rumored witch? The former holy maiden? You are said to have the power that can also heal devils and fallen angels, right? I heard that you were sent somewhere in Japan after getting exiled, but I never thought you would become friends with the devils. I. Asia didn't know how to react to Irina and Zenobia. It's okay. I won't tell the higher-ups what I saw here, so rest assured. People who were around the Holy Maiden Asia will also get shocked as well. Asia made a perplexed expression at Irina's words. Zenobia continued coldly to think that you are now friends with the devils. After your exile, it seems you have fallen to the lowest place you could. Tell me, do you still believe in our God? Zenobia. There's no way that she, who became friend with the devils, still believes in God. Shizu Irina said it with an amazed face. I can smell the belief in you, you know. It is an abstract way of saying, but I am sensitive to these things. There are people who turn their back on the teachings and feel ashamed of it because they cannot forget. I can feel something similar coming from you, Zenobia said with sharp eyes. I just can't put it aside. Asia shook her head. I believed in him all my life. Hearing this, Zenobia took the sword from the cloth. Then that's it. In the name of our God, you must be cut, Ga. But she was never given the chance to finish that sentence, because she was slammed head first into the wall of the occult research club by Naruto, who had a murderous look on his face as his hand enveloped the lower half of Zenovia's face entirely. Zenobia. Irina shouted and tried to save her partner with her sword. Unfortunately for the chestnut hair girl, there was a faster swordsman than her in this room, and he wasted no time to rush in between them and kicked Irina's sword away from her hand before immobilizing her with a headlock. The whole club was immediately on high alarm after that. Did you just threaten Asia? Naruto asked coldly as he leaned forward and glared into Zenovia's eyes. You want to cut you down her in the name of your God? How about I cut you over the dead body of his? He grabbed Zenovia's Excalibur in one hand and welded it as if it was nothing, and even though it had started rejecting him, how about? But before he could finish, Naruto heard the sound of a sonic boom, and snapped his head to the side to see a streak of golden light diving down from the sky above like a shooting star before taking a sharp turn and heading directly toward him. Without wasting a second, he acted. Stabbing Excalibur destruction into the wall next to Zenovia's head, he pulled the blue-haired girl back and tossed her into Kiba and Irina, knocking all three of them out of the way just in time to block a pair of swords made of concentrated light with his bare hands as the shooting star crashed into the building. For a brief second, as the blades of holy light sunk into his flesh, Naruto had just enough time to see the face of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life before he was forced to whirl around and throw her into the wall behind him, sending her through the whole building and crashing into the schoolyard outside. As his hands healed themselves up, Naruto took a leap through the hole he had made and landed on the area in front of the old school building, just in time to see the woman standing up, her 12 white feathery wings flaring out around her. So this is an angel. Not bad, God. Naruto muttered with an amused smirk on his face as he looked at the 12-winged angel from head to toe. She was an extremely beautiful woman with wavy blonde hair and an extremely voluptuous figure that was barely clothed in an outfit that was incredibly revealing, but at the same time, with the intense white holy aura she was radiating, gave her the appearance of a battle angel, consisted of a silk robe that were little more than pieces of white cloth, which failed to conceal most of her massive firm breasts on themselves while being held to her torso by a golden band just below her chest. The resulting V formation of her robe that traveled down over her taut stomach, showing her midriff and waists, was connected to a hip guard and extended into a flowing skirt with one side much longer than the other. In addition, She also wore thin vambraces and greaves, all of which was made of the same silver material and clad with white lacings. Though, as perfect as her face was, Naruto couldn't help but notice a small scar under her left eye, though it didn't make her any less beautiful. "Well, wanna tell me your name or?" Naruto started, but the angel's answer to his friendliness was the creation of 2 more swords of light that materialized in her hands. "That's a no then," he concluded with a chuckle and took out a kunai with a flick of his wrist. Political affairs be damned, if that angel wanted to attack him then he had all the rights to defend himself. "Wait. Naruto." Garbiel-san. Before either of them could rush at each other, they both heard a shout and looked up to see Riria Lucifer flying toward them with her bat-like wings from the old school building. Rias, who was standing with Grayfia in the clubroom and holding a communication magic circle in her hand, seemed to be the one who had called her sister. Trust the girl to make the correct decision in a time like this, or else he would have to ruin that beautiful face once again. Hold it, again? And this, ladies, is one of our restaurant's exclusive dishes, the miso pork ramen. Naruto announced humorously as he placed 2 bowls of ramen down in front of Xenovia and Irina, who were looking at all the foods on the table with drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. Do you know that it is one of the most well-loved and famous versions of ramen around the world? It features a broth that combines copious amounts of miso and is blended with, ouch ouch. Before he could continue on like a babbling fool, Riria and her sister Rias, who had walked over to his sides, reached out with their hands and grabbed both of his ears at the same time, ignoring the loud whine of pain as they pulled him back a little to make some room for the older sister to step forward. "I'm so sorry about him, Gabriel-san." Riria smiled at the blonde archangel, who was sitting with Irina and Xenovia but on the other side of their table. "Please, don't mind this idiot. Have a good meal." And with that, the 2 of them pulled Naruto back, hauling him to the other side of the room by his ears to where Grayfia was standing and the rest of the occult research club was sitting. It was until then that they released him from the painful treatment. It's not like either of them could straight up rip his ear clean off of his head, though. He had a feeling that Riria could do it if she was serious, but it still hurt like hell for him. Ouch. What was that for? He winced a little while holding his ears, looking at the 2 crimson-haired she-devils that could be mistaken for twins if one didn't look careful enough. "What the hell was that back there, sensei?" Rias asked as she crossed her arms under her bust. Before Naruto could answer, Riria had done it for him, but not with the answer he was having in mind. That, Rias-chan, is his way of showing that he's nervous. It's rare, but whenever he is nervous, your brother-in-law will start rambling about unrelated stuff like an idiot. She told his sister while looking at him with half-lidded eyes. Naruto looked over to Grayfia and saw that she was having a similar look on her face. "Me? Nervous? Ha, as if someone like me will." He then sneaked a look over to Gabriel, and saw her glancing sharply at him from the corners of her brilliant blue eyes with her arms crossing under her chest, sitting on her seat with one leg crossing over the other. She hadn't touched any of her foods, while the 2 exorcists had already started filling their stomachs with theirs while moaning about how delicious Japanese cuisine was. Their eyes met for a split second and Naruto couldn't stop the feeling of having his soul pierced and stared at, making him lean his head back a little with an awkward look on his face. "Okay. Maybe a little, but come on," the blonde reasoned, having no doubt that not just him, but anyone who had someone that beautiful and radiant looked at them so intensely like that would feel the same way. "So, who is she?" He couldn't help but ask. "Her name is Gabriel. She is one of the 4 great seraphs, leaders of the angels. She's second in command after her brother Michael in the biblical God." Naruto Wolf whistled in amazement at that. He had had a feeling that she would be an angel of high status with that much wings on her back. If you had fought her, Naruto, another great war could have broken out between the 3 factions. "Hey, she attacked me first." Naruto held up his hands in defense, but he knew Riria had all the reasons to be worried. Because of their positions in the factions that they were tied with, even if it just one of them had gotten hurt, then it could have started a war between the devil faction and heaven, which would also drag the fallen angels into the mix to start the Second Great War, since that's something many of them had been waiting for. After you threatened to kill her subordinates, and she knows you as someone who doesn't make empty threats. Riria continued with a serious tone, making Naruto turn his attention to Rias with a half-hearted scowl before turning back to Riria. "Blue threatened to kill Asia. You think I am gonna sit still and let them do it? I know, Naruto, but there are other ways for you to handle it rather than using violence." You of all people should know that. Rias shook her head and said nonetheless, if Gabriel is watching over them, then it's possible that heaven has decided to involve themselves in this conflict with Gabriel and his followers to take back the Excaliburs. Seraphal is having a meeting with Azazel as we speak. Stealing the Excaliburs seems to be Gabriel's act alone. How troublesome. Naruto muttered while rubbing the back of his head, making Riria give him a look, but wasn't one of surprise. If you don't mind me asking, what is her beef with me anyway? The blonde looked over at Gabriel, who was talking to Zenobia with an angelic smile on her face. Have we met before? I have the feeling we have met before, but, the blonde asked while Wolf whistling inwardly. He had met many beautiful women in his life, but she was the only one who had taken his breath away just because she was so beautiful. It was kinda like how he first saw Riria at Rias' wedding, but it was also because of his love for her resurfaced. Not that he didn't think Riria wasn't as beautiful as Gabriel, but if he ever had the chance to really compare them, then he would no doubt come to the conclusion that their beauties stayed true to their natures, devil and angel, but not that Gabriel's excellent figure wasn't as lewd as Riria's though, and the way her thigh remained visible from between the short side of her skirt and the top of her metallic greaves was just the best. Please restrain yourself, Naruto-sama. As if she could read his mind, Grayfia came to stand next to him and pinched his cheek, making him wince in pain. At the same time, both Rias and Riria were sending him a discountenancing look. After a moment, the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation released him, allowing Naruto to exhale in relief before looking at Riria, wanting an answer for his earlier question. You see the scar on her face? His wife started and Naruto nodded. It was difficult even to not notice a defect like that on a face as perfect as Gabriel's. You did that. Wait, what? He had had a hunch when he realized that he would not want to hurt her face again, even though he couldn't remember meeting her in the past, but that still didn't stop him from having a look of shock on his face. The same could be said to Rias and the members of her club, who were listening to their conversation on the side. Sensei, you scarred the most beautiful woman in heaven? On her face? Rias asked him in disbelief. It was an undeniable fact. Gabriel was the most beautiful woman and also the strongest in heaven, making her famous even among the devils in the underworld. Male devils wanted Gabriel for their harem, while the females idolized her and wished to be as beautiful as the seraph, and yet this man here, Naruto Uzumaki, had stabbed her in the face and left her with a scar that was permanent. Her brother Michael saved her life before you could do more than that, but the damage seemed to be permanent. Riria explained, and at that moment, Naruto had a flashback of a terrified Gabriel holding the bloodied left side of her face. She was kneeling behind a man with blonde hair like hers, as he stood between them holding his arm with one hand, a firm look on his face even though his arm was shaking. Like Gabriel, he had 12 wings stretching out magnificently from his back, but while his were colored in a unique gold, they lacked the radiant ethereal luminescence that Gabriel's had. Do you remember now? Not the whole thing, but I think now I know why she is so wary of me now. Naruto answered with a shrug of his shoulders. So any idea why I did that? 'Cause I am feeling like a fucking asshole right now. First it was Grayfia and her fear of ramen, now Gabriel and the scar on her absolutely flawlessly beautiful face. What else that he had done? No one hated you for it, Naruto. Riria shook her head and said with a soft smile, before the start of the Devil Civil War, the old Mao faction, who wished to fulfill their ancestors' fanatical ideals of world domination, continuously sparked conflicts with Heaven and Grigori all around the world. With no resistance to hold them back, their troops were free to make their master's intentions known to the world. After all forms of negotiation failed, God and Azazel decided to send out their own forces, who met the old Mao faction's armies in a battle that was known as the largest conflict between the three factions since the Great War. However, it was also there that the Devil Civil War started. Oh, the Battle of the Three Armies. You mentioned that before. Yes, and because we were fed with fake information, Seraphal and I arrived late and couldn't stop the battle before it started. Gabriel, who led Heavenside in that battle, mistook us as reinforcements for the devils of the old Mao faction and attacked me, leaving me with no choice but to defend myself. Ah, so you understand my feeling. Naruto teased with an impish smile, making Riria poke him in the chest. We were very close to war back there, Naruto. It's a different scenario. She reminded him seriously before she pointed her hand at the area between her arm and left shoulder. I was stabbed here while battling Gabriel. It wasn't her, but I couldn't remember who did it either. Nevertheless, I fell down, and when Gabriel saw the chance to remove me from the battle, she took it without hesitation. So let me guess, I saved you? He asked, and Riria nodded her head in confirmation with a soft smile. Yes, you came in and saved me, killing all those that dared to stand in your way, even the devils. It was then that the three biblical factions in the whole world fully understood just how dangerous you were. Gabriel tried to stand up for her soldiers, but she too was defeated. It would have been worse if her brother Michael didn't come from heaven and interfere to save his sister before telling his soldiers to retreat. Shemazai and Barakiel decided to do the same after with their armies, not wanting to lose more than they did. Of course, it was far from a victory for the old Mao faction. Riria paused for a second before continuing after the battle. Bidalid Bashal and Beelzebub gave the order to massacre all members of the resistance faction that are in the city of Lucifad, without care for civilians or casualties among them. This was the decisive spark that started the civil war finally. Damn. That's a lot to take in, Naruto said while scratching the top of his head. However, it made him feel less of an asshole than before because at least he had a good reason to hurt Gabriel. But did he really have to aim for her face? What was he thinking back then to come to that decision? Riria laughed softly behind a hand while waving the other one at him. Don't worry, dear. I am sure that when the new edition of the history book is published, you will be the first to read it. I'm sure those children's comic books will do fine. Those are not accurate, Naruto-sama, Grayfia reminded him. Oh, then how accurate is that book and movies about our love story? I'd love to learn more about it if possible. The silver-haired maid instantly raised a hand, threatening to bring it down his head, making Naruto chuckle in amusement and hold up his hands in defense. However, it was then that he saw Gabriel walking toward them. Behind her, Zenobia and Irina seemed to have finished with their food. Riria-san, in the end, Naruto was forced to sit out of Riria and Gabriel's conversation, allowing the two women to talk about the current situation with Kokebiel and the Excaliburs he had stolen in private. Having dinner with the Occult Research Club at their table, Naruto tried not to eavesdrop on them, but he did not need to do so with how Gabriel continued to look at him from time to time with Riria, knowing full well that the crimson-haired Mao had told her that he had lost his memories and didn't remember her or what he had done to her face in the past. She even started having a look of guilt on her face whenever their eyes met. In the end, the meeting between Riria and Gabriel ended in peace. Riria had offered to lend a hand in Zenobia and Irina's mission to retrieve the stolen Excaliburs as an act of goodwill, but Gabriel declined, claiming that there's no need for them to trouble themselves with the church's problem. After thanking him for the meal, the three then left the restaurant. Riria and Grayfia had to return to the underworld as well, kissing him before leaving. Well, time to go home, I guess. But before he could do that with his housemates, a certain Mao clad in pink ran into the restaurant, kicking down the front door with one foot and sending it crashing into the wall on the other side before running in, declaring dramatically with her wand in hands, "Gabriel, your rival, eh? She left already?" The bubbly Leviathan asked as if she was in shock. It seemed the one Seraphal saw as her greatest rival was none other than Gabriel herself. And of course it was one-sided. "Break, yes, Takamura-sensei, can you take over for me today?" "Yes, I have a personal matter to take care of." "Ah, thank you, sensei. I will treat you for a coffee tomorrow." And with that, Naruto ended the call and shot into the air, moving so fast that he was nothing more than a blur before landing on the top of an antenna tower that was the highest location in Kuo, where he then activated his Byakugan and started looking for any abnormal and paranormal activities. Although Zenobia and Irina had told them to stay out of the church's business, there's no way that he could let a threat like a cadre of the fallen angels run freely around the town without knowing his true motive. From what Seraphal had told him, Kokebiel was like the old Mao faction who wished to start another great war, so there's no way Kokebiel would randomly steal some of the most powerful devil-killing swords and hide in a town halfway around the world where the two sisters of the two great Mao were living with their servants. It was too much a coincidence for him to overlook. "Now where the hell are you?" the blonde muttered and increased the reach of his field of vision. At Kuo, he could see Rias talking with Akano and Asia in the clubroom, Matsuda and Motohama hiding in the closets of the Kendo Club, waiting for the female members to arrive with lecherous smiles on their faces. It was a useful ability, and it had been a while that he had used it for something other than research. With a 360 field of vision that could see even through walls, it didn't take long for Naruto to notice something that was definitely out of the ordinary. It wasn't what he was looking for, but at the same time not entirely unwelcome. Wow, she's hot. What's with that outfit? Is she a cosplayer? Ka-chan, is that an angel? Gabriel smiled when she heard that last question, but the rest confused her. Was there something wrong with her outfit? It had been centuries since the last time she was on Earth after all. Her search for Kokabiel was cut short when she felt a presence behind her and turned around to see the smiling face of the shinobi Naruto Uzumaki, forcing her to take a step back incautious before she was able to remember what Riria Lucifer had told her the other night. Good morning, he acclaimed with a wave of his hand. Ah, good morning, Shinobi Dono. The blonde stuttered rather nervously before she lowered her head to bow to him. You can call me Naruto, not a fan of titles or honorifics. Naruto said while waving a hand at her as she looked at him in confusion. This close, he could look directly into her innocent eyes, which were so clear he could see his own reflection in them. Looking for Kokabiel and his followers? Yes, me too. The immortal shinobi then continued before Gabriel could say anything. This is something that I am doing on my own free will. Can't let someone like Kokabiel run around this town with swords that can cause serious harm to my friends. Riria-san's sister and the other devils, I assume? Naruto nodded his head in confirmation. If you ask me, I'd rather have him removed from this town as soon as possible, but of course, he then put his hands on his waists and did his best Riria expression, because if I do something rash I might start another great war between the three biblical factions, so I'm not allowed to do nothing. Who does she think I am? A child. He then huffed before looking down to see Gabriel staring up at him in mild surprise and amazement. You're a funny one, Naruto Dono, she said, her posture relaxed even more so than before. As I have been told before. Also, it has nothing to do with me losing my memories. Naruto declared dramatically with a proud smile on his face and a thumb pointed at himself. Gabriel seemed convinced, and she couldn't hold back her soft smile anymore, delicately hiding it behind a hand as she lowered her head and looked to the side. However, her action made Naruto look directly at the scar under her left eye and was reminded of what he did to her. Sorry about that. It took her a second, but Gabriel could tell he meant. The beautiful angel shook her head. Please don't trouble yourself about something so trivial, Naruto Dono. If you didn't stop me that day, the three factions might have been completely destroyed in the war that would have surely followed. The world owed you and the Yandai Mao for not allowing that to happen. Still not making me feel any better. How about, his hand then reached out, making Gabriel lean back a little out of instinct. However, the blonde didn't seem to see it, as he looked around and noticed the way the townsfolks were looking at them. All well. Doing that here might not be the best idea, he decided and lowered his hand down, making Gabriel tilt her head to the side innocently in confusion. What's wrong? The blonde then asked, as Naruto took a closer look at her clothing with one hand under his chin. What does an angel normally wear these days? He asked, making Gabriel look at herself. In his memory of her, she also wore a similar battle garb like the one she was wearing at the moment. He had seen Ravel and Rias using their magic to switch clothes before, so maybe Gabriel could do that too and didn't need to head back to her house or wherever she lived in heaven to change. Oh, there is something wrong with my clothes, isn't it? Gabriel asked, looking at herself for a second before raising a hand and making a white magic circle appear in her hand. Then let me. Before she could cast the spell, Naruto raised his hand and closed her palm, stopping her before she could do it. Didn't your brother teach you it's not okay to use magic around normal humans? Naruto asked, but then tilted his head to the side in confusion. Weird, he intended to use her father, the almighty biblical god himself, but for some reason he couldn't help but feel like it wasn't the right thing to do, so he used her brother instead. Ah, he did tell me to keep a low profile, but Naruto then looked around and spotted a clothing store that wasn't too far from them. Come with me, he said, with a gesture of his hand to tell her to follow him, and she did, walking into the clothing store but didn't look anywhere else but at him. You know what this place is? He asked after sending a signal to the steward to let her know that he could handle this himself. I don't know, so why don't you tell me, Naruto Dono? Well, this is the blonde began, but came to a stop when he saw the look on her face. You're teasing me, aren't you? He asked, sending her a half-hearted glare. I'm sorry. We have clothing stores like this in heaven too, Naruto Dono. Gabriel smiled innocently while waving a hand at him. We might be a little behind compared to the human world, but we're not uncivilized. She then looked around for a second and found the clothing stall for women. She then picked out a white dress and asked him, holding it in front of her chest, will this do? Naruto nodded, and Gabriel answered him with a radiant smile before she turned around and went to look for the changing room, leaving the blonde behind to browse a wide selection of hoodies and t-shirts for male, realizing that it had been a while since the last time he had done some shopping for himself. He did not have to wait long, as Gabriel returned a moment later wearing the dress she had chosen earlier. How do I look? She asked before twirling around, almost causing him to have a commercial nosebleed because of how her skirt flew up and revealed that she wore white lacy underwear underneath. Naruto wasn't entirely sure, but since he met her this morning, he had started having a feeling that this angel had no sense of modesty or whatsoever. Not uncivilized his ass, at least her underwear was those plain and boring things from the 90th. It's not okay? Gabriel asked in confusion and took another look at herself. She had seen female women wearing dresses like this one earlier that morning, so was it that color that was the problem? Before she could look back up at him, she felt a hand touch her left cheek and looked up to see Naruto smiling at her. His hand then burst into flame, but it didn't hurt or burn her, making her realize and see that it wasn't actual flame but a form of energy that was emanating from his hand reminiscent of flickering flames. After a moment, Naruto took his hand back with a smile and put his hand on her shoulder to turn her around, allowing her to look at her own reflection on the full body mirror on the wall. Now it's perfect, he said softly, and it was then that Gabriel realized the scar that he left under her left eye in the Battle of the Three Armies had disappeared. Ah! A soft gasp then escaped her slightly parted lips, before Gabriel found herself turning her eyes up to look at Naruto in the mirror with a radiant smile on her face. You are truly a very kind man, Naruto Dono. Thank you. She actually never cared about the scar all that much, but now, having it healed by the same man who had given it to her after all these years, it brought warmth to her chest and made her see him in an even new light. Don't mention it, Gabriel-san. Thanks for watching.